Welcome to What If 4 story of What If Izuku got rejected and fell in love with Himiko Toga. Support the author. Love Bites Lestat 719. Part 1. Let's begin. Today had been a hell of a day. Training summer camp had been intense and honestly pretty much a show from the time they were dropped off on a cliff, and they had to fight their way to camp, almost got hit in the balls, and had no time to try and talk to Ochaco. He wanted to tell her how he felt about her, but not with this camp. They run them ragged, then have them make dinner. Let's do this for a few nights, yell at them for trying to have some measure of fun, and your reward is a test of courage. He understood that it was the UA, the premier hero school in Japan, if not the world. But could they cut a margin of slack for the love of All Might? They had survived a villain attack, passed their finals, and fought and beat a teacher in a practical exam, and he had to fight All Might and deal with Bakugo in the process. That son of a had taken a swing at him for suggesting they work together. Izuku had almost swung on him, and he was tired of it. Then, 2 minutes into the test of courage, he s it up and bares his heart to the first girl he has ever loved. Shut down, best friend. She wants to focus on becoming heroes. Yeah, this was shaping up to be a summer camp he would look back on and never forget. Now, an attack, a villain attack, at camp. He didn't know who the director of security was for the UA, but they deserved to be fired. Fire, smoke, and lost children were all just part of the fantastic experience of the UA summer camp. Bring the kiddies, no joy will be had, and they will cry themselves to sleep every night. Not that he was bitter, tired, upset, or hurt in the feelings. No, wasn't bitter. He was downright off. He just wanted something akin to an everyday experience, just a little peace. Maybe they fall in love, go on some dates, and support each other while they work to be heroes together. Study late, sneak some kisses in when they were supposed to be studying. Some who wanted him, who wished to be with Izuku. He raced to the mountain. A child was impossible danger. Kota was a pain, but his pain was understandable. Once Izuku knew what had happened to his parents, his anger and hostility towards heroes made sense. Izuku arrived at the mountain, hoping to grab the kid and return to the others quickly, but life kicked him in nuts again. Muscular, the villain who killed Kota's parents, was here to kill whomever he encountered. Then he let it slip. They were there not only for him but for Bakugo. It probably had to do with the spectacle he had made after he won the sports festival. No, he needed to calm down. He lost because of his stupidity, and thankfully, Gran Torino had kicked that out of him, in this case, quite literally. He did find it funny in a sad way that Bakugo had become a meme for his antics. They shouldn't have chained him to the post, but then again, he shouldn't have been such a basket case that he needed to be. Izuku chalked it up to mistakes that had been made. Now Muscular, that was a mistake, one broken arm, and the other one barely working. But there wasn't time to worry about that. He needed to get a warning to the rest of his class, and the teachers. This not fighting back thing was not in the class's best interest. He got Kota back safely. And of course, Bakugo wasn't back yet, and neither was Ochaco. He dashed into the forest and came across Mandalay and Tiger engaged in battle with 2 villains. These were allies of Muscular and had come to kill. He was nearly at his wit's end. He had enough of this bull, and he was done. He went immediately after a young man with reptilian features, had bright green scales for skin and a face shaped like a lizard. He sports relatively long hair that is swept backward and is a desaturated pinkish purple, which stands out from the rest of his colors. He appeared to have a deep admiration towards Stain. His clothes were similar to that of the hero killer, a sleeveless shirt and dark, baggy pants paired with black shoes and pale, metallic knee guards. He covers his face with a long, tattered strip of cloth mask, the same as the one Stain wore, along with a red scarf and bandages wrapped around both his arms, partially concealed by black wristbands and plain black boots. Goggles on his forehead and an enormous sword made of many smaller blades bound together complete his look. The villain hesitated when Izuku charged right at him. Izuku did not, and with a booming spinning kick, he struck the villain in the stomach and followed up as the villain flew back. When the lizard man struck the tree, Izuku hit him through it. The other villain is a woman who has a broad, muscular physique. Her hair was shoulder length, smooth, and had a reddish magenta color. She had a square jaw that was thinly covered in facial hair. Her lips were noticeably large and had a slightly more pinkish hue. She always wore white-framed triangular sunglasses that obscured her eyes. She also had on an unbuttoned dark orange shirt, revealing the white V-neck she was wearing underneath. She paired it with blue jeans, a belt, and plain dark brown espadrilles on her feet. Faltered at the integrity of the young man's attack, as did Tiger and Mandalay, but they recovered faster than their opponent. Mandalay rushed in, distracting them as Tiger swept them off their feet as they fell. Mandalay sent them airborne, driving the wind out of their opponent. Izuku was immediately airborne. The woman could only look on in horror as Izuku reared back and drove her back into the ground, knocking her out and leaving a crater in the ground. He landed, biting back the pain from his broken arm. "The villains are after Bakugo," he said. "We need to locate him and get him back to the lodge." He turned, still rushed on adrenaline, and raced into the forest. He hadn't gotten far when he felt danger coming from the right and dived to the side, nearly yelling out as he rolled on top of the broken arm. A shadowy claw came crashing down right where he was. He stared in near disbelief at the enormous rampaging form of dark shadows. Mizo came out of nowhere, yelling for Izuku to run. They scamper away as another attack comes crashing down. "What the hell happened?" Izuku yells as he and Mizo dive away from another attack. "We were attacked by this villain who called himself Moonfish," Mizo yelled, quickly describing a tall man with fair skin and black eyes. He wore a black straitjacket, which left his mouth uncovered. The straitjacket is held together by black restraints adorned with red spikes. These same restraints are connected to metal clamps covering the villain's head and keeping his lips open, causing him to drool sometimes. Other straps cross his torso, waist, and the top of his boots. "Fumi had me fall back, and then this happened." Mizo pointed to a dark shadow. "We need to get to Bakugo," Izuku responded. "He is their target. We must save Fumi. You must decide. We can't save both," Mizo replied. "That is where you are wrong, my friend. Shoto and Katsuki battle with the villain Moonfish, even though they are not in an excellent position to win. Shoto is carrying Kozai, which makes it difficult for him to fight properly. Shoto uses ice to block Moonfish's path to keep him at bay. Katsuki becomes angry that he can't fight back and suggests using a considerable explosion to stop Moonfish. However, Shoto warns him that it will limit their visibility and give the villain more opportunities to attack. Mizo and Izuku came barreling in suddenly to their location, with Mizo asking them to create some light. Before he can explain further, Moonfish senses their presence and sends one of his teeth to attack them. Suddenly, Dark Shadow appears and crushes Moonfish with its enormous claw, destroying Moonfish's teeth. Shoto and Katsuki are surprised by Dark Shadow's intervention. Izuku planned to lure Dark Shadow to their location by creating decoys from Mizo's replicant arms. The plan worked, and Izuku was happy to see Katsuki. He is relieved that he doesn't have to choose between saving one of his classmates and sacrificing the other. Katsuki and Shoto are taken aback by what has just happened. Mizo again requests that Katsuki and Shoto use their quirks to create light to pacify Dark Shadow. However, just before Shoto can use his quirk, Katsuki stops him, telling him to wait. Moonfish, using his teeth, gets up and starts shouting that he is the only one allowed to harm the children. Moonfish then attacks the rampaging Dark Shadow with his teeth, but Dark Shadow is not affected by Moonfish's counterattack. Dark Shadow seems to be utterly immune to it. Dark Shadow grabs Moonfish and throws him through several trees, heavily injuring Moonfish and leaving him incapacitated. With Moonfish defeated, Katsuki and Shota can get close to Fumikage and use their quirks to calm down Dark Shadow. They force the sentient quirk back and retreat into Fumi, allowing him to regain control. Izuku wavered as the day of constant quirk use, multiple fights, and broken arms were wearing him down. He wavered on his feet slightly, but Mizo steadied him. Izuku nodded his head, and they moved off towards the lodge. Ochaco. Today was not good. Aside from puking her guts out most of the day, she was happy and nervous when paired with Izuku for the courage test. Then he started talking to her. He was about to confess to her, and she knew it. She wanted him to confess. Lord knows she did. She had a crush on him since the entrance exam, and everything that had happened had deepened that feeling until she was hopelessly in love with him. The battle trial against Bakugo, the USJ attack, the sports festival, the mall incident, and how he would chew on the end of his pencil in class. He would always take a sip of the tea when he knew it was too hot and rapidly blow on it to try and cool it down. Not that she noticed. They had tried to talk a few times. He had wanted to get her alone off to the side. She knew it was coming, and then when he was about to give her what she wanted, she hit him with the friend and focused on being hero bull. She was mentally berating herself, wondering if she should kiss and tell him she was sorry. She liked him too, but she just panicked that it would be all right. As the words flew out her mouth, she saw them land like punches from All Might, and she felt like total for doing it. Sue was going to be so mad at her. It was Sue who had traded with 3 different people to get it so they could walk together. Then not only did Ochaco F that up, bam. Villain attack. Now she and Sue were fighting for the lives of a psycho-villainous girl with messy blonde buns. Sue was bleeding, and so was Ochaco, and this grinning psychopath, Himiko Toga, was trying to kill them with a maniacal grin on her face. Today was not a good day. Ochaco had managed to pin the psycho to the ground. Thank God for interning with Gunhead when the day just kept getting worse. After Ochaco apprehends Himiko on the ground, Tsuyu is asked to restrain her arms. However, Himiko starts conversing with Ochaco and says they share a lot. Himiko confesses that they both are in love with someone. She tells Ochaco she relates to how she feels because they are both girls. Himiko says that people in love try to emulate their loved ones. How could only an idiot cast aside the love of their special someone? Ochaco is infuriated by Himiko's words. Himiko mentions that love stories are fascinating and proceeds to stab Ochaco's leg with her machine, catching her off guard because of her talking. Himiko begins to extract Ochaco's blood. Sue immediately sprang into action by flinging Ochaco away with her tongue. Sue yelled for Ochaco to run and get help, but Himiko struck back quickly, throwing a knife, pinging Sue's tongue to a tree, and closing the distance, another knife at the frog girl's quirk. You are in love as well, Himiko purrs, you in love with her and him. She whispers. Sue's eyes go wide at her words and at the precarious position she is in. I can smell it on you. It is so intoxicating. Himiko leans and licks Sue's cheek. Sue shudders in horror as Ochaco yells at her to back away from Sue. The sound of crashing trees as Izuku comes tumbling into the clearing. A sickening crack is heard as he screams in pain. His face is a crimson mask, blood pouring from his numerous wounds. Another Noma comes crashing in as another is launched into the air by a pillar of ice. A massive explosion comes up below it, nearly ashing the thing instantly. The Noma staggers to its feet only for Izuku to come in and deliver a crushing blow to the beast's head. No pausing to admire his deed, he rolls to his feet and tackles Himiko away from Sue, tumbling off into the forest. Himiko rolls and drives the knife that was at Sue's neck into his gut. He winces in pain but does not cry out. She tries to rise, pulling another knife using his good arm. He yanks her back down on top of him, and with little choice, he bites down into her shoulder hard. He feels her freeze. He grabs and throws her side. He struggles, desperately trying to get to his feet. She looks at him, her eyes nearly glazed. Himiko staggers to her feet in shock, her hand on her shoulder, blood staining her sweater from the bite. Hearts form in her eyes as she stares at Izuku. He would later retell this part when asked, but no one believed him about the hard part. One love you too. She whispers, and he stops confused. Of course, I will go out with you. Please make love to me, right here, right now. She dashes towards him only to be intercepted and knocked away by Ochaco, who came out of nowhere. Deku. She says, seeing him stagger. She wants to reach out to him. Go on, I will be all right, he says. She hesitates, but with a nod of her head, she races off after the crazy blonde with a knife fetish. Ochaco bursts through the brush as Himiko stares daggers at her. How dare you interrupt? He just confessed to me, and right when he was about to ravage me, you had to kick me. Confess? Ravage you? Ochaco replied. When did he confess? Himiko tears open her shirt, showing the bleeding wound on her shoulder. Right here, he made me as his mat. Wait, are you jealous? What? Ochaco stammered. You jealous that he chose me? Himiko begins to stalk toward them. You want him for yourself. You want to take away my mate, my chosen one, my lover. Well, you can't have him. You can't have him. He is mine, you hear me? Himiko lunges at Ochaco wildly. If he wants to have you after he takes me, we can talk about it. Ochaco sidestepped the wild attack, slightly bewildered at the madwoman's statements. Himiko whirls to attack again, but Ochaco doesn't give her a chance. She closes the distance and cracks Himiko with a right cross. Ufing, stay away from Deku, you psycho. Himiko stops. Deku, did you just call the love of my life useless, the owner of my heart, the master of my body? Did you call him useless? No, well, kind of, Ochaco begins to say. Why the F am I explaining this to you? Oh, you will explain yourself, even if I have to carve my answers out of your fat bum. Fat bum, you are jealous that he is going to kick your skinny bum to the curb, Ochaco said, goading Himiko into attacking. Then, afterward, he is going to have his hands all over a real woman. Himiko saw red as she rushed this who was insulting her lover and had ruined the perfect moment. She was going to carve this into the plump, kind of possible second lover for her ideal mate. Ochaco swung a short right cross. Himiko changed levels, her blade flashing towards Ochaco's stomach. Ochaco managed to pivot and avoid most of the attack, but it did slice her clothing, revealing her toned stomach and a slight bit of blood. Himiko spun and rushed again, trying to keep this off balance. Her next attack started low, then rose at the last second, splitting Ochaco's clothing right across her chest, but he had leaned back so her clothes were the only thing damaged this time. She immediately went low and swept Himiko's leg out from under her. Himiko toppled backward as Ochaco scrambled, pinned the hand with the knife, wrestling it free. The knife flew off to the side. Himiko slipped her hand into Ochaco's clothes and ate her bobas, making the gravity user freeze, allowing Himiko to land a quick left hook, knocking Ochaco off of her. Himiko scrambled to pull another blade, but Ochaco was faster, running up and tackling her from the side this time. She slammed her hand onto Himiko's back, activating her quirk. He rolled through, got a leg under Himiko, and kicked her off into the sky. F you! Ochaco yelled as she pressed her fingers together, and Himiko came plummeting down. She wasn't high enough to die from the fall, but it was going to hurt. Himiko crashed to the ground, her breath forced from her body. Ochaco rushed in, ready to finish the fight. Himiko rolled to her feet and launched herself at Ochaco, spearing her in the gut, leaving Ochaco breathless. As soon as Himiko's feet hit the ground, she pushed up, driving her head under Ochaco's chin, snapping the girl's head back. Himiko tried to press her advantage only to take a jumping knee to the face, followed by a right hook and left to the body. Himiko dropped to a knee when Ochaco went to land a kick to her face. She managed to duck under, drew a blade, and drove into Ochaco's calf. Himiko screamed as a stiletto blade appeared in her hand and leaped to drive into Ochaco's neck. The strike never came as Tsu flew in with a dropkick, sending Himiko again into the forest. Fing again, Himiko screamed. Himiko! She landed in a clearing. As she turned, she saw Izuku again covered in blood, his fist colliding with the brain of yet another Noma. She stared in awe as she saw him roar with rage and tear the beast in half. F you! He bellowed. My love, she whispered in awe, getting to her feet. He turned and saw her. She saw him stumble, regain his balance, and take a fighting stance. Where is Ochaco? He yelled. Back there, Himiko said dreamily, ing her thumb over her shoulder, with the frog girl. Are they alive? Himiko nodded. Look, I have had an awful day. Would you mind surrendering? He said wearily, his vision blurred momentarily. I will always surrender to you, my love. Himiko stumbled forward in a haze, her hands in front of her to be restrained, her thighs rubbed together, thinking of how he would tie her up, then tear her panties from her body and douse the fire roaring inside her with his seed. Her eyes widened when he suddenly tackled her as a massive boulder came crashing right where she was standing. They rolled on the ground, and she fell on top of him again. You saved me, she whispered before he could respond. Her lips came crashing down into as he froze, but he found himself kissing her back. She sobbed idly into his mouth before she sat up. I love you, she said quickly. Can you love a girl like me? Izuku's mind was a mess, to say the least. He was exhausted, had been rejected, stabbed, had a broken arm, and now had just shared his first kiss with the woman who stabbed him. He could see it, though, this love or obsession in her eyes, but behind it, there was this fear. She was scared of being rejected, that she had been rejected and tossed aside her W-gap life, and she was reaching out for him. If he said no, she would shatter, the darkness would consume her, and that was it. This was her last gasp to grab a hold of the light. Yes, but not if you are a villain, he said, looking her in the eyes. I can't love a villain. Himiko stopped. But I can love a girl who may have made mistakes and wants to be good. A girl who is willing to try and change, that is a girl I could love. He extended his hand. Are you that girl? But my quirk, I drink blood? Himiko said as she reached out her hand slightly before she pulled it back to herself. I don't care, Izuku said. Can you be a good girl? Himiko's hand reached out, and she was about to take his hand when suddenly Magna and Spinner came bursting into the clearing from behind her. They had a ragdoll of the Wumahud cats with them. Both were very battered. Sue and Ochaco came bursting in behind Izuku. Oh, come on! Shouted Himiko. A giant pillar of blue flame erupted into the sky. Magna grabbed Himiko's hand, yanking her back. Himiko, we got to go. Targets are acquired, Magna said. A tanker truck fell from the sky before Himiko could protest. Shota ran in as a pillar of ice sprung from the ground. It caught the tanker truck, and he fell to his knees. He looked to Izuku. They got Bakugo. Himiko was torn as to what to do. Mina, Pony, and Ajiro came crashing through. Himiko, we got to go, Magna yelled as she yanked the girl to the side, dodging two horns from Pony. Spinner stepped in front and threw two knives, forcing Ajiro to step in front and block the attack. Toga! Spinner yelled as they turned and raced off into the forest. Izuku stumbled, took a step, and stumbled again. Ochaco caught him. Deku, she whispered. Izuku looked at her. His mind again drifted to the test of courage for just a second. Why couldn't you have just said yes, he whispered. One for All responded to his call, his entire body wrapped in lightning. It danced over his body. He looked down as it danced over his fingertips, and to hers her eyes went wide. Everyone who can move! He yelled. With a gust of wind, he went into the forest. As some members of one came into the clearing, seeing the blur that was Izuku and the others, they barreled after him. Shoto pushed to his feet. Don't forget about me, my friend, he thought. He saw Riko as she had just emerged from the forest, where she had been fighting. Can you still fight? Riko was tired, sore, and bleeding, but she saw his determination. She knew she couldn't keep falling behind in Class 1A. They were all in the same state, yet they still were fighting. She saw Set and others carrying their unconscious comrades. Their teacher had been stolen. Yes. She responded fiercely. Shoto nodded and pulled her to his side as an ice pillar exploded under their feet, launching them into the air. You know my quirk does not allow for flight? She yelled. No, I did not, he yelled. Izuku. He raced through the forest in hot pursuit of the villains. He hit a clearing and saw three groups racing in three different directions. He yelled out. A new villain had joined the group. The villain wore a black and gray bodysuit that covered his body completely, along with gray boots. A mask covered his face. It was gray with white eye sockets, while the lower half covering his mouth was black. He also sported red and green wristbands, which seemed odd to Izuku. Most of the suit was black except for the section over his lower legs and the gray designs that appear to form a T and W over his chest. He broke left. Shoto and Riko were airborne, seeing Izuku break left after one group saw their other classmates coming into view. Go right, he yelled. We got center. Riko grunted as she pushed her quirk to the max to get them both to the ground. She stumbled but started running. She noticed that Shoto didn't look back. She bolted after him. It pleased her that he was treating her like an equal. This is further evidence that Nito was wrong in her book. Izuku dashed after his group. He could see Himiko looking over her shoulder at him. He could see the struggle in her eyes every time she looked back. Toga! He yelled, thankful her companions had called out her name. At least he knew her name, this girl who said she loved him. Needless to say, today had been a weird day. She wanted to call his name, but she didn't know what it was, just what that fat had called him. Izuku dived in to try to tackle the party. Magna spun on her heel, and her fist collided with the back of his head. Driving him down to the ground, blackness threatened to take him. Suddenly, he felt an explosion of light in the back of his mind. a significant buildup of pressure suddenly, a voice exploded. Stand up, ninth, keep fighting. Izuku scrambled to his feet and roared in defiance as his arm reached out. Suddenly, black jagged tentacles exploded from his arms, grabbing the villains and yanking Ragdoll to him. I got you, he said. But it felt wrong. He turned it around, and it was some doll with a bad wig. He roared and threw the villains, slamming them into trees. They crashed hard and let out yells of pain cut short as they disintegrated into a mud-like substance. He tossed the doll to the side and pulled Toga to him. Where is the rendezvous point? He demanded. That way, she said quickly, her breathing erratic. By the cliffside. Who else is out there? Dobby, Muscular, and Compress, she responded, grabbing what remained of his uniform. Will you help me? She nodded her head vigorously. Only if you call me by my first name? Toga said. I don't even know your name, he responded. You don't even know my name. Himiko, my name is Himiko, she said, getting closer to face, her breath tickling his lips. I know your name, she almost sobbed it. Her body was pressed right against him. It is my hero, she whispered, closing that final distance and kissing him. Izuku didn't hesitate this time in his short life. This was the most intoxicating, confusing, and why thing ever happening to him. He kissed this strange girl back. They broke apart breathlessly. He didn't even know if this was the real one, he realized. Let me prove that I can be a good girl so you can love me, she said, stepping back. Follow me. They raced off into the forest. Izuku couldn't overthink about it. He could feel his body riding on adrenaline. The fighting and the kiss had his heart racing. Shoto and Reiko stopped as a massive blast of blue fire cut off their pursuit. A reasonably tall, slim young man with a somewhat muscular build stepped out. He seemed to be in his early 20s and had pale skin. His black hair was spiked up around the crown of his head and hung low over his thin, turquoise, and heavily lidded eyes. His lower face and neck are covered in patches of gnarled, wrinkled, purple skin that extend below his eyes and past his collarbone. These seem connected to his skin using several crude surgical staples or hoop piercings. He has multiple silver cartilage piercings in both ears and a triple nostril piercing on the right side of his nose. He wears a dark blue jacket with a high, ripped collar, matching pants cut off above his ankles, and a pair of dark dress shoes. He also has a plain pale gray scoop neck shirt underneath and a gray belt with a circular pattern wrapped around his waist with a leather pouch attached to the back. So his favorite has decided to come out and play, the man said mockingly. His murderous gaze seemed to be focused on Shoto. Who are you talking about? Shoto said, his skin crawling under this villain's gaze. Stand aside, or I will be forced to put you down. Put me down? Put me down. The man roared, cackling maniacally. Like a dog, I guess I was the dog, discarded, begging for SS, but you know that just made me hungry. Ravenous. He lurched forward. We will see what happens when nothing is left of you but ashes. We don't have time for this, Reiko yelled. Her hands were behind her back so she could hide them glowing. You should know who you are facing, especially if you plan and do so with so many piercings. The villain's eyes widened as he screamed in pain as all his piercings were suddenly ripped out of his skin. He shot a wild blast of flames towards Reiko, who didn't even flinch as Shoto stomped his foot, and a dense pillar of ice came erupting out, pushing it through the wild attack and striking the villain in the face, sending him tumbling back. I am going to kill you both. He yelled, stumbling to his feet this time. His fire blast was more concentrated as he hit both hands forward in a focused attack as blood poured from his face. Shoto unleashed his flames. They were wild and less controlled than the villain's. He suddenly cut his fire and sent a massive wave of ice that threatened to engulf the entire clearing. The villain sneered as his flames suddenly turned blue. Shoto grabbed Reiko and dived for cover. It had been a super move Shota had been thinking of after his battle with Izuku during the sports festival and the explosion from super hot air meeting super cold. Reiko yanked the villain's hands down as the clearing exploded. The forest was silent momentarily. The third group of villains was thrown to the ground from the explosion. As they got to their feet, they were suddenly assaulted by a group of students. The children came in hard and without mercy as they were all at their limits after today. With ruthless efficiency, they just rained down their attacks. Their thrill of victory quickly soured when their targets melted into goo at their feet. The last group was almost at the evac point when Izuku and Himiko came crashing through the trees next to them. Izuku's shoulder blocked Magna, sending her flying. He continued his momentum and tackled his target to the ground. Spinner turned to stab Izuku only to find the blade kicked from his grasp by Himiko. Toga ran and tackled her to the ground. For a brief instant, Spinner thought of that old meme where three costumed heroes pointed at each other. "Give me back, Bakugo," Izuku yelled as he punched the villain. Himiko had told him was Mr. Compress. He was dressed in a dark orange shirt with an upturned collar, a green striped bolo necktie, an oval-shaped azure brooch around his neck, a black waistcoat, and black dress pants. He wore knee-high white boots with wedged heels and black toe caps, plain dark red gloves, a tall brown top hat with a red ribbon tied around it, and a pale feather on the left side. He wears a black balaclava with a gap in his mouth and eyes, and on top of it, he wears a white mask. He also has a dark yellow, double-bobed overcoat with buttoned shoulder tabs and a high collar that reaches below his knees. In addition to this, he carries a silver walking stick with a gold handle. Mr. Compress could absorb the blow, though it was still excruciating. He quickly took his walking stick and jammed it into Izuku's stomach, forcing the boy off him. Spinner was quick to act with another blade and drove it into Izuku's other shoulder before twisting and yanking it out violently. Izuku screamed and stumbled back. One arm was broken, and the other was nearly useless. He managed to duck under another attack from Spinner, only to get hit across the face once again by Mr. Compress's walking stick. He saw the villain move in to grab him. Izuku dropped down and swept Mr. Compress's legs out from under him, and he rolled back out of the way from another attack from Spinner. He spun on his heel when Spinner tried to press his advantage, pushing one for all higher. He kicked the Spinner's chest, sending the villain flying. Suddenly, the Twice struck as a dozen villains ran and dogpiled on Izuku, raining down punches and kicks from all angles. "We are sorry, no, we ain't," they all said in unison. "Stay down, get up and fight. Do not kill him twice. He is, after all, a bonus target," Mr. Compress said, getting to his feet. "Now, my dear boy, be so kind as to surrender, or one of your classmates will suffer a gruesome fate." Twice, he held up the battered head of Izuku so he could look at Mr. Compress. In his fingers, he held 3 turquoise marbles. Himiko and Toga were about to run in and stab Mr. Compress when Magna appeared. Magna grabbed both of their heads and slammed them together, knocking the real one out and destroying the clone. "What the hell is wrong with you, girl? I found him. We should leave him," came a call from the forest as more clones of Twice went in, carrying Dobby. "We need to run. Let's stay and fight." Izuku felt himself falling into blackness. He couldn't go on. He was done. He opened one eye that wasn't swollen shut, glaring at the villains before him. Out of his eye, he saw a black, raven-shaped shadow creeping around the forest edge. He smiled at the villains, his mouth a crimson maw. "How about I let you live? Unlike what I did to Muscular," he turned and spit out some blood. "Izuku, jump!" A voice yelled from the forest as Ochaco burst, swinging a massive tree trunk like a baseball bat. "Holy, so cool!" The Twice clones yelled as they splattered into goo as they were swept away from the blow. Mr. Compress yelled as he was knocked into the air by dark shadow appearing under his feet. He barely made it even with the tree line when Ojiro came leaping out with a somersaulting tail slam, sending the villain crashing back to the ground. The 3 turquoise marbles went tumbling away. "Break them open," Izuku yelled as he tried to run forward. He stumbled, extending his broken arm. The black tendrils exploded again, grabbing 2 marbles and yanking them to him. Mr. Compress went to snag the third, only for the firewall to make him yank his hand back. The marble glowed and flew through the air into Reiko's hand. "Oh dear," he said dramatically. Suddenly, the one in Reiko's hand exploded, and Nomu emerged, batting Shoto away and grabbing Reiko by the throat. Izuku broke the ones he yanked to him, and Kendo and Tetsu emerged. Toguru came leaping out of the forest. "Get our fing hands off of her." As his blade came down and severed the Nomu's arm clean off, the boy landed and spun and with another blade got the Nomu up the middle, with a deep slash. Denki emerged and leaped. He landed on the Nomu's back and touched the monster's exposed brain. "Fry, you son of..." he sneered. He plunged a metal rod into the creature's skull and unleashed his electricity. The villains made a break for it, with Mr. Compress smiling as a fat marble fell from his mouth. Hate to cut and run, he chuckled. Then, by all means, stay for the encore, said Ijiro as he came crashing out swinging a metal bat that came crashing down with a thunderous crack on the villain's arm. Mr. Compress screamed, and the marble tumbled free. Ijiro spun and brought the bat down on the marble, and out sprung Bakugo's unconscious body. For a split second, everyone froze, and then the heroes made a mad dash for their classmates. A massive torrent of blue flame made them dive for cover through the flames. They saw the charred skin villain that Shoto had fought lift Bakugo by his hair. Move, and he dies, the villain snapped. The villains retreated behind their leader. The heroes watched as Bakugo was dragged into the portal. As the fire villain yanks him into the portal, Izuku, on the verge of collapse, howls in frustration. The black tendrils once again fly into the closing portal. He blindly feels them grab someone. He pulls with all his might. Out of the closing portal comes Ragdoll. As the portal snaps shut, Izuku passed out face first in the dirt. The bar with no name. The portal snapped shut, and Bakugo immediately fired off an explosion, blowing Dabi away from him. He spun around and ducked under a knife strike by Spinner, threw his hands forward, and blasted him in the chest, launching him over the bar top and crashing into perfectly manicured bottles. He turned and landed a kick on Magni, doubling her over and causing her to drop Toga. He was about to fire off another blast as he jumped away for Shigaraki, who charged at him when his world went dark courtesy of a hit to the back of the head. Well, he certainly is a spirited soul, Compress said with a chuckle, looking at his cane critically, seeing if it was damaged from delivering the knockout blow. That's it. I am going to kill him. Dabi roared. You will do no such thing, Shigaraki growled. It is bad enough that you guys got your bum handed to you to the point that not only did you only bring back one of the targets, one was snatched out of your hands as you walked through a portal. Where is Muscular? Where is Mustard? He looked around the room. Pathetic, Vanguard Action Squad, more like barely competent NPCs. Secure him so he doesn't get away, he said, pointing to Bakugo. And you lost 4 high-ends on top of it. You are lucky I don't dust you right here and now. He turned and stomped off. Fing noobs. Toga. She awoke in her room. She got to her feet and turned on the light. She stumbled over and looked in the mirror. Quickly, almost desperately, she removed her shirt. She had shut her eyes, practically terrified that the mark wouldn't be there. Slowly, she opened her eyes. They went to her shoulder, and his mark was there. He can't love a villain, but he could love a girl who tried to change. She repeated his words. Love, he can love me. He said he didn't care about my quirk. He is lying. Self-doubt screamed. He doesn't love you. He can't love you. But that kiss, that was a real kiss, with real passion, her hope retorted. His eyes, they didn't lie. We know when they are lying. You are so stupid, you always fall for it, self-doubt railed. Always saying this time it is real, and every time it is wrong. Self-doubt hugged itself tight. I am tired of always being hurt. But this can be different. Hope yelled, I promise. If you are wrong? Self-doubt whispered. He looked good covered in blood, and if I am wrong, then we will make sure everyone bleeds. Hope responded. Fine. Self-doubt shouted. One final chance. How are we going to do it? She needed a plan to get out of here and get back to her love. She giggled at the thought and sighed wistfully, the back of her hand against her forehead slowly trailing down her face to her lips. The memory of his touch, lips, the fire, and the passion. The promise that he was about to lay her there on the very earth and ravage her. Would he even strip her? No, he would have just torn open her shirt, exposing her bobas so he could mark those as his. Her hand trailed down to her bobas, giving them a light pinch. Then he would push her white cotton panties to the side, exposing her most private area to him. Her hand began to trail lower. A whimper to be gentle that it was her first time. He would growl and tell her how if she wanted gentle, she should have submitted to someone else. A gasp and a shudder as he made her into a woman, his woman. A flash of pain followed by a trip to the gates of heaven as he molded her to fit him. She would try to beg him to be tender, but her pleasure wouldn't allow her to form words. Without mercy, he would claim her, turning her onto her stomach to mount her like an animal in heat. That was all she could be with him, submitting to his every desire as he marked her with his seed. His mouth marks her neck again and again. Then only then would he take her gently and tender as all the others watched, including that she would watch and pleasure herself as Himi's mate made love to her in front of all of them. Maybe she would let him mate with them after all. Such a big, strong man needed more than one mate, and there was that one that was in love with. Knock, knock. Who the f is it? She yelled, being ripped from her fantasy. Himi? It's Magna. Himiko mumbled to herself as she adjusted her clothing and opened the door. Magna stood there looking at Himiko, almost examining her. Himiko raised an eyebrow. Well? I need to talk to you, Magna said. Himiko stepped to the side and allowed Magna to step in. Magna looked at the bed, immediately thought better, and sat on a chair in the corner. What is going on, Himiko? Magna said, you were acting weird on the raid, then at the end, you were acting super weird, then a copy of you comes crashing in with that. Magna was about to disparage, but the look in Himiko's eyes stopped her. That boy. That boy. As you put it, he is my boyfriend and loves me, Magna sighed and put her head in her hands. And I am going to leave to be with him. Himiko, not this again. Magna lamented. Don't get wrapped up in the fantasy. What makes you think this will end any different? Because he marked me. Himiko showed Magin her shoulder and the bite mark as if that explained everything. When he kissed me, I could tell. Wait, you kissed him? Magna was shocked. When? Did you stop to kiss someone while we were fighting? Himiko nodded her head vigorously, making Magna groan. What will you do when he finds out about your quirk? Or what you have done? He said he didn't care about my quirk or what I have done. He said he couldn't love a girl who was a villain, but he could love a girl who was trying to do good. So I will do good, and he will love me. Himiko's voice trembled with passion and hope. And you are going to come with me? Wait, what? Magna stuttered. He is good, I know it. Himiko slammed her fist into her palm. They will accept me and you. We are bringing Twice and maybe Spinner. Himiko tapped her chin, but F the rest. They are going to arrest us all. Are you even more insane? Magna besobbed. Magna, I love you. You accepted me, and I accept you. Himiko walked over and crouched before her friend. Crusty lips don't give two s about us. He doesn't follow Stain. All he is doing is cosplaying at being a supervillain. He will let every one of us die. Burnt Face is all obsessed with his bull. They will toss every one of us aside to get what they want, and what they want isn't going to help us anyway. They want to change things. Well, Shigaraki does. Magna protested. To what? Himiko said. Who is going to run him? Burnt Face or that guy in the speaker? We might be on top in the end, but on top of what? You just want to see people bleed? Magna pointed out. Are you telling me you want more? Himiko nodded. Yes, I want love, I want happiness, I want to be accepted. I don't know how that will work, but Izuku has a better chance of making all that happen than those other clowns. We are all fed up in the head. We all need help, and they are not going to give us that. For the first time in years, I see a better way. And if you're wrong? Then I will bleed them all out, bath in their blood. Himiko said menacingly. Is this what you want, Magna? She gestured to the room. Is this really what you want? No, Magna hung her head. I want to make them accept me. Then let's do that, Himiko said. I want them to see me and come begging me to take them back, and then I will spit on them and laugh my mother effing them off. Not by surrounding ourselves with people who would kill us so that they can play League of Legends longer. Magna laughed. I heard he means you, that should tell you all you need. Holy, he is a toxic E. Magna laughed. I should tell you, you're nuts, that this is going to backfire, but Magna and Himiko both knew who they were talking about. For Himiko, it was her parents. For Magna, all those who made fun of her for being a woman with how she looked. Love is a mother effer, Himiko said. Love is going to change everything. This is the best thing we can do. Magna smiled at her friend. Let's do it? How are we going to do it? First, I need to convince Twice I am not leaving him here with these S. If he is going to be surrounded by S, it is going to be a better version of. Himiko smiled. Do you still not that cute shorty with the computer skills? Twice. Jean Bubigawara loved the moment he woke up. It was the perfect time for a fraction of a second. Undoubtedly, he was the original, and then it would be gone. But for that fraction of a second, the world was beautiful. Like many others who had fallen into the life of villainy, it could be traced back to problematic quirk awakening. A lack of support or help, a world that just turned away from those problems, letting them fall where they may, whether it be parents, teachers, the police, or heroes. Himiko and her need for blood, a quirk counselor's inability to do anything when, after they report to the parents that their daughter needs to drink blood, they never see the girl again. Jin's quirk is called double, but he has a problem with it. This quirk enables Jin to create a precise replica of any person or object, whether living or not. However, when he duplicates a person, he loses control over them because the clones have their autonomy, personalities, and abilities identical to the original. So, the first time it manifested who was the original and who was the clone, over 9 days, he struggled and fought against himself physically, mentally, and emotionally. No one knew where his family or parents were, but they weren't there. In the end, what was left was a broken and mentally damaged person. Hence, he uses double-speak, praising and insulting someone in the same sentence. This juxtaposition is part of a mental instability Jin would come to embrace as a villain. He believed understanding your own identity is the most essential aspect of life. Jin's identity crisis drove him to insanity. The only thing sometimes holding Twice together, literally at times, is his mask. Without it, Jin suffers more heavily from his psychosis. It is akin to dissociative disorder. While masked, he would contradict himself, but he was seemingly okay with it. Without his mask, the personalities would argue with each other, causing Jin to panic and threaten to split, but with his mask, he could be W-Gap. Jin had given up on being Jin. He was Twice now, that was what everyone called him. While mostly everyone did, he had surrendered the name of Jin to embrace this new life. He hadn't heard his name in so long till she asked him what his name was. Twice, he responded. Wow, your parents named you Twice, that is effed up, she quipped. He paused and thought before saying, Jin Twice. Nice to meet you, Jin. I'm Himiko, or Himi if you like, she said with a toothy grin. Hello Himiko. That led him to the now, awake, sitting in his room, listening to her tell him about this insane genius plan. Insane genius? This will never work. It is going to work. I will help you. I will rat you out. I am bringing you with me, Jin, Himiko said before he could reply. She pulled his mask up and pressed her finger to her lips. I am not going to leave you with these S. I am going to take you to a better class of. We won't know who the real one is. The fake one will be left behind for sure. He lamented once he could freely move his lips. Let me worry about that. Himiko whispered. Do you trust me? Yes, kind of. He was shocked they agreed on something. Truthfully, they both believed that Dabi and Shigaraki would kill them to get what they wanted. But then it wouldn't be that bad. The dead one was the fake, cause the original was too bright to get killed. Spinner. I think you are wrong, Himiko, he replied. I won't rat you out, but who is the only hero worthy of killing Stain? Himiko asked, rubbing her forehead. All Might, of course, he responded, wondering if maybe she had suffered some mental damage. Who did Stain say had potential? That kid, the one you are claiming, the one that is your boyfriend. He responded, sensing pain was in his future if he continued with his initial statement. Krusty never says anything good about All Might, does he? Spinner opened his mouth to retort, but he couldn't. He stopped and tried to think hard about it. Now, should we stay with the guy who doesn't seem to like All Might, or the person Mr. Stain said was worthy, or should we hang out with those two instead? The system is corrupt, false heroes, he protested. I hear you, but do you think Krusty will bring about real heroes? Himiko raised her eyebrow. Or should we infiltrate hero society and ensure that the person Mr. Stain said was worthy is protected, and if he is putting on a false front, we should take him out? Spinner couldn't argue with that. You better be right about this, Himiko. Of course I am. She winked, quickly leaving the room. Katsuki Bakugo. His eyes snapped open, he was cold, wet, tied to Fing chair, and his arms were bound, with his palms placed squarely in his chest. He would blast through himself if he wanted to fire off an explosion to break free. Not that he could generate enough sweat to spark a fart at the moment. He struggles to remember how he got here. What he can remember is him off there is the fuzzy memory of that Deku looking towards him. He was so desperate, looking at him like he needed to save him. I don't need you looking down on me, you Fing Deku. He roared to no one in particular. I am going to get out of here, beat all these up and show you who the best is. He thrashed against his restraints violently, and suddenly ice-cold water fell from the ceiling, dousing him. The shock made his muscles tense and made him even more addition. The door to his cell opened, and in walked a crazy-looking girl with ash blonde hair and a stupid smile. She was carrying a tray with what looked like food. Who the F are you? He yelled, let me out of here so I can kick your bum. She stopped and blinked at him. Are you Fing stupid? Katsuki froze. What the hell did you just say? Are you Fing stupid? She said louder. I wonder if those explosions have made him deaf. I can hear just fine, you stupid. He continued to yell. Do you know who the F I am? The guy from the memes, she responded cheerfully. Katsuki growled. She closed the door. I brought you food. I don't want any food. Shove it up your bum. He began to thrash again. It is all for love, it is for love, she whispered. He went to yell again, but she shoved a peanut butter and jelly sandwich in his mouth. His muffled response was music to her ears. Now listen here, idiot, who in their right mind would let you out so they could get beat up? He glared at her, trying to will her death with his mind. But I will let you out. He stared at her, and his thrashing stopped. If you cooperate. He wanted to yell, but instead, he thought he could use this to his advantage. He looked at the cup of water on the tray, and she held it up, allowing him to drink. He choked down the sandwich. Why would I cooperate with a bunch of villains? Because we are going to switch sides, and you are going to our ticket to do so? She grinned. No one uses Katsuki sandwich inserted. Now listen, the heroes have no idea where you are. Krusty is going to try and convert you because of that little meme creation from the sports festival, Himiko said, holding the water and staring down at him. Now you can either escape or wait to be rescued, princess. What is it going to be? He looked at the water. Once he could talk, escape. Good now, do you have the phone number for my Izuku? Why would you need the number for that stupid DKU? As the words flew from his mouth, he felt a feeling of murderous intent wash over him. She was no longer smiling, that intent radiated out of her. Her eyes narrowed, and suddenly, a blade was in her hand. He went to say something, and that same blade was in his mouth. He froze. That is my beloved. You are talking about Worm, she said. If you call him Deku again, I am going to cut your tongue out and make you eat it. I don't need you Gap, understand what I mean. Blink twice if you understand. Katsuki felt the blade push in more. He thought she would do it. What the hell was this beloved Deku thing about? He blinked twice. I am trying to show that I can be a good girl so I can have my love, but I am not there yet, and if I have to carve pieces from you to get there, well, she shrugged. I am sure he will understand. What the F is going on? This is insane. Now I need to get a hold of him so we can work out a deal where we all get what we want, except Krusty and Burnt Face, she said. The sooner you do that, the sooner you get out of here, capiche? Bakugo blinked twice. Himiko giggled and pulled the knife out of his mouth. Now, do you have that number or not? Izuku. The familiar smell of disinfectant and a hospital room greeted him, followed by murmured voices. As he struggled to open his eyes, he recognized his mother and Yagi. Water, he croaked. Izuku young Midoriya. Suddenly, they were at his side, his mother lifting water to his lips and allowing him to sip. Bakugo? He said hopefully. The look in his mentor's eyes was all the answer he needed. They are still trying to locate him, Yagi said. Fortunately, Ms. Yaoyorozu was able to plant a tracking device on one of the Noma that attacked the camp. The range is limited, but we are doing all we can. Izuku didn't know if he wanted to cry, scream, or what. He looked at his severely bandaged arms. How bad is it? That doesn't matter right now, Inko said, stroking his cheek. How bad? He demanded. There has been some permanent damage to your hands you should be able to regain over 90% with therapy. Recovery girl will be by now that you are awake, Yagi said. Inko had flinched back some when he raised his voice. I'm sorry, Mom, I shouldn't have yelled. He fought back the tears. I just wasn't strong enough. I tired, but it was just too much. It is all right, young Midoriya, Yagi reassured him. You did all you could and even more so. You fought so far beyond what anyone could have asked of you. Izuku, Inko whispered. Why are you pushing yourself so hard, honey? Inko looked at Izuku, her eyes wet and pleading. Because I have to, Mom. Izuku looked at Mr. Yagi. Mom, I never developed a quirk. Mr. Yagi coughed up blood. What are you talking about? Inko said concerned, I saw the sports festival. You see, Mom, I have All Might's quirk. All Might's quirk is special. It can be passed on from one person to another, and he gave it to me. Inko was speechless. She didn't know if he was lying, had suffered brain damage, or what. She looked into his eyes and knew that wasn't. Show her. He said, looking at Mr. Yagi. Young Midoriya, he protested. This is my quirk now, my secret. If I am going to break myself, then she needs to know. We have been lying and dancing around each other for too long. He looked at Inko. I love you, Mom. His tears couldn't be held back. I know you want me to stop, but I can't. Now, please show her. Suddenly, in a puff of smoke, Mr. Yagi was gone, and there stood All Might. Inko fell back. Thankfully, there was a chair to catch her. You're All Might? She whispered. With a puff of smoke and coughing of blood, Mr. Yagi was back. I am. He began as he told Inko everything from his injury to looking for a successor to his encounter with Izuku. Why didn't you tell me? She said, looking at her son. Izuku opened his mouth but then stopped. I felt this chasm between us. We danced around it for so long that I didn't know how to cross it. I also know that you think I should stop and maybe give this to someone else. Inko nodded. But I can't. For my entire life, I have dreamed of becoming a hero, and now, after all this, I realize that I have to do this a different way. I can't be All Might. I have to be me. He looked to his mentor. I can never be you. I realize that now. Everything I am doing is almost like a tribute. The costume, the way I fight, the reckless abandon that I charge in with. I fail to see the reckless abandon part, he said. Because you do that, but it is because you can, Izuku responded. You took to one for all immediately, yet you still went and trained for years and years in America before you came and made your debut. So all I have ever seen is the trained, confident All Might. That is what I have been copying. Izuku looked down. All my life, I have been looking at other people's quirks, thinking about how they work, how they don't work, limitations, and how to overcome them. With One for All, I keep thinking about how you use it, how to do it like you, and I can't do it like you. All Might nodded. He understood what Izuku was saying. No one saw the stumbling All Might. All they saw was the symbol of peace. Izuku was right. He needed to find his way, make One for All his. It was his now. I am sorry for keeping this from you, Inko, he said as he bowed before her. You need to do better, she said, staring at All Might, whose head lifted to her words. He has been trying to be you. Those other children are breaking themselves to follow after you. You need to be better, not just for Izuku but for all of them. You are correct. I have failed young Midoriya and his classmates. He walked over and sat down. I will do better, I swear. Inko touched Izuku's fingertips. I won't ask you to stop, but I will make you swear that you will come home to me. I love you so much, Izuku, and I don't want anything more to come between us. I am your mother, and nothing will ever change that. I love you too, Mom. Izuku said he had never wished for instant healing so much in his life as he only wanted to hug and be hugged by his mom. The room fell into silence until the door opened, and in walked Chio, aka Recovery Girl, accompanied by Nizu. Before Recovery Girl could even speak. I know, Izuku said. I know now, I understand it finally. I won't say that I won't ever be this hurt again, but it won't be because I was being pig-headed and stubborn. Just one more time, he hung his head. One more time, she said, kissing his head. Nizu was about to speak when Izuku's phone rang, drawing everyone's attention. Inko held up his phone. Unknown caller. Answer it, Izuku said. I have no idea who it can be, Inko answered the call, putting it on speaker. Hello? He said hesitantly. Oh my darling, it is you. A girl's voice came over the speaker, catching everyone by surprise. I was afraid that I may have been given the wrong number. But I am so glad it is you. Did you miss me? I missed you. All I can think about is that kiss and how I long to be with you. Eyebrows raised, Inko glared at her son, who blushed and coughed. Himiko, how did you get my number? From that blonde, butt wipe. Bakugo. Izuku said quickly as Nizu pulled out his phone and typed furiously. Yeah, him, she giggled, I almost had to cut out his tongue. He kept calling you that horrible word, but he understood, so he isn't as he looks. See, I am trying to be a good girl for you. More strange looks were sent his way. I appreciate that, Himiko. Can I maybe talk to him? Nope. Why? Because I am not where he is, silly boy, again she giggled. I thought it was all a dream till I woke up and saw your mark upon my body. Oh, how I miss you, Izuku. This conversation was going to be the death of him, he knew it. I miss you too, she squealed with delight. If you could tell me where Bakugo is, it would go a long way to helping me prove that you are becoming a good girl. Nope? She responded. I want to make a deal. Is there anyone listening that can make a deal with me? I can, Nizu said, coming towards the bed. How did you know? Speakerphone and I have good hearing, Himiko said. Who are you? Nizu, principal of UA. What is it that you want? Some of my comrades and I are seeking asylum. We will bring you butt wipe, and in return, we get all of our crimes wiped clean and get a chance to live a new life. I want to be with my darling. Himiko paused. You attacked my students, and now you want us to take you in? Yup, you see, we were misinformed by the E that runs this 2-bit popsicle stand, and well, I fell in love with my darling, and after he asked me out, I have to be with him, Himiko sighed. But he said I have to be a good girl, that even though I had done bad if I could be a good girl, he could love me. I see, Nizu raised an eyebrow, looking at the blushing mess that was Izuku. What else can you offer? Well, Krusty or Shigaraki's location, along with Kurogiri, that teleporter, Dabi, and I have information on who is running this. I think I understand why you are doing this, but what about the others? Nizu asked, his curiosity piqued. Magni wants to be accepted. She got shunned and treated like, so when that happens, you try and make the life you can. You see, Shigaraki is right, things are effed up and need to be better, but he is such a bag that all he wants to do is burn it down with nothing better to take its place. It sounded great, the changing part, Mr. Staines, who I believed, all those false heroes. Same with Spinner. There was a shudder at the mention of Stain. Twice, he is good, but like me, no one was there to help him when he got broken, and he is broken. We will not do jail. We want help. You and at least one other of your group follow Stain's teachings. Why should I trust you? Nizu replied. Stain was right and wrong. Too many heroes are doing this for the wrong reasons, but my Izuku, he is the real thing. If he can love a girl like me, then I know he can be a real hero, and maybe the next me won't have to be broken. Himiko went silent. I will make this easy. You grant us asylum, and I will bring you back your student unharmed. For members of the league, the name of the guy selling all us the bill of goods to get us to help Krusty, you know the guy who got all those people for that little attack on your school, and the biggest secret of them all, who is calling the shots. Deal? Nizu said, smiling. Can I trust him, Izuku? Himiko said warily. I trust him, Izuku said. Himiko, if he doesn't hold up his end, then we run away, all right? You would run away with me? Bust me out and take off? Yes. Okay, I trust you, Izuku. We will be at the south gates of UA at midnight. You betray us, and well, is going to get real bad real fast. The phone went dead. Nizu picked up his phone. Well? The call was being bounced around. Honey, please explain. Inko said wide-eyed, staring at her son. So I ended up knocking her away from attacking Tsu and Ochaco, and in the struggle, I bit her shoulder, again with more eyebrows. I was my only option at the time, but long story short, she started spouting this crazy stuff that I was her boyfriend and how I marked her. But then later she asked me if I could ever love a girl like her. And Mom, the look in her eyes, she was drowning, so desperate for a helping hand, I told her the truth. I could, but not if she was a villain, that if she had done bad but tried to do good and was a good girl, then I could. Izuku looked to Nizu. Please, sir, yes, I get that she is crazy, but she is so desperate for acceptance for love that she is willing to risk everything, and her friends are just as desperate for help and acceptance that they are willing to follow her to me, for that. Nizu looked at Izuku. And will you leave if I go back on my word? Yes, Izuku's gaze never wavered. Let me be honest, I trust you, Sir All Might trust you. And if someone who wants help so badly throws everything away only for you to betray them, then you are not worthy of that trust. Okay, Nizu smiled, but you are going to help with them. Izuku nodded. Good. I got to get things sorted out and the proper paperwork done before they show up. Nizu went to leave. Sir, Izuku called out. Yes, Mr. Midoriya? Muscular? He saw All Might and Inko's expression drop. He will never bother anyone again, Nizu replied as he and Recovery Girl exited the room. Inko looked over at Izuku. Are you alright, honey? He was a monster mom. He was trying to kill a kid at the camp. He killed the kid's parents. They used to be pro-heroes. When he found out, he was excited about killing him. If he had gotten to anyone else, he would have killed them without a single thought. The world is better off without him in it. Izuku looked away. It doesn't feel good, but... Inko sat on the edge of the bed and pulled him into a tender hug, stroking his head. They sat there silently. All Might leave the room feeling like he was intruding. Mother and son stood like that till he fell asleep from Recovery Girl's healing. Ochaco's apartment. Do you think you will wake up soon? Ochaco said absently, pushing around some food on her plate. Ochaco was surprised when Sue showed up at her door with a carry-out but thankful that her friend had come to see her after everything that had happened. I hope so, Ribbit, Sue responded. He was so beat up, and then he had that black stuff around his arm. The paramedics were surprised he was still breathing, Caro. He was so exhausted that they were saying the adrenaline was the only thing keeping him going as long as he did. That his body shut down because it couldn't handle anymore. Ochaco sighed, finally taking a bite of the food Sue had brought to her. After that first bite, her stomach told her to eat or else. So, will you tell me what happened between you two? Sue asked, breaking the silence. He said something to you in the clearing when the villains started to retreat. I could see in your face that it bothered you, Ribbit. Ochaco set the plate aside and pulled her knees up towards her chin. When we were doing the test of courage, he confessed, told me he liked me, that I was the first girl he ever loved, I was his best friend, he wanted to be with me. I thought that was the plan. Sue said, confused. I friend-zoned him. You did what? I hit him with I want to focus on becoming heroes, maybe after we graduate. Are you FING stupid? Ochaco's head shot up. Do you not understand how good of a guy he is? That other girls like him and didn't go after him is because they saw how he looked at you? We all thought you liked him. I do like him. Ochaco protested. I don't know why I did it. It was everything I wanted him to say, and then it flew out of my mouth. I just want to tell him I effed up, I panicked. He looked really hurt, Ochaco, Sue said, calming down. She picked up the empty plates and walked over to the fridge, putting the rest of the food she brought away for Ochaco to eat later. I won't lie to you, I am one of those girls. Ochaco's eyes widened. I like him, and I like you, but if he tells you no, I will ask him out. The other girls might wait a bit, but I wouldn't count on you having much of a grace period after they find out you rejected him and then tried to get him back. I am disappointed in you, Ochaco. Wait, you like him, but you like me? Like me? Ochaco stammered out. I like who I like, Sue said. If you like girls, let me know. But I want Izuku, he can give me tadpoles in the future, you cannot. Sue. Ochaco blushed, coughed, and stammered. I speak my mind, you know that. Sue stopped at the door to the apartment. You messed up, Ochaco, and you hurt Izuku. Even if he doesn't take you back and accepts my confession, I hope we can still be friends. With that, Sue left. Ochaco stared at the door. It was a lot to process. Sue like her, and Izuku. Was Sue hoping that the three of them? She closed her eyes. She could still see his face, the pain evident. Why couldn't you have said yes? She could still feel that lightning dancing from his hand to hers. OHF, please don't let it be too late. She pleaded silently. Katsuki Bakugo. When the door opened, he saw that crazy again, but this time she wasn't alone. Some weirdo in a blue bodysuit was with her. This guy going to get us what we want? No way this guy will be any good? Yup, he's our ticket to getting the F out of here. Himiko's sadistic glare was now fixed on him. Don't worry, he won't trouble you, Twice. She pulled out a knife and ran it across her tongue. He likes having a tongue in. Katsuki growled in anger. You are lucky I don't get out of here and blow all US up. Himiko skipped to him. The blade of the knife tapped his mahood. Listen, I already talked with Nizu. Bakugo had already frozen when the knife tapped him, but now his eyes were even wider at the mention of Nizu. Listen, how would you like to do both? Get out of here and blow the guys that attacked your school into the middle of next week? And you won't even have to worry about being used as bait for the heroes to rescue. You get to walk out of here and blow up. I am listening. Himiko. It wasn't hard. A simple internet outage at the right time was all it took to distract Krusty while Team 1 made their way to the exit and out into the night. Himiko was expecting blonde bozos 2-6 to put up more of a fight, but it was surprisingly easy to convince them to stay behind and blow the F up. Like maybe he needed to see someone, because convincing them to stay behind and wreck was as simple as convincing a bunch of villains to switch sides based off one girl's interaction during a kidnapping with a boy who she stabbed, but then he bit her, marking her as his, and everything just flipped on its head then, and he said that if she was good he could love her. Then they kissed like a real good kiss, the kind where if it was in a movie the camera would zoom in, the orchestra would come in, the type that makes the panties drop, and oh how they had fallen till that frog with those Y legs had come in all kicking and stuff. But then they had to run away, but she didn't want to run, so now she had to get back to the boy, but she couldn't leave these other people behind because they just needed to find that movie kiss so they would get better. And Krusty was no follower of Mr. Stain. He said he wanted to change things, but all that really meant was putting himself on top, not really helping anyone and letting all fall apart like his quirk. More on that later. Where was she? Oh yeah, then there was Burnt Face. And he was just there for his bull. Still, he had been recruited by the speaker box, and that meant he wasn't in this for any other reason than what that guy had promised him. There was that wacko doctor who wanted to get samples of them. He made those Nomu, but the Nomu were with the speaker box guy, who was the real person in charge, and he had to be a quirk thief. Everyone in the underground heard the rumors of the quirk thief, and she knew he had to be the quirk thief because they were sent to bring back that lady's quirk. Not the lady. They had to bring her back to deliver to Speaker Box, which meant he was the quirk thief. People didn't like to talk about him, but she knew his name. The quack had said it once, all for one. And well, F that noise. So after they had a twice brawl for all till there was one left standing, they made their escape. Simple, right? To keep the blonde dip from wreaking their plans, they used quick sedatives once they were outside, and they could carry him like a burrito to the meet. Burrito. Hey, does anyone want to stop for a burrito on the way? I want one. Himiko said. We shouldn't stop, Spinner sighed. Burritos rule only if it is a chimichanga. Was Twice's opinion. Oh, a shrimp burrito sounds so good, Magni said, licking her lips. Gross delicious. Cool, let's grab a burrito on the way, Himiko said, skipping ahead. The exchange. Are you sure about this, Himi? Magni asked as they looked at the back gates of UA. No, but I have faith, she responded. I have faith in Izuku. And if it goes bobas up Twice, you know what to do. Make them all FING pay, burn this mother FER down. Twice seemed surprised by his response. See, you can agree, Himiko giggled at him. Okay, guys, I am going out there. Watch for my signal. She turned to Magni. You don't have to go with me, I can turn into you and carry him myself. Hell no, Himiko, Magni said, adjusting the sack of potatoes over her shoulder, otherwise known as Bakugo. You are my ride or die. If this goes sideways, I am with you till the wheels fall off. Himiko could only smile and kiss Magni on the cheek as they stepped out of concealment and made their way to the back gate. Himiko was a little nervous. Self-doubt and worry crept into her mind. What if he was lying to her? What if this was all a trap? Not only was she risking herself but the others as well. Having others follow you into the unknown with nothing but your words and willingness to believe in you was a heavy weight to bear. She closed her eyes momentarily and could envision warm, beautiful, soft green eyes looking back at her. Words that made her heart soar and soul dare to dream. She let loose a shuddering breath. One last time, she would risk everything on the most insane, fickle, deceptive, confusing, undefinable thing: love. Once they were within 25 yards of the gate, it opened, and standing there was a short, white-furred, anamorphic creature of some sort in a business suit. The pro-heroes Midnight and Snipe, as well as the one person who made running impossible, also helped to ease her somewhat. All Might. Himiko and Magni stopped moving. Himiko took a step forward, and Magni looked around nervously. She pointed at the creature. You must be Nizu. I am, Nizu said, stepping forward. Then you must be Himiko. Where are your other associates? Hanging back in case you decide to screw us over, Himiko responded, looking over to All Might. You here to take us in? Not unless that is what is called for, All Might responded. I have to ask, what have you done to young Bagwo? Oh, him, he is just asleep. He is too loud and stupid for us to make our way here without him messing all this up. Magni walked forward, holding out Bakugo. All Might met her and took the boy from Magni, walking him back and placing him behind the wall. You have your student back. Where are our pardons? He is in good shape, all things considering, a woman's voice said from behind the wall. Information? Nizu said as Midnight handed him a folder. Bring it over, let Magni take a look while you and I talk. Himiko called out, you can bring All Might with you, but only All Might. The groups meet. All Might hand the folder to Magni, who starts reading. Here is the location of Shigaraki. With him are Kurogiri, Dabi, and Mr. Compress. There are no Nomus there. They are with the quirk thief and the doctor. She noticed that All Might seemed to stiffen at the words quirk thief. Have you met this quirk thief? Nizu said. His voice and smile were cheerful and almost playful, but not to Himiko. This was just a mask that Nizu was wearing. No, he normally talks through a speaker box, but rumors in the underground have been forever about the quirk thief. He is the guy in charge. Shigaraki answers to him, the doctor who makes those Nomu. I heard him say his name. Himiko smiled. All for one. A multitude of emotions played across All Might. He wanted us to bring that Wumahud cat girl to him, but the way it was relayed to us was to bring her quirk to him. That's how I knew it was the quirk thief. How did you come to work for him? Nizu asked, watching Himiko closely. We were recruited by a broker named Jiren. We didn't go to work for him. We went to work for Shigaraki because we thought Mr. Stain was part of his little League of Villains. Himiko paused. I get it now, League of Villains, League of Legends. Man, that guy is such a child. Nizu arched an eyebrow at that comment. Stain was not part of the League? We thought he was, but Stain looked up to All Might, he said, pointing at number 1. He always said that All Might was the true hero that all others needed to be measured against. Not in it for the fame or glory, he used to talk about that for years. Years? All Might questioned. Yeah, he took care of me for a while, but that doesn't matter. Himiko waved her hand dismissively. You see, if Shigaraki were a true believer like Stain, this would be different, but he just hates your guts and wants to kill you, destroy the system, and all that bull. He is saying that he wants to be on top of the new system that he has no ideas for and will be pure chaos. Don't get me wrong, I love some good chaos, but nothing will change. It probably gets worse, to be honest. Himiko shrugged. Him and that sensei all for one, it just sounds like the plot out of a comic book or some like that. Can you tell us where he is? Nizu pressed. No, Himiko's face brightened. Tomorrow, Shigaraki is going to have an awful day when he goes to try and convert that stupid blonde to his league. That is when Blondie gets to go all murder explosion on their bum. I don't understand? Nizu said. How will he interrogate Mr. Bakugo when you deliver him to us? Because we cloned him. Himiko said, clapping. 5 times, to be exact. You have someone who can clone people? Himi nodded. And they have the quirk of the person? Again, Himi nodded. Is this one of the people you brought with you? Another nod. what is it that you want? All Might asked. You said you followed Stain and that if Shigaraki did or wanted real change, then you may not be here? Acceptance first off, Himiko sighed. And better laws in place to help people, to not label people just because of their quirk, or have them dismissed because of it. Magni, here is a girl. Nizu and All Might looked at Magni. And how she presents has been the source of endless ridicule and discrimination, so her only path was villainy. I need blood, I have to drink it, I love it, but my parents didn't like that, and when they took me to a quirk counselor who told them that they took me to another and then another who told them they could fix me and I didn't need blood. By them denying you blood, it caused you to lash out after the thirst became too much, Nizu said, looking at Himiko differently. The denial of blood along with the stereotype that comes with a blood quirk, which I am positive was accompanied by abuse from your parents when you would inevitably be caught after drinking the blood of an animal, lead to mental and emotional scarring. Yeah, sure, Himiko said, glossing over Nizu's response. Twice quirk awakening f'd him up because there was nowhere he could go to get help. Only the rich can afford that. No one looks out for those in the street. No quirk training for those with problematic quirks so they can go on and lead a decent life. Himiko's demeanor was shifting from joyful to angry the more she talked. You need licensing to use your quirk for business or just normal work that takes money, and that takes training, and that is f'd up. It is all about the flash quirk. Who cares if the person is a piece of trash? Himiko pointed over to the area behind the wall. You have that blonde in your school who is so eager to fight and blow someone up that he doesn't listen unless you threaten to cut off his balls. Acts like a raving lunatic in front of the W-Gap Nation, calls the boy I love Deku. Himiko's eyes were filled with rage. Did anyone see how he broke himself in that forest and fought with the passion and fire of 1,000 suns? And that mother effer has the nerve to call him Deku? Did anyone get that some help after 1 minute with him? I could tell that dude ain't right in the head. Magni said sternly. Okay, I'm cool, Himiko took a deep breath. Look, Mr. Principal, Mr. All Might, we want a fresh start, some help, and I want to be with my Izuku. In exchange, I have provided all the information I promised. Magni? I ain't no lawyer, but it all looks legit. There are some blank spots for names, but they couldn't fill that stuff in, Magni said, looking at the heroes. But we have to stay here at U.A. until we get rehabilitated, so kind of like a fancy jail but provisions, food, money kind of. It says as long as we don't act all crazy, we can leave campus and… Do I get to go to class with Izuku? Himiko said, staring at Nizu. That is part of the deal. I get to be with my Izuku. Yes, Nizu said. Himiko Toga, I welcome you to UA. Himiko smiled, turned, and waved her hand over her head. Cautiously Twice and Spinner emerged. Twice and Spinner, she said, bowing to Nizu, we are in your care. So when can I see my precious Izuku again? He is still recovering in the hospital but will be discharged tomorrow, Nizu smiled. We will see about him stopping by. If you follow me, I will show you 4 to your accommodations. I won't do well in jail. I will make you my… Twice said as he walked up. Staff meeting. So this undoubtedly a trap is being set up to catch you off guard, Nizu said to All Might. It would seem so, replied All Might in his deflated form. It wasn't time for secrets anymore, not with All for One about to re-emerge. The entire staff had sat there while the All Might they knew had laid himself bare to them, telling them all the truth about himself, his quirk, and his relationship with Izuku. Once we have the location, what do we do? Vlad said, his elbows resting on the table. We need to begin to organize an assault. We should be ready to move on Shigaraki's hideout. If we can have an assault team in position at both locations, we may be able to spring a trap of our own, Nizu replied. The problem is and shall be All for One, All Might said, looking up to the ceiling. We cannot risk him stealing anyone's quirk. But, All Might snapped his fingers, if we have them, keep distance. Then we can remove the risk of their quirks being stolen, Mike said excitedly. I only need line of sight, Aizawa said, a hint of anger permeating his voice. I want this brought down. We need to call in all the top heroes we can, Snipe said, twirling his hat. This showdown can't just be a good old-fashioned duel. As you said, if this fellow is dangerous, we must give it everything we can. I will talk to Endeavor personally, All Might said. We must put aside this petty one-sided rivalry. The greater good is at stake. Once he is located, I can lead the evacuation of the area, said Ectoplasm. I doubt this conflict will stay confined, and this villain does not strike me as the type to take innocent lives into account. What about what Toga said? Midnight asked. She brought someone who can clone people, including their quirks. She may have just delivered the winning hand to us, Nizu said. It seems we are fortunate that Mr. Midoriya not only bit her but said those sweet words to her. Only if you are a good girl, Nizu smirked. You humans are such a strange lot, the things you do for love. Endeavor. The number 2 hero of Japan just fell back in the chair, stunned, shocked, and at a complete loss. His rival, his hated foe, was a shell of himself. It had been for years the only reason Endeavor had gained any ground had been because he was injured and had to slow down. But even though he was injured and declining, he still held the top spot. All those years, he was pushing Shoto and destroying his family for a goal that was nothing more than a twisted desire in one person's mind. All Might paid the rankings no mind and thought nothing of Endeavor passing him. The rankings were just the public views, and he would have done everything the same even if he was number 100. Endeavor felt his mind breaking as he thought of how he drove Tuya so hard only to cast him aside when Shoto came along and what he did to Rei. He just tossed Natsuo to the side like garbage and dismissed Fuyumi as nothing more than a caretaker for Shoto. He had based his W-gap life around this stupid desire. He was running a race against someone who didn't even know they were in one. He never brought out Shoto's fire. It was that kid Izuku. It wasn't him that his son wanted to be. It was All Might. Another classmate had been the one to inspire Shoto, the same one that fought the hero killer, had ended Muscular, torn Nomu's apart with his bare hands, and saved Ragdoll. Shoto was chasing Izuku, the same kid who told Endeavor to his face that Shoto wasn't him and that he wasn't All Might. Shoto never told him what Izuku had said during that battle, but Izuku could have ended it. Instead, he kept pushing Shoto while breaking himself. Now, Endeavor sat there. His life had been a lie that he perpetrated on himself. A farce he had forced on his children that he had broken his wife over. A woman he had bought, whom he had forced into marriage, to bear him children for this meaningless goal. Now, the broken symbol had come to him and laid himself bare to ask for help in ending the greatest of evils, to be there and possibly lay down his life to end an ancient scourge. If he survived, he could salvage something of his life. If he lived, he could salvage something worth being remembered for. Izuku. Inside Izuku's hospital room, Class 1A is gathered and debating what to do about Bakugo. Ijiro suggests that they use Momo's device to save Katsuki instead of waiting for the pro heroes. However, Tenya is against the idea, and most of Class 1A agrees. Yuka suggests they leave it to the pro heroes as they cannot participate in combat. Fumikage agrees with Yuga and says nothing else since he has been saved many times. Tsu stops to remind everyone to be level-headed and not act like villains. Everyone remains silent and distressed. Ochaco tries several times to catch Izuku's gaze, but he only looks at her briefly before looking away. She knows what they should do. Let the pro heroes handle it. They are not allowed to use their quirks in public, let alone cause a fight with them. Regardless of the circumstances, if they are caught, they will all find themselves, if they are lucky, merely expelled and, at worst, under arrest on vigilante charges. Yet, she thinks about what Izuku would do and knows he would run off to save any of them. We should do it, Ochaco says, ending the silence. See, Ochaco is in, Ijiro says. Look, I am not asking you guys for permission. I talked to Momo, and she agreed that we are going after him tonight. Either you are with me or not. You know Bakugo would do the same. No, he wouldn't, Izuku said to the shock of the class. And if he did, it wouldn't be for some altruistic reason that he wanted to save any of us. It would be just to beat some villains and prove his strength. What are you saying? We should just leave him? Ijiro said, anger in his voice. What I am saying is that one shouldn't attribute reasons that don't exist, and it is reckless for you to go running off thinking you can somehow break him out wherever they are holding him, Izuku said, and he got out of bed to stand. Isn't calling us reckless kind of like the pot calling the kettle black? Denki said, sounding irritated. It is, Izuku said, and he bared his arms to the class. This is what my recklessness has brought me. The ligaments in my arms are deteriorating, and if I keep injuring myself, they will be damaged beyond repair. He walked around the bed to stand before the entire class. How are you going to get him out without fighting? Are you all going to sacrifice your careers? How are you going to deal with Shigaraki? Your hardening won't save you, Ijiro. What is your plan, Momo? That guy with the metal in his face, what about his fire? The lizard guy is good with knives, then the walking magic act, or don't forget that physical fighter they have, the girl with the knives, and last but least the teleporter from the USJ. Ijiro fell silent. Don't forget about the Nomu's ribbit, Sue added. You can't just go running off. Izuku went running off at the beginning of the fight at camp, Mineta said, pointing at Izuku. You ran off to save that kid. You ran off in Hosu. When someone else wants to do it, you tell them to stop. Yes, Mineta, I did because there was no other option. I had no idea that Muscular was up there, so I went to get the coda and came back. I ran into the unknown and paid the price. They could hear a hint of pain in his voice. That's what happens when you run into the unknown, you almost die, like in Hosu. And that was because of my stupidity, Tenya said. If he hadn't come after me, and if Shoto hadn't been there, then I would be dead. So your answer is just to sit back and do nothing? Ijiro growled. No, Ijiro, I am saying, what is the plan? How are you and Momo going to get in and out without fighting and without sparking a major fight in the process? Izuku replied. What if a populated area surrounds their base? Mina said quietly, and they unleashed Nomus to chase you down. Running in blind and barely surviving is something I am the king of, Izuku said, placing his hand on Ijiro's shoulder. But it isn't just my life, yours, Momo, or anyone else that we risk running in blind. It is Bakugo's and everyone else that is going to get caught in the crossfire. We all feel like that he was taken. We all have a hard time sitting here because we feel like we failed. He looks around at the class. We lost, we all lost. But running in there blind on hope and prayer not only runs the risk of getting you killed, but Bakugo killed and anyone who happens to be around. And if we survive, not only do we run the risk of jail and expulsion, but all the others will suffer because we ran in half Mahood. I am saying that we need a better plan than this. And if you know where he is, why haven't you told the pros? There was a knock at the door, and Inko stepped in, surprised to see the crowded room. If you all wouldn't mind stepping out, I want to get changed and go home. What happened to Muscular? Mizo said. He is dead, Izuku said as he turned away from the class. I would like to get changed now. Quietly, the class filed out. He is different, Kyoka said as they walked down the hall. That day changed him. Do you think he killed Muscular? Mineta said to the class. Izuku is not one to lie, Shoto said. Not about something like that. He is right. If you know where he is, we need to tell the pros. If they don't do anything about it, I will go with you. If the heroes do not act, then I will go with you as well, Tenya said. But Izuku is right. We need a plan, and we need to tell the pros first. Toga meets Inko. Inko and her son walked out of the hospital to the waiting car. Once seated in the back, it pulled away from the curb, taking them to their home and to the UA. It was decided that since Izuku was instrumental in inspiring Toga and her friends to defect, it was essential to come to see them. Once they arrived, Snipe and Niza greeted them. Glad to see you up and about, Mr. Midoriya, Niza greeted them. Mrs. Midoriya, welcome to UA. Snipe tipped his hat, ma'am. Is he safe? Izuku said quickly. Yes, he is in the infirmary at the moment. But that is to keep his rescue quiet for the moment, Nizu smiled. Your girlfriend has brought us quite the boon, and we are putting it to good use. Inko raised an eyebrow at this but said nothing. You need to do something quickly. Some members of my class are considering going on a rescue mission. I did my best to stall them without revealing anything, Izuku responded as they started walking. His safe return will be announced by the end of the day. We plan on springing our trap soon, Nizu said as they walked. Now, Mr. Midoriya, there are some things I need to discuss before you meet Ms. Toga. They have brought us an absolute gem for this operation and others. Their loyalty hinges on part of your behavior. Izuku nodded. It seems that Ms. Toga has not only a unique view of the world but a perspective that I believe is right in many ways. And she believes that you can be a champion of the reforms she wishes to see take hold in our society. I must inquire if you plan to continue this unique relationship with her. It is complicated, Izuku said after a moment. I didn't lie to her when I told her I could fall in love with her if she were a good girl. I think that is true if someone is willing to change and try to be a good person despite their past, that is admirable, and beyond that, she is cute. He blushed. She walked away from everything and convinced people to follow her for a chance to be loved. As long as he tries and continues to try to be a good person, then yes. How can you not feel something for someone willing to try and change their life to be with you? Indeed, Nizu said with a smile. Now, we are still working out a plan of how to facilitate their rehabilitation, but as of right now, even though it is still your summer break, I would like for you to come by and visit, talk with them, and if you feel things are getting dangerous, you need to tell us right away. He held up his paw, and Izuku began to protest. So we can see what we can do to help them. They are all psychologically troubled, but they need help more so than being locked away. Will he be in danger? Inko asked, her voice betraying the mother's worry. I don't believe so, Nizu responded, tapping his chin. As long as he remembers to be honest, No simply has to be himself and be truthful with them. As long as he does that, he will be safe and provide the best option to rehabilitate them and get them the help they need. Do you think she is in love with him? Inko pressed. Yes, her version of it, Nizu said, looking over his shoulder at Inko. It is probably different and a little obsessive, but I do not believe she means any harm to your son. If I did, then I wouldn't be bringing him here to see her so soon. When I met with her, these moments of clarity and depth caught my attention. The world she is asking for is not one of violence and blood but of love and understanding, of getting people the help they need. As they approached what looked like a basic house set apart from almost everything, Nizu and Snipe stopped walking. Snipe will hang back as I have things I must attend to, Nizu bowed and walked away. Inko and Izuku walked towards the house, so this girl Inko started to say before pausing. She is your girlfriend? Izuku looked at her, yes he said hesitantly. It is hard to. Before he could finish, there was a pitched shriek and scream of his name. He turned in time as Himiko leaped into the air and came crashing into him, her legs wrapped around his waist, her arms around his neck. Izuku stumbled and panicked, thinking she was about to fall. He wrapped one arm around her waist, and without thinking, the other went under her bum to support her. Himiko, feeling his hand on her backside, sobbed his name as she captured his lips. Izuku was stunned, but this passion roared inside of him, and he began to kiss her back with almost reckless abandon. Their mouths parted as their tongues met and explored each other's mouths for a messy, fiery kiss. Oh, Izuku, she sobbed, breaking the kiss for a second, I missed you. Again, she kissed him as tawdry thoughts filled her head. A polite cough broke the spell and made Izuku realize he was making out with and feeling up a girl in front of his mother. Izuku pulled back. Himiko was annoyed that, yet again, they had been interrupted by someone who magically had appeared. Still clinging to Izuku like a spider monkey, she turned and saw a woman staring at them with an eyebrow raised. She had large, round eyes that were green but a shade darker than her beloved. Her straight, shoulder-length hair is also green, coupled with a small spiky ponytail at the back. Although she is slightly overweight and displays signs of aging, her unique appearance still stands out. The resemblance between the woman and her beloved hit Himiko like a semi-truck. Izuku, my darling, who is this? Himiko, this is my mother. Inko. This is Himiko, Izuku stuttered out, his hands still frozen in their unique position. Himiko blushed and scrambled to disentangle herself from Izuku. Oh my god, Izuku, why didn't you tell me your mother was coming? She said at a near frantic pace as she smoothed her clothing and hair, trying not to look like she was making out with Inko's son. Still, the woman had seen the W-gap thing. It is such a pleasure to meet you, Himiko said, bowing. I have been dreaming of meeting you since meeting your son. I can see where he gets his looks from, Himiko laughed awkwardly. Himiko kneeled and lowered her head. I am so sorry you had to witness such a display between us, but it was just so long since I had seen him that I was overcome, and I lost myself in the moment. That was quite the display, Inko said, looking at her son. I was surprised. Himiko internally started to panic, wondering if his mother would forbid them from seeing each other. A forbidden love, she would have to struggle to regain his mother's grace. Once his mother saw how much they were in love, she would relent. Once she saw how her beloved filled her with his passion, his mother would have to understand. Do you love my son? Himiko lifted her head and stared directly into Inko's eyes. She needed to ensure that her future mother-in-law understood the depths of Himiko's love. Yes, mother, I love him with all my being, with every part of my soul. I want to build a house and family with him where you will always be welcome. Wait, what? Izuku stammered. How many children shall you provide our house? Inko asked, her eyebrow raised. Izuku was staring between the two women, utterly confused. I will bear him 2 children, mother. Himiko lowered her head. Unacceptable. Inko said quickly, her hand cutting the air like a knife. Himiko's head lifted, and her eyes watered. But mother, Himiko cried. You will give me 4 grandchildren if you wish my blessing. Inko's voice came out like an old-fashioned period drama. Izuku was flabbergasted. It would be my honor, mother. Himiko knelt before Inko. I will bear him 4 children myself, and should I find any others worthy, I will see that they bring honor and children to your house. Wait, others, Izuku stuttered out. You and your allies are to protect him then, Inko commanded. Himiko brought her arm across her chest and a fist over her heart. With all my being, mother, I shall protect him, Himiko said dramatically. Izuku's head began to hurt some. When do you desire your first grandchild? I shall expect my first grandchild after he has graduated from this university, but only if you can do the same. Then, regardless of our words today, my blessing will be out of your reach. Inko's head tilted slightly up as she looked down at Himiko. I understand, mother. I must be able to support him in all ways. Himiko nodded. I am glad that you understand, Inko smiled. Now I shall remove myself from this area, but as my son is fresh from the healing bed, I shall take him home at the bottom half of the hour. I shall leave you 2 to resume your pleasantries. Thank you, mother, you are fair and most wise. Himiko said as Inko walked away. What the F just happened? Izuku thought. Once his mother was away, Himiko rose and strolled over to Izuku. He couldn't help but let his gaze be lost in the sway of her hips. He forced himself to look into Himiko's eyes, and he saw the sparkle, this happiness mixed with desire. To think you do such things to me in front of your mother. Her breathing was quickening as she got closer. He could see her cheeks heating up. He stammered. To know you would put our love on display. Himiko was right before him now. She took his hand and pressed it to her boba, letting out a throaty sob as Izuku went nuclear. When his other brain took over and gave a squeeze, Himiko nearly collapsed right then and there. As she fell against him, he instinctively caught her as he realized he was rubbing her boba. He tried to pull his hand away, but she held it in place. Please don't take me in front of mother, Himiko sobbed, but should you wish it, I will not protest. You can claim me however you want, whenever you want. She tilted her head up and kissed his lips tenderly. Naughty tively his hand twitched again, eliciting another full sob to escape Himiko's lips. Oh, Izuku, she crooned. She looked at him through lidded eyes with a full gaze. Izuku didn't understand what came over him as he leaned down and kissed her, passionately claiming her lips, feeling Himiko surrender to him as he pulled her against a tree. She shuddered in pleasure under his kiss and his touch when he pushed her against the tree. She wondered if he was going to claim her right then, push her panties to the side, and fill her with his ravenous. Then he had her hands pinned above her head. When he pulled away, she whined for him to capture her lips again. Then his kisses found her neck, and her leg came over his hip, and as she could feel his manhood pressing against her through their clothing, she rocked her hip in a desperate plea to somehow make their union complete. One hand held hers above her head as the other kneaded and teased her bobas. She could not speak, only sob as he kissed and bit her neck. When he made his way to her shoulder, her sobs were more desperate than he did it again. He bit down on her shoulder, hard, marking her once again as his. It was a wave of release as the heat and want in her core suddenly erupted, crashing down on her. Her quivered and pulsed as the eruption from deep inside her came spilling out. Her leg trembled, struggling to hold her up, as her mahood bucked against him with each wave spilling over her, making her pelvis and tremble. All she could manage was a silent scream as ecstasy took over her mind, her eyes rolling to the back of her head. The waves of the intense pleasure spilled out, running down her legs to his pants. He hadn't even fully claimed her, Himiko thought he hadn't even touched that part of her body. His hand was over her bobas as the last wave of pleasure washed through her. She began to tremble in anticipation of when his mouth would find her bobas or her. She would have dropped to her knees right then and taken his in her mouth if he commanded it. She would have loved every second of him holding her hands and using her mouth to pleasure himself. All she would beg for would be his seed to nourish her. Did you just? Izuku whispered. Yes, my darling, Himiko responded. See what you do to me, how I ache for you. At those words, Izuku kissed her again. It was tender, and she opened her mouth to invite him in. As he did so, it was still tender, almost like he was worshipping her with his kiss. When he released her hands, they slowly slid down around his neck as she returned his loving kiss. His mother's call pulled them from the little world they had found themselves in. Immediately, Himiko felt a longing as he pulled away. I will call you so your absence will not be as devastating, she whispered, kissing him again before he left her. Himiko leaned against the tree in a dreamlike state, watching him walk away. Once he was out of sight, she stumbled back to the little house. She couldn't stop smiling. Izuku sat in silence as they drove away from UA. The W-Gap night had been almost as baffling as the night at camp, thankfully, without the physical danger. He hazarded a glance at his mother, but Inko was not even hazarding a glance at her son. She was solely fixated on the task of driving. She didn't even ask for his order when they pulled through an In-N-Out burger. Instead, she placed their order, paid, and handed him their food box to hold. They arrived at their apartment, exited the vehicle, and silently walked up the stairs. They entered the apartment, set their belongings in their proper place, and sat to eat in silence. Izuku took a big bite of his 4x4 animal-style burger. He glanced at his mother and her double protein style, slowly setting his food down as she did the same. Their eyes met. He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. His mother did the same, and this process repeated a few more times. Okay, I can't take it, he said slightly louder than he intended. Inko winced, blushed, and quickly took some of her food. What was that? Inko's cheeks puffed like a chipmunk pointed to her mouth, indicating that it was full and she couldn't talk. Imperial dramas? 4 children? What in the world happened back there? Inko took her sweet time to masticate her food before she could respond adequately. I don't know what you are referring to, my son, she replied coolly. I had a brief conversation with the young lady that you have expressed an interest in, and judging by the display of affection that I bore witness to, I felt it was best for her to understand what is required to gain my approval. That, Izuku said, quickly placing his hands on the table and standing up. That right there. What the heck is that? I know not what you are speaking of, my son, Inko said as her head tilted slightly, her gaze narrowed, and she brought her fingers up to rest daintily against her cheek. As the matriarch of this house, it is important that I fulfill my obligations as such. As the matriarch? Izuku sat down. He even felt himself wilt under her imperial gaze. He shook his head. He mustn't wilt, he must stand tall. Inko watched as his posture changed. His shoulders squared, and he leveled his gaze to meet hers directly. Mother, I find this sudden change in your manner of speaking odd. I am simply trying to get to the bottom of this. So you are meeting me with defiance? Inko's voice carried a hint of displeasure. Have you grown so much that you no longer require my intervention? I have said nothing of the sort, Izuku replied. I am simply voicing my concern as a son should. I always need you. I should have leaned on you more, told you sooner, not shut you out of my life as I have. It pleases me to hear your words. Inko's voice softened ever so slightly. I do not wish to be shut out. I wish to support you as you become a young man, a hero, and a father. Seeing you slip into such a role, the hero role, has made it difficult for me to adjust. The pain and anguish that has closed your heart against me, the anger I have seen below the surface. I wish nothing more than your happiness and well-being. But I hope this is the start of a more open and honest relationship between us, and one where you no longer will lie in mud to dirty yourself just for the sake of others. You are right, Izuku responded, his voice crisp and clear. Hero-like. I get it now. He snapped his fingers. What is it that you believe you have perceived? Inko replied with a devilish smirk. This is like when I go all hero. I am not nervous or unsure, Izuku said, relaxing and blushing as he realized what he was doing. It happens when I need to handle a situation. I see, you may be correct. Inko also relaxed. She took a deep breath and blushed. I don't know why it happened, I just panicked, and she spread her arms out and shrugged. I know. It is like a switch flips, and you don't even realize you are doing it. Izuku said, blushing some, taking a drink of his milkshake. It is so embarrassing. Inko giggled, doing the same with her iced tea. Seeing her son nod in agreement made them both laugh. Izuku looked at his mother and couldn't help but feel his love for her swell. She seemed so happy then. He stopped and looked at her meal. It was more on the healthy side, at least as far as a fast food meal could be. She was cutting carbs, had no French fries, and had no bun. Her clothes fit a bit looser, and the roundness of her cheeks was not as apparent. She had started taking better care of herself. It was time for him to do the same. I love you, Mom, he said with all the compassion he could muster. I love you too, Izuku, she said, responding kindly to his declaration. That was still quite a display you put on with Himiko, though I think it is important that tomorrow we go and see about getting you started on birth control. Izuku's bravado fell through the floor at that point as he blushed, stammered, and stared at the floor. Momwe, but it is for both of your protection, Izuku. You are not ready to be a father. She is not ready to be a mother, Inko said as she tried to remove some of the embarrassment of the situation. But it is obvious, at least there is passion there, and that can lead to making some hormonal decisions. I just want you to be safe. She is in the middle of a huge transition in her life, and it is important that if you truly mean to support her, you make sure an accident doesn't lead to a further complication, which neither of you is ready for. Though I would love grandbabies. Izuku just continued to blush and fidget with his hands. But you need to get better. She needs to get better, and so do I. Now let's eat our dinner. You take a bath, and then we can watch something together on television. Sounds good, Mom, Izuku said, picking up his burger again. I wonder if Himiko likes hamburgers. Maybe we can go on a date? I want to get to know her more, he thought. The bar with no name. Bring him out, Shigaraki said with a sickening grin. Magni just shrugged and walked down the hall. I do not mean to disparage your attempts, my good sir, but I feel that you may be wasting your breath, Mr. Compress commented as Kurogiri handed him his bourbon. Just watch and see, Shigaraki said as he wiped the back of his head. Kurogiri, why is it so hot in here? I apologize, young master, the man replied. I sent Spinner to check it out, and the unit appears damaged. Someone seems to have stolen the compressor. Are you telling me that the League of Villains have their air conditioner compressor stolen? Shigaraki said in disbelief. That is correct, sir, Kurogiri responded. Fine. After this, we will find who stole from us and kill them. Shigaraki said. How does one go about getting that fixed? Mr. Compress mused. Gus's repair, Kurogiri replied. They charge a fair price and don't ask questions. They are very adept at repairing all sorts of machinery. They repaired the trans-digital Freon converter just last week. And what does that do? Shigaraki asked. It makes ice cubes. Kurogiri said with a hint of pride. You mean to tell me with all the other things wrong in this place, you called them to only fix the ice machine? Shigaraki bellowed. Need I remind you, sir, that this is my bar, and I choose what to repair, Kurogiri retorted. You said, and I quote, I don't care what else happens as long as I have my internet and my energy drinks. I did say that, Shigaraki muttered. Fine, call Gus and get the air conditioning fixed. As you wish, young master, Kurogiri bowed his head. I may have hitched my wagon to the wrong horse, Mr. Compress muttered. Magni came back and set Bakugo's chair before Shigaraki. The rest of the league wandered in to watch. What the F do you want? Bakugo spat out. What's the matter? Can't afford a proper air conditioner? Shut up. Shigaraki snapped. It is being repaired, but I didn't bring you up here to discuss the lack of air conditioning. I brought you up here because you are playing on the wrong team. After what those so-called heroes did to you. Shigaraki held up his phone with a picture of Bakugo chained to the podium at the sports festival, foaming at the mouth, and the caption read, When Mom doesn't bring home the dinosaur-shaped chicken nuggies. They chained you up like an animal, embarrassed you in front of the W-Gap world. Shigaraki leaned forward. I see what is there, someone bound and shackled by the rules and expectations that a false society put on them. You weren't meant to be chained. You were meant to show them all how powerful you truly are. To make them bow before you, to lay waste to those who would repress you. Join me, join my league, and take your rightful place in this world at the very top. Shigaraki extended his hand dramatically. Are you f***ing kidding me? Bakugo roared. What makes you think I am anything like you or your bunch of f***ing rejects? Get a f***ing life, you piece of. Let me out of these restraints and I will kick all your bum. Fine. Shigaraki sneered. I thought your eyes had been opened, but you willfully kept them shut. Oh God, did you write this out and practice it in a mirror? And why clows follow this stinky mother fer? Bakugo tilted his head back and started to fake laugh. This guy is such a loser. No wonder you use that hand to cover your ugly mug. So when people see you, they don't scream, dear God, what is that fing hideous thing? I mean fing extra crispy has a better chance not making babies cry than your ugly mug. You shut up. Shigaraki's hand lashed out to dust Bakugo when a voice came from the speaker on the bar, and Shigaraki's hand froze a few inches from Bakugo's face. That is enough, Shigaraki. He is intentionally trying to rile you up, the voice said. Hirojiri, send him to me. I knew you couldn't be the real one in charge, Bakugo grinned. Get him out of here. Shigaraki spat at Kurogiri. A swirling black mist consumed Bakugo. Bakugo. He emerged in a darkened warehouse, tumbling to the floor free of imprisonment. His hand slipped into his pocket, hitting send on the phone hidden there. Welcome to my parlor, said the spider to the fly, a voice echoed out of the darkness. Are you fing kidding me? Bakugo muttered. He got to his feet, scanning the area around him, small explosions popping in his hands. Did you bring me here so I could kick your? He said. How brave of you. The voice came again, echoing around the room. You are already dead, you just don't know it yet. A mocking laughter filled the room. Oh really, I hope you brought a fing army with you. Bakugo said, ready to fight. I don't need an army to deal with you. Bakugo felt something grab him and yank him into the darkness. Bakugo tumbled across the floor, a light sprang to life as he sprang to his feet, revealing an imposing figure sitting upon what appeared to be some makeshift throne. He was tall even while sitting down. Bakugo noted he had a large muscular build similar to All Might. He was wearing a navy blue, skull-like gas mask with angular tubes at the top, a wide collar-like life support system around his neck, with additional pipes connecting in the front and back, a fine-tailored black suit, a black shirt, and a blood-red tie. Good thing you are already dressed for your funeral. Bakugo yelled as he fired a massive explosion from all the sweat he had built up sitting in an unair-conditioned bar. But he didn't stop there. He fired more in rapid succession, and smoke filled the room. Suddenly, a hand burst from the smoke, snatching Bakugo by the throat. The young hero in training fired off more explosions until there was nothing left, and as the ringing in his ears subsided, all he could hear was the man's laughter. Pathetic. The man spat as the smoke cleared. Bakugo clawed at the hand, strangling him as it lifted him off the ground. After I take your quirk, maybe I will let you live out the rest of your pathetic life as a quirkless piece of trash. The man said menacingly. Suddenly, the doors to the warehouse exploded inward, and standing there was the All Might. Release young Bakugo. He yelled. Your days are over, All for One. This ends here. You are right, All Might. This does end here. It ends with your death. All for One yelled. Watch closely, little worm, as I use your quirk to end All Might once and for all. Bakugo's eyes widened in fear. All for One activated his quirk, ready, when suddenly Bakugo turned into a pile of goo in his hands. What? All for One muttered in confusion. The bar. Shigaraki was sitting at the bar seething while drinking one energy drink after another. When the door to the basement exploded outward, Bakugo came racing out. What the hell? Shigaraki yelled as Dabi leaped to his feet and fired a jet of blue fire toward their attacker. Bakugo rolled to his right and fired off an explosion that sent Dabi flying across the bar and crashing into a wall. Shigaraki was knocked off his bar stool. Mr. Compress went to spring into action to trap their assailant, only for a massive right hook from Magni to send him sprawling. Twice, he ran at a dazed Dabi. "Surrender peacefully, fight back!" he yelled. Dabi growled and let loose a large blast of fire, engulfing Twice, who screamed and melted. "What?" Dabi stammered out before he screamed as a knife plunged into his shoulder blade. Shigaraki recovered quickly, grabbing a bar stool he hurled it at Bakugo, who rolled to the side. Hirojiri opened a portal to catch a flying table. It opened up behind Magni, knocking her to the ground. Shigaraki grabbed Bakugo's leg and activated his quirk. The boy yelled and melted. "What the FIS going on here?" he yelled as a knife flew through the air, stabbing him in the shoulder. "We quit!" Toga yelled as she closed the distance quickly. Hirojiri went to react, but the bar exploded as Magni came bursting through, spearing him into the back shelves. Dabi whirled and tried to hit Spinner, who had just stabbed him. Spinner ducked, another blade flashing to his hand as he drove into Dabi's thigh, forcing the fire user to scream in pain. His scream was cut short as Spinner drove his knee into Dabi's face, silencing him. Shigaraki decayed the blade in his shoulder. He could fully get out of the way of Toga's next strike. The blade cut diagonally across his chest, sending him stumbling. Before he could regain his composure, 3 more Bakugos ran out of the basement. An explosion hit him in the back, sending him crashing into a still-standing section of the bar. He felt the knife pierce his leg. He spun his fingers, grazing Toga's face as his quirk activated. She laughed manically as she melted. Dabi created a pillar of flame engulfing Spinner, and he melted to nothing. He turned to see a Bagua rock Shigaraki with a right cross. Another placed his hands on Shigaraki's chest and fired point blank, sending him crashing through the front window of the bar. Hirojiri opened a portal at Magni's feet as they began to fall through it. He snapped it shut, severing his attacker in half, but there was no blood as both halves melted. He saw Shigaraki fly. He went to save his master when 2 hands wrapped around his collar. "Not today!" The third Bakugo yelled as he let loose with all he had on the teleporter. Hirojiri screamed as he was launched over the bar top, and his attacker was launched back into the wall. Dabi stumbled to his feet. Floodlights suddenly flared to life, flooding the bar. Shigaraki looked up as Mariko delivered a punt kick, lifting him and crashing into the sign above the bar and the brick wall behind it, knocking him out. Hirojiri lifted his head as he saw his charge fall limply. He struggled to his knees. Dabi saw Bakugo leaping through the air towards Hirojiri. He fired off as massive a flame as he could, melting the copies and blowing a gap through the side wall of the bar. "Hirojiri, you need to do nothing foul, villain, for I am here." Dabi heard to his left. He turned at the movement, but the last thing he saw was a massive fist. Mr. Compress got to his feet and dashed out the newly created side exit. As he did so, he didn't see the spider web of threads waiting for him before it was too late. Mr. Compress felt himself suddenly lifted from the ground as if cocooned. "Blackout bind," was the last thing he heard as his world went dark. Desperately, Hirojiri tried to activate his quirk to save Shigaraki as he saw All Might coming for him. When his quirk failed, he saw past the lights the floating hair of Eraserhead. A fog parted for a moment. "Shota," he whispered like a prayer in the night before All Might sent him to join the others in unconsciousness. Kamino Ward. Heroes and police scrambled to get the area evacuated. Nizu sat in the command center directing traffic. Mandalay of the Wild Wumahudcats relaying commands to heroes and the people alike, doing all she could to keep them calm. Pixie Bob's earth beasts flooded the area, moving people quickly and efficiently. Ragdoll was there, ensuring no one was left behind. Tiger was on the ground level, ensuring nothing snuck up on them. When Nizu approached them and told them his plan, they immediately leaped at the chance to get back at the villains who had attacked their camp, nearly kidnapped one of their own, and tried to kill Kota. They were not about to let this chance pass them by. They owed this to Izuku for what the boy had done that night. They were not about to let these monsters escape. The doctor. "Sir, the heroes are everywhere." Dr. Ganaki called out over the radio. "Unleash the Nomu," his master called back. Dr. Janky scrambled to unleash his creations upon the heroes. He watched with glee as the tubes began to open. He watched as they tore these pathetic heroes limb from limb. "Yes, my pets, unleash hell!" he yelled out, cackling madly. He watched his horde run towards the doors, ready to unleash hell. All color drained from his face when the doors began to melt, and a chorus of prominence burn could be heard before roars of flames drowned everything out. He quickly switched to another camera angle. There at the doors stood 5 endeavors. The Nomus, not incinerated in the initial onslaught, came bursting forth. The doctor stumbled back from the monitors as multiple copies of Ed's shot, Best Jeanist, Present Mike, Gang Orca, and Mariko rushed the facility. "Twice!" he screamed. United States off boom whooping. All for One barely managed to shift his quirks to a defensive nature when All Might rushed him. He stood ready for All Might to come in and punch him, almost giggling at the surprise he had in store for All Might. Again, All for One was confused when All Might didn't punch him. Instead, he wrapped his arms around him and carried him crashing through the wall out of the building. But this wasn't All for One's first rodeo. He planted his feet, used All Might's momentum, and rolled back, throwing All Might off him. "Nice try, All Might," All for One chuckled. A minor quirk activates, shedding all dust from his suit and making it appear pristine again. "You should have left me inside now, the world will witness your destruction." All for One looked to the skies, expecting to see newscopters and hear screams of panic. Instead, it was strangely silent. He looked towards where the warehouse was with the Nomu. He caught sight of the fire and could listen to the sounds of battle, but something was off. "Expecting an audience?" All Might said as he got to his feet. "Some grand stage where you would monologue about victory and put on some display before the citizens of Japan. Attempt to make them fear, to destroy their belief in me. I will drag your body before the masses, display your corpse for all to see," All for One sneered. "You are weak, All Might, you cannot defeat me. Come, embrace death, embrace the inevitable, like your mentor, like all the others, will die by my hands tonight." He cackled evilly. "You are right, All for One. I may be weak, but we are strong enough." All Might yelled. "We?" All for One said once again, confused. Suddenly, almighty forces dropped from the sky. Not just 1 or 2, but 9 other All Mights landed, surrounding All for One. "No, what is happening? How is this possible?" All for One said, stunned, fear coursing through him. He activated his defensive quirks. "Because a boy bit a girl." The All Might yelled. Even through the skull mask, All Might could see All for One's confusion. The first All Might charged and All for One was ready, but suddenly, he felt his quirks shutting down and disappearing like they were being erased. "Oh, this is fair," All for One muttered. "Rhode Island smash." The first fist collided, and All for One stumbled, trying to change quirks to mitigate the damage. Delaware smash. It worked for a moment. Connecticut smash, he barely felt that one. New Jersey, that one stung a bit. New Hampshire, Vermont, Massachusetts, knocked him around like a top. Hawaii smash. That one landed in the gut, doubling him over. Maryland, that was an uppercut. West Virginia, right side ribs. South Carolina, left side ribs. Maine, straight right. Indiana, pump kick to the chest. Kentucky, elbow to the back of the head. Tennessee, right cross. Virginia, left cross. Ohio, a kick to the groin. Pennsylvania, knee to the face. Mississippi, kick to the kneecap. Louisiana, running punt kick to the face, now he was airborne. Alabama, double axe handle slams back towards the ground. Arkansas, bicycle kicks back into the air. North Carolina, leaping spin kick, now he is going sideways. New York, downward kick back into the ground. Iowa, flying elbow drop. Illinois, lifted, wedged, and thrown. Georgia, clothesline. Wisconsin, kick to the ribs. Florida, yanked to his feet and headbutt. Missouri, rabbit punch. Oklahoma, knee to the gut, then spun around. North Dakota, left to the jaw. Thankfully, he is wearing a mask that keeps his teeth in. He switched to just trying to heal and survive. Those get erased, too. F that guy, he screams mentally. Washington, right to the jaw. South Dakota, left hook, Nebraska, right hook. Kansas, Idaho, their blows arrive simultaneously, nearly squashing his head. Utah, Minnesota, spin kicks from the front and back, and his sternum breaks. Michigan fails to let him fall instead, the uppercut lifts him up and back off his feet. Wyoming is a catch and slam with a bounce. Oregon, kicks him into the air. Colorado catches him and brings him down. His back bends unnaturally across All Might's knee, and then he tosses him. Nevada straight right. Arizona, maybe a lefty, all for one, can't tell anymore. New Mexico, more pain. Montana, that one hurt. California, oh, that wasn't so bada wait, there it is. Texas, oh good, it is almost over. Alaska, up in the air again really. As All for One fell back towards the ground, his body broken, his massive arsenal of quirks not doing much anymore, he pondered that if All Might was going to do the heroic thing and spare him, he could heal and trigger his backup plan with Tamura. He landed in a heap. He tried to move, but he couldn't. He tried to speak, but he couldn't. He felt himself yanked up to his knees and heard multiple roars of anger. United States of Smash. Well, he thought, and that was his final thought. Izuku and Himiko. When Himiko's phone vibrated, she nearly jumped out of her skin. She grabbed it and giggled when she saw a message from her lover. Izuku, hello, Himiko. I hope you are doing well. Would you like to go on a date on Thursday so we can spend some time together and get to know each other better? Himiko, I am available to you whenever you desire, my love. Will I be able to see you tomorrow? Izuku, I don't think so. I'm sorry. I have to take care of something, and I want to make sure I can plan our date. Himiko, you don't have to do anything special. If I could be with you, that would be perfection. Izuku, thank you, but I want it to be special. This is our first date, and you are worth it. Himiko nearly fell off her bed. Izuku, good night. Himiko, I promise to text you tomorrow. Himiko, good night, my love, I will wait to read your words with bated breath. Himiko quickly stripped off her shirt and bra, tossed her hair, and made sure to snap the perfect topless photo of her lying on the bed. Himiko, something just for you, I hope it will make you come to me sooner. Izuku, oh sweet baby Jesus. Himiko's giggles and laughter could be heard throughout the house. Twice exhausted from using his quirk, he pulled his pillow over his head and fell right back asleep. Spinner looked over at Magni. Are you going to go see what that is about? Spinner said. Hell to the F no, Magni responded. Are you? Nope, Spinner said as they returned to watching a movie. Izuku stared at his phone as primal urges crept through his mind, slowly asserting not only their presence but their control. There had been only a handful of times that he could say that this had happened to him. The debut of MT Lady when she was standing over him and the crowd posing for pictures, the night after a grappling lesson from midnight, was the most prominent and recent. But as he was about to be swept away by these primal urges, his nerd mind flared. Are we supposed to respond in some fashion? Then, like all the most intelligent people on the planet, he turned to the internet for his answer. He was hesitant to respond in the manner suggested a picture of his member. Thankfully, Izuku, being a true nerd, dug deeper and was not surprised to find a self-help book, The Guide to Flirting by Midnight. He was stunned. He had never heard of this before, but if he was going to read any book by his professor on the subject, it had to be the rated R heroine, though he was nervous about taking said advice. He bought the book and even paid for the app. 4,000 yen later, Izuku began to research his topic. Do not send a Mahood pic unless requested. Well, it's a good thing I bought the book, he thought. He was surprised by how the book talked about the importance of trust in sending any or suggestive photo to someone, outlining how such things could be used against you in the future and that it was essential to trust the person you were sharing such intimate things with. Turning to his app, he logged in and searched the topic, answered, and responded in kind if you felt comfortable doing so. If you choose to do so, save the photo to a secure and password-protected file deep in the system. The book and the app had excellent instructions for both men and women on taking the best photo and even a great tutorial video. Sadly, Izuku did not have any baby oil to make his muscles shine, but it did suggest a quick workout to get a natural sheen going. that he could do. Locking his door, he stripped off his shirt and began to do some push-ups and crunches, followed by sit-ups. He kept reviewing the video of how to take the photo. As he did so, once he was prepared, he followed the instructions, set the timer, and posed as the camera snapped pictures. He sat on his bed, scrolling through the photos, attempting to find the best one, but he was hesitant. His body was scared, his arms, his torso, everything except his face. He knew his scars bothered some people, and they bothered him. There were reminders of his failure to control one for all, but not all of them. He looked at the one on his hand. She got those for Shoto. A few on his arms, those were from the USJ. The stomach was actually from Himiko, his back during the fights in the forest. The forearms were from when those tendrils manifested. His back shielded Sue from when a wall collapsed during a training accident. The burn marks. Would Himiko find him disgusting? Would she be repulsed? What if it made her not want to be with him? Would she turn to villainy, or could he still help her? The thought of her rejecting him, which bothered him, having been rejected and shunned his W-gap life, had left a different type of scar. When Ochaco had done so, it just hurt so badly. How could he have misread the entire situation like that? Ochaco didn't owe him anything, he knew that, but it didn't take the sting of being rejected before he could even get it out. What he would say was apparent, and she wasn't having any of that. Then there was Himiko, this wild blonde bombshell that had stabbed him in the gut and then was kissing him and professing her love. Moments later, the emotional whiplash was something else. But the look in her eyes when she asked for love, the passion and desire he felt from her when they kissed, this sense of devotion and caring. Himiko may be a bit unstable, but she was willing to risk her life, her friend's life, and everything just for a chance at love. If she was willing to risk everything for him, make him feel wanted and desired and send him such a photo, then he had to put his faith in her and send her back. It was what the book, the app, and all his online research said he should do, but it was also something he wanted to do. Share something with someone who cared for him, someone willing to jump metaphorically off a building, bringing her friends with her, not because she believed she could fly, but because she believed he would catch her. She placed her faith in him, and he owed her just as much. Izuku, words cannot describe how beautiful you are. Nor can I say what it means that you are willing to share something so special with me. I hope you like my return gift. Himiko lay on the bed in the blissful haze of young love. She had longed to reach between her legs to release the ache that had been ate up since she had encountered her love, but she had restrained herself. She would wait until he broke that. The anticipation of when he would grant her that release was such a sweet ache. It had been over an hour since she had sent the photo, and she was not expecting her phone to alert her of a message. She reached to the bedside table to retrieve her phone and giggled when she saw his name and 2 notifications. When she opened them, she was unprepared. Her phone slipped from her hand and bopped her directly in the face. She didn't even register the pain as she scrambled to grab the phone. She read the words a dozen times, each word she attempted to engrave on her soul. Then there was the photo, sweet baby Dracula. She thought. He was shirtless and glistening, and his muscles were clearly defined, but these scars existed. These sweet, white scars that littered his body. She needed to know their stories. She longed to trace her fingers along them, lick every single one. She knew he was tough and strong, but to see the testaments of his resolve there etched upon his body was something else. Himiko, my God, baby, you are so f***ing hot. Your body makes me want to touch and lick every inch of you. Thank you. Himiko kept staring at the photo and rereading his text. The dam was going to get a gap punched in it tonight. Himiko laid back, her eyes locked on the screen as her hand slid between her legs. She imagined him coming to her window, her letting him into her room. No words passed as he slipped off his shirt and pulled her tight. His lips found hers as his passion washed over her, making her knees tremble. He knelt before her, removing the last of her clothes. His strong hands rubbed up her legs to her thighs as his lips planted delicate kisses along the same trail. She closed her eyes. She could feel his breath on her, his kisses along the inside of her thighs. Gently, he laid her back on the bed, positioning himself between her legs. The first gentle kiss on her outer lips sent a shudder of pleasure through her that was compared to nothing else. More gentle kisses followed as she entangled her fingers in his hair, rocking her hips against him, begging for more. His tongue traced her opening, a new level of pleasure, then it parted her lips, running from the bottom up to her womanhood, where it began to dance, leading her in a waltz of ecstasy. As his tongue danced over her womanhoodress, then he kissed and ed on her pleasure center, she felt his finger dancing at her entrance, and with a sob and plead, she begged him to enter her. When his finger slid inside, she nearly came at that simple act. He moved slowly, deliciously inside her somehow, he knew her magic spots. When his finger curled upward, she saw stars. Her W-gap world exploded as she intense pleasure edition. Was it words or screams that filled the room as he masterfully brought her to a higher state of being she didn't know? She felt the pressure release, the dam exploded all over his face. She felt his mouth clamp over her as he drank every sweet, gushing drop of her nectar. Once she felt herself returning from the stars, she begged him to allow her to please him, but he denied her. He told her that she was at his temple tonight and that he was a priest. Tonight, he planned to pray and show his devotion to the temple, to the beautiful goddess that held his heart. She felt his kisses trailing up her body, across her stomach to her chest, and then his lips found hers. She could taste herself, taste the desire he had for her. Then he slid into her. He claimed his goddess as she called out in pleasure. "We are leaving that alone, right?" Spinner said, opening another beer. "You can go check on that if you like," Magni said, doing the same. "Nope," he responded as he turned up the volume on the television. Not far away, Izuku lay on his side, staring at her photo, feverishly whispering her name as he finally succumbed to his primal urge. A day apart. Izuku woke up a bit later than usual but was relieved he could remove all evidence of his nocturnal activities and get his sheets into the washer with no one the wiser. Inko, on the other hand, had just washed his sheets before he came home from the hospital, but rather than question her son, she chose to play ignorant of the situation. A quick breakfast saw the duo venturing into the world. Inko reminded her son to send a good morning message to his girlfriend, explaining that a girl like Himiko would like to know that he was thinking of her first thing in the morning. A simple good morning Himiko message was sent as they descended the stairs of their apartment, ready to venture off into the world. An embarrassing but necessary trip to the doctor was first on the agenda. Izuku did his best to keep his composure as this doctor had been his doctor for most of his life. Her gentle smile and smirk as they discussed his reason for being there was almost enough to make him flee, but he went into hero mode and made it through the initial awkwardness. By the end, he was thankful that he had come, as Dr. River put him at ease and treated him like an adult, keeping the conversation light but underlining the seriousness of the next phase of his life, of protecting not only himself but his partner, not just from pregnancy but of the possibility of STDs, and how she still recommended that he still wear a protection for such matters. If he chooses not to, then his partner and he should have a health screening at least every 3 months to ensure a clean bill of health. She showed him how to access his medical chart so he could share his clean bill of health with his partner or partners. She expressed the value of open and honest communication, especially in a UAL relationship, and that anything he discussed with her was strictly private in these regards unless his life was in danger as he was still a minor. A quick shot was all that was needed before he was sent on his way. Inko just smiled when he emerged, and then it was time for her to torture her son, clothes shopping truly. He protested, but one imperial glare was all it took for him to cave. She was aware of his date for tomorrow and was not about to allow him to dress himself for this occasion. The thought of his shirt, that red formal shirt in kanji, danced through her head. When she confronted him regarding this fear, his lack of denial confirmed that she had made the right choice. Despite his dislike of shopping, it was fun just spending the day with his mother. She talked to him about his planned date, offering him advice and helping him think of things to do. He protested as she peeled clothes onto him, but she wouldn't have any of them instead of one outfit. He had 6. After a haircut and stopping at the gift store, he walked out with blood drop earrings. They were more costume than genuine jewelry pieces, but they were silver. He stood looking at his hair in a shop window. The messy mop was cut short, and the sides shaved down, giving him more control and an actual style than he usually had. The stylist even went into detail on how to maintain and style his hair, leaving him confident he could keep the style on his own. A late lunch followed as he followed his mother to a real estate agent's office. "Are we moving?" he asked. "I have been saving for years now, and I think I would like to get us a little house," Inko replied. "It is a good time to buy, and I have been putting this off for too long. A house would be nice, he responded, looking at the listings. I was thinking something with a yard so my grandchildren have a place to play, Inko said playfully. MOM. He whined, blushing. I am only half teasing, Inko replied. The apartment is nice, but with all that is going on with you and your life, a bit of privacy would be nice and something I can leave behind when I am gone. Mom, his voice came out concerned. I am not going anywhere anytime soon, she said, pulling him close. But you are racing to the future, and I want to do my part for that future. Maybe Himiko won't want to be a hero and instead work a normal job. I want a place she or whomever you choose to spend your life with has a place where you can start out and where I can watch over my grandbabies. Fine, but when I go pro, I get to pay it off, he said with a smile. Of course, I plan on being a full-time grandmother, Inko laughed. I can't be working and chasing 15 grandbabies. 15? He stuttered. Maybe 20. Who knows? Inko said with a shrug, leaving him sputtering on the sidewalk. Inko sat staring at the listing 5 bedrooms, 3 baths, and a large yard, but the home was in a terrible state. Long years of neglect had driven the value down drastically. It had just come on the market today. Inko knew it wouldn't stay on the market long, and the seller was highly motivated. Inko immediately asked the agent to take her to see the house. Izuku sat in the car as they drove. He didn't recognize the area, but he had a good idea of where it was. A simple train ride away from UA and a short walk. The access road to the home was set in between perfectly maintained houses. The home they were viewing was set back and had an ominous vibe. All the overgrown foliage was not helping it make a good impression. 2 stories and in need of work, a lot of work. Izuku saw a ruined mess. His mother saw endless possibilities. It was private, with so much potential. They toured parts of the house that they could, roof damage and flood damage, but the foundation was perfect, and structurally, it was in great shape. Then they walked into the backyard. In the middle of the yard was a pond with an island. On the island was this simply beautiful, majestic cherry blossom tree, just magnificent. Izuku was mesmerized. He pulled out his phone and took some pictures. He was about to send it to Ochaco, but he stopped and instead sent it to someone who wanted him and sent them to Himiko. He barely heard his mother tell the agent, full asking, no conditions, right now, I like this signed as soon as possible. Himiko, that is so pretty. Where is that? Izuku, it is in the backyard of a house my mom is trying to buy. The house is pretty rough. The entire thing is, to be honest, it will take a lot of work. Himiko, well, I would be more than happy to help. Magni and I know a little bit about DIY, and I need to find a place to squat for a bit. I can ask Magni if she would help. Izuku, that would be awesome. Are you ready for our date tomorrow? Himiko, that is all I have been thinking about today. I can't wait. What time are you coming to pick me up? Izuku, 9 a.m. I have a long day planned, but I think it will be fun. It is my first time planning a date, so forgive me if I mess up. Himiko, we could go to a park and stay there all day as long as I am by your side. That is all I require. But I am grateful that you put so much effort into it, even if it is just for little ol' me. Izuku, I told you that you are worth it. I mean it, Himiko. Everything you have done since that night in the forest has shown me how much this means to you, and I want to show you that I am committed to making this work. Himiko, thank you, Zuzu, I mean it. Izuku, no problem Himi, I will text later. Himiko, what should I wear? Izuku, we are going to go to a few different places, so whatever makes you feel comfortable. Himiko, okay, text me later. Izuku, I promise. Morning of. Himiko woke to her early alarm, but her grumbling stopped immediately when she realized that today was the day of her date with Izuku. She had lamented about her choice of wardrobe most of the day prior, as her wardrobe left things to be desired. In truth, she was a bit upset by it, wanting to make sure she looked her best for her mate. When midnight and lunch rush came to deliver food, she was surprised when the pro-heroine stepped forward, handing Himiko several bags. Himiko peeked inside and saw new clothes. She squealed in delight. I heard about your date, and I wanted to make sure you had something nice to wear, Midnight said with a smile. I made a few choices. Leave the tags on if you don't like anything, and we can take them back and find you something else. Thank you, Midnight, Himiko said before leaving her room. The rest of the group was surprised when they were handed more clothes, nothing extravagant but much needed essentials. Midnight pulled Magni aside. I got you just some basic outfits, jeans, shirts, and the like. There are different selections of undergarments. If you would like some help picking out outfits to show how you feel, I can help you. But I didn't want to presume anything. Thank you for considering my feelings, Magni said softly. I wouldn't mind some help. Part of this W-gap thing is the opportunity to live how I want. Then we can tackle that later, Midnight smiled. Himiko sat on the floor as Magni braided Himiko's hair in a beautiful fishtail braid with red and black ribbons running through it before Himiko ran off to get changed. Magni sighed a bit wistfully, wondering if going on a date would ever be in her future, but just like this was a fresh start for Himiko, it would be a fresh start for her. Izuku rang the doorbell. Holding a bouquet of roses, he smiled and nervously asked if Himiko was home when Twice opened the door. Come on and go away, the man said as he stepped back, allowing Izuku to enter. He stepped in past the strange man to find Spinner staring at him while he seemed to be testing the sharpness of a blade. Magni looked the boy over with a nod of approval, and she went down the hall to fetch Himiko. Be gentle with her. If you break her heart, we will kill you. Twice patted Izuku's shoulder before walking away himself. Izuku didn't have to wait long until Himiko walked down the hall, but he had to catch his breath. Himiko wore a black plaid skirt just above her knees and black rose mesh stockings that matched her shirt, with a red camisole underneath. Her white skin seemed to shine underneath the black top and stockings. She wore red lips, a sensual smoky eye design, and a black silk choker with a red jewel in the center. It had a very gothic look, and Izuku was mesmerized. I brought these for you, he managed once he found his senses, handing her the bouquet of roses. Thank you so much, Izuku, she whispered back, looking up at him through her long eyelashes and the roses as she inhaled their fragrance. Himiko, you look beautiful, Izuku said, I mean stunning. You like it, she said, giving him a deliberate twirl, making sure he saw that her stockings were being held in place by a garter belt. She looked him over. He had a new haircut, making him look more handsome and less boyish. He wore a black button-down shirt and dark green pants, nothing overly extravagant, but the fitted shirt highlighted his muscles nicely and made him look more like a young man than a boy. You look rather handsome yourself, she purred, placing her hand lightly on his chest and smiling when he blushed. Magni took some pictures of the young couple as they prepared to depart. She noted how happy Himiko looked and how Izuku couldn't stop looking at her. It was a good sign. Spinner put the flowers in water as they left. I almost expected to see some sort of hero following them, Spinner said. I am sure they will have someone keeping an eye on them, Magni responded. It is a test. Everything they are doing is a bit of test. We need to prove they can trust us just as much as they need to prove it to us. I hate tests, Spinner spat out. But it makes sense. First date. Himiko was ecstatic when he timidly took her hand as they left the school. She could feel that someone was watching them, but she felt no malice, so she let it slide. Seeing the looks that they received as they walked down the street made her a bit giddy. She, of course, caught looks from some of the men around for her outfit. It was screaming for them to look. But she also saw the looks they were giving Izuku, almost appreciative of how he had managed to land such a hot girl. Seeing the girls look at her mate didn't cause her to bristle. Instead, it made her intertwine their fingers as they walked. She was happy that others were noticing how handsome he was and that she could flaunt her boyfriend to the world. She giggled, catching his attention. She just shook her head and kissed his cheek to dismiss his concern. Then, after a short train ride, her smile threatened to break her face as she saw the signs for the aquarium. I know it is a bit cliché, he said. But I always wanted to come on a date here. I would see it in shows and other stuff. I told myself I wanted to come here at least once if I ever had a girlfriend. Want to know a secret? She whispered in his ear. He nodded. I was hoping we would come here. It was on my list of places to go on a date. I wanted to walk hand in hand with the person I love through the aquarium. Of course, they took the tour and then strolled hand in hand through the exhibits, him stopping to take pictures of her in the tunnel with the water and light dancing off her skin. She made him take selfies with her. Then she saw a perfect spot out of the way and around the corner. She suggested they sit for a moment. When they did, she sent all the signs she wanted him to kiss her. Izuku couldn't take his eyes off her. She was stunning and alluring. When they sat down, he saw her fidget, glance at him, and look away. Thanks to Midnight's book and app, he was sure he was recalling signs that she wanted him to kiss her. "Himiko, would it be alright if I kissed you?" he whispered. "You look so beautiful. I would like that," Himiko smiled. Izuku leaned in as Himiko turned to him, her eyes closed, her head slightly tilted, her red lips inviting. He closed his eyes as their lips met soft and tenderly. He kissed her. She was pleasantly surprised when he deepened the kiss. She eagerly met his desires, standing without breaking contact and straddling his lap. As they kissed, the excitement and passion built at the very intimate pose Himiko had put them in when they broke apart. She could only sob when he began to kiss her neck, his hands on her thighs inching up higher and higher as she rolled her hips against his hardened mahood. She pouted when he pulled back, but he silenced her pout with a passionate kiss as she rolled her hips against him more, then broke apart, panting heavily. "I like knowing that you want me," she whispered. Izuku stared into her eyes, lost for words. "I can't believe you chose me," he said. "How could I not want someone as beautiful as you but willing to risk everything to be with me?" They said nothing as Himiko lay her head on his shoulder and silently sat there. Eventually, she disentangled herself from his lap and excused herself to freshen up her makeup as he handed her a wipe to clean up the lipstick. Izuku smiled and turned his attention to the fish as he waited for Himiko to return. Thankfully, he didn't have to wait long until she came, her makeup perfect, as he took her hand so they could continue their date. He led her from the aquarium to a small shop, where he picked up their lunch before they headed to the park. They found a nice spot by the lake and enjoyed their little picnic lunch. She happily stole a bite of his sandwich when he offered and watched him blush when he took a bit of hers. He bought a small bag of popcorn so they could feed the ducks as they walked. "Would you mind telling me about your past?" he asked. "I understand if you don't want to, and you don't even have to tell me everything. I want to get to know you better, that is all." Himiko took a deep breath. Their time in the aquarium had been light, and the conversation was flirty and almost breezy, but she had expected that he would want to know more about her. The thought had terrified her, that if he knew about the monster would he run away, throw his hands to the air and declare, "F this." But if he loved her, would he understand? Would he look past the monster to the girl like in the forest? "I have a blood quirk, it allows me to transform into someone if I drink their blood," Himiko began. "It freaked my parents out, they were repulsed by it. It wasn't the transformation but the need for blood, it didn't fit into their perfect little world." Izuku could hear the hurt and the venom in her words. He took her hand as they walked, reassuring her of his presence. Himiko squeezed his hand before she continued. "I needed blood, I craved it," she said. "But they wouldn't allow me to have it. I was even taken to quirk counseling, and when the counselor said that I needed to drink blood as a dietary need, that was the last I saw of that counselor. Till they found a counselor that said it was all in my head and I could be cured." Himiko stopped their walk and leaned on the rail. "I tried so hard to please them and not to need it. But it would win out. I would drink the blood of birds or stray animals if I could find one. It would quiet the madness some, but they would find me, lock me in my room for weeks on end, feed me water, beat me, and tell me how horrid and wicked I was. I just wanted them to love me, so I tried harder. Then one day at school, a boy I knew got hurt." He could see her eyes watering. He handed her a linen handkerchief, and she took it and dabbed at the corners of her eyes. "I had a crush on him, and when I saw and smelt the blood, it mixed up everything, and I attacked him." "Being denied the blood for so long had caused you to degenerate," he said. Himiko nodded. "Then, when confronted with blood mixed with your emotions for him, it overwhelmed you. I didn't even realize it was doing it till it was already happening. It was euphoric. I can't explain how it tasted, it just." She sighed and looked away from him. "Then I was hit with a moment of clarity. I was there on top of him drinking his blood. I had swarmed on him like some animal. Everyone saw my sickness, my disease, so I fled. I ran away. I know I couldn't go home. I was a freak, a monster." "No, you weren't, Himi, you were just a girl who needed proper help. The monsters were your parents, they were the ones who did this, not you," he said softly. "I just gave into it after that," Himiko said, taking his outreached hand. "I was on the streets trying to survive, not become a victim, when Stain found me. She felt him stiffen. I tried to attack him, to get his blood. Of course, he fended me off with ease. Then he gave me blood of his own free will. It was the first time anyone had ever done that. He heard my story once. I got a bit of clarity again. He taught me to survive, fight, and move. Was that every day? Like a boot camp? Izuku wondered. No, he would wander away, and I just followed him like a lost kitten, Himiko said. I would listen to him spout his rhetoric, and some of it made a lot of sense. He would disappear for days, then I would find him again, or he would find me. I think it was because I had a blood quirk like him. I honestly don't know why he didn't just kill me or drive me off for good. What do you think about what he said? There are a lot of fake heroes out there, or heroes who are only in it for money, power, or, Himiko said. Killing them seemed a bit harsh for the ones who just messed up a little, but there were more who were just as bad as any villain. They just wore a better mask. He upped and left after a while, I guess after he felt I could handle myself, but I followed his stuff in the news. Then I saw what he said about you, and all night I thought he was working with the League, so we checked it out when we heard they were recruiting. Himiko stopped for a moment. Did Endeavor beat Stain? Izuku looked around and leaned in. No, it was me and 2 of my classmates. We got lucky, that's all. Himiko looked at him, a few tiny stars twinkling in her eyes as he briefly recounted the battle's events. But we had to say that Endeavor did it because we weren't allowed to use our quirks, etc. Sounds like some bull to me, Himiko said. At the time, I was just happy to get out of it alive and not go to jail, Izuku said. But looking back on it, I would have to agree with you. Why did you join Shigaraki? Like I said, we thought he was working with Stain. It became apparent he wasn't. Krusty was just some child that had been groomed and fed only select bull that he wanted to hear. Himiko grabbed some popcorn, throwing it towards a mama duck and her babies. When I met you and you reached out to me, it gave me that moment of clarity again. So, I chose to leave and put my faith in you. I wasn't about leaving the others behind. They were like me. We didn't choose to be villains, but it was what we had to do to survive. I met him at a mall once. He had his hand around my throat, but he didn't kill me, Izuku said, feeding the little family as well. He wanted to know why everyone wasn't talking about him or the League. Like he just couldn't understand that attacking a bunch of kids wasn't his best idea. He was obsessed with being revered as some great villain or something. He was just a fing shut-in weeb in desperate need of regular showers. I am sure there was more. I bet he killed his family when his quirk manifested, Himiko said, making Izuku freeze. It probably wasn't intentional, but out in a troubled home, and then someone scooped him up right after to feed and groom him. Was he just a victim like everyone else? Izuku whispered, annoyed that he had sympathy for the man. Very few villains are pure evil or do it for evil's sake, Himiko said, watching the baby ducks gather at the shore, waiting for more food. If you do it long enough, it becomes second nature. Some people are sick and need help, and others are monsters. I was on that edge of monster and girl. When you said you could love me, I was inspired to give it another chance. What do you want from all this? Izuku asked as he approached her and put his arm around her. I want to be yours. I want to be with you. Stand by your side and fight next to you. I want to be there when you change the fing world. Himiko's eyes and voice blazed with passion as she stared at him. It is crazy, Izuku, but I love you. I am yours totally and completely. I want to be that good girl that you love, that you take to bed at night and unleash all that passion you see in your eyes. As soon as I felt your mouth on me, I knew it deep in my very soul that you need me just as much as I need you. This is crazy, he said. It is bonkers. It makes no sense. But I can't describe it. When you were with me or when we kissed, this fire existed. I want you to be that good girl, Himiko, but I want you to know that I am with you every step of the way. I wasn't lying when I told you that if they do you wrong, I will run away with you. I have been blind to many of the problems plaguing this world. But you can open them. Help me see how we can improve this world. They may hate you for it, she whispered, drawing closer to him. They are going to hate you for it. They will say horrible things about you, about us, about what we are going to do. I swear, my love, I will always be there to help you shoulder that burden, that even if the W-Gap world turns against you, I will be there for you. He pulled her in tight and kissed her. It was frantic, almost desperate, and she felt it. He felt her return it, her arms wrapped around his neck, pulling him in as hard as she could. His hand was around her back, the other at her neck, and they poured everything they could into each other. The popcorn spilled to the ground and into the water. He lifted her off the ground as she wrapped her legs around him. When he pulled back breathlessly, she just leaned her forehead against his. "Anything you want of me," she whispered. It was feverish, almost like a prayer. She repeated it, his rough, strong hands were holding her by her bum. Izuku's heart was threatening to beat out of his chest. He wanted her so badly. He had never been in a position like this, barely in his fantasies. He heard her words and felt them in his heart. She was his. She would surrender everything to him, be whatever he wanted. "I want you to be by my side," he whispered. "Forever," she responded, kissing him again tenderly and lovingly. "I'm afraid you will see me one day and realize I am not worth it. That would be the day I went blind," he responded as he returned her kiss. "Shall we continue our date? I want to know more about you, including your favorite food, music, movies, and everything we should know before dating. Sushi, rare steak, Sound of Fury, or anything that makes me feel something." "Horror and romance," she said as he lowered her. "What is next for our date?" "I have tickets for the new vampire movie Eternal, then the arcade center for mini golf and go-karts, dinner, and karaoke," he said. "Then lead me away, my love." She took his hand as they ventured forth. "I never expected you for a karaoke man." "I am not," he said bashfully. "I thought you would like it." "I do like it, so good job," Himiko said, wrapping her arm around his and resting her head on his shoulder as they walked. Himiko and Izuku loved the movie. When the scene occurred, he blushed, looking away from Himiko, who held his hand and squirmed in the seat. She looked at him fully before turning her attention back to the screen. He let go of their hand and placed it gently on her thigh. She quickly covered her mouth to suppress the sob, and he let his fingers dance lightly over her inner thigh as the movie played on. Mini golf. She lost. Go-karts. She won the carnival games. She claimed a red teddy bear with a white silk heart as her prize that he had won for her. The picture booth was their kissing booth. Her face hurt from all the smiling today. There had never been a time when she could remember being happier than today. It wasn't just the nearness of each other. They talked and asked questions about life and pursuits. For dinner, she got her rare steak and sushi. It was the most romantic dinner she had ever been to. It wasn't that the restaurant was extravagant. It was him and the way he looked at her. Then it was karaoke time. At first, they chose their songs, and then it was time to select songs for each other. She laughed and smiled as he sang his anime tunes or some older songs he remembered. She sang to him about love and her favorites. Himiko was having a great time. They sang and kissed, pulling back just before it threatened to consume them. His hand had brushed lightly over her chest. Hers danced and teased over his mahood, over the unsung songs their sobs had escaped, mingling with choruses and unspoken desires. Himiko was about to burst. She knew she couldn't get everything she wanted but would get what she needed. Himiko stared at him, wanton in her eyes as she got up to sing her next song. Toni Braxton, You're Making Me High. Spice incoming. I'll always think of you inside of my private thoughts. I can imagine you touching my private parts. And just the thought of you, I can't help but touch myself. That's why I want you so bad. Himiko's voice filled the room as her hips began to sway, revealing her silken legs. She turned her back, making sure he got an eye full of backside as she bent over, showing him her barely concealed, covered by a black lace thong, as she slowly stood up to look over her shoulder at him as she continued to sing. Just one night of moonlight, with you there beside me. All night, doing it again and again. You know, I want you so bad, baby, 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 baby. Ooh, I get so high when I'm around you, baby. I can touch the sky, you make my temperature rise. She turned and cat-walked towards him, putting on a private show just for him. She dropped down before him, spreading his legs as she made sure he saw her staring at his mahood before looking up at him through eyelashes. Baby, you're making me high, baby, 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 baby. I can't get my mind off you. I think I might be obsessed. The very thought of you makes me want to get undressed. I want to be with you in spite of what my heart says. Slowly she straddled his lap, rolling her hips against his hardened mahood, leaving no question of how wet she was. One arm around his neck to support herself, she leaned back, continuing to rock against him as she sang, "I guess I want you too bad. All I want is moonlight, with you there inside me. All night, oh, baby, doing it again and again. You know, I want you so bad, baby, 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 baby. Ooh, I get so high when I'm around you, baby." She sat up and took his hand, placing it over her heart. She trailed her hand over his pants, lightly stroking him. The way he looked at her, the shudder she felt from him when she touched him, the heat of his hand over her heart, she could barely contain herself. "I can touch the sky, you make my temperature rise. Boy, you're making me high, ooh baby, 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 baby. I want to feel your heart and soul inside of me. Let's make a deal, you roll, I lick. And we can go flying into ecstasy." With a skill that left him dazed and questioning, she undid his belt and the button of his jeans with one hand. He couldn't say anything when the zipper went down, and her hand slipped inside his underwear, grabbing her prize. "Oh, darlin', you and me. Light my fire, blow my flame. Take me, take me, take me away. Yeah, yeah. Well, all I only want is moonlight, with you there inside me. All night, oh, baby, doing it again and again." She freed his impressive mahood, as she pushed her drenched panties to the side. His whispered protest was expected, but she wanted him so bad. Instead, she angled him down, placed him along her drenched slit, and began to rock against him. Her sobs and shuddering breath interrupted her song. She tried to keep going as she ground against him. "Baby, I want you so bad, baby, 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 baby. I get so high when I'm around you, baby. I can touch the sky, you make my temperature rise. You're making me high, baby, 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 baby. I get so high when I'm around you, baby." He grabbed her hips, pulling her tight against him. Their motion was nearly frantic, and all attempts at her singing fell away with the mic tumbling to the floor. "I can touch the sky, you make my temperature rise. You're making me high, baby, 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 baby. Oh God, Izuku, don't stop." She pleased. Her arms were around his neck, and as she pressed his face into her chest, she felt his grip tighten as he rubbed along her soaked womahood. She tried to lift her hips some. She knew he would slide right in, but he held her tight. It didn't take long, the feverish calling out to the other, the within Himiko exploded, and her head fell back in a silent scream as the wave of release carried through her. Better than anything she had experienced to this point of her life, wave after intense pleasure, icy wave crashed over her and through her. In between each crash, she managed to draw a breath. She couldn't see anything, only hear his voice calling to her desperately. She wanted to call back to him, to scream his name to the heavens, but each crashing wave choked her voice away. Her entire body spasmed and rolled as she ate all over his lap. Only his strong embrace kept her from falling to the floor, and then she felt him explode. His seed splashed against her mahood, anbum marking her skirt and the floor. It was so hot, but as soon as it made contact, she came again. This time, her voice forced itself through. She sat up, screaming in pleasure, and then he bit her shoulder. Her eyes widened, and she could feel the mark again, his mark. She fell forward, pulled his collar to the side, and bit his neck. His blood came to her mouth. It was divine. It was incomparable to anything she had ever tasted. Nothing compared to this taste. She felt him harden against her again as she drank, and she pulled back and slipped down between his legs. Face to face with his hard mahood, she greedily ran her tongue up the length of his impressive shaft, tasting him and herself. She would have been hard-pressed to say which was better, his blood or his mahood liquid. He tried to say something, but she quickly shoved his mahood down her throat, and all his protests ceased. Its size and length choked her as she pushed herself down as far as she could. She lifted her head, gasping for air, and a trail of salvia ran from her mouth. "Himiko," he sobbed. She plunged him back in, pushing herself to where it was too much, and still, she knew there was more for her to take. She raised her head, some bobbing furiously, her tongue swirling around him, her hand pumping his shaft as she fingered herself with reckless abandon. Again, she pulled back when it threatened to choke her. Her eyes were watering. She saw this look on his face. It was nearly feral. As she went to take him back in her mouth, she felt his hands go to the back of her head. Himiko surrendered as he fed her mouth, each hit making her sob as she mimicked it the best she could with her as she plunged fingers into her womanhood. He pulled himself nearly free from her mouth, she sobbed, and pleaded with him to her mouth, tomahawk liquid down her throat, and allow her to please him. Himiko came when he pushed back and she felt her body release, and her throat relaxed as he hilted himself fully in her mouth. Himi stuck out her tongue to lick his swollen balls as he held her there with short breaths. She pulled through her nose as he fed her throat. His mahood swelled, and she knew he was about to release. He released his hold, but Himiko wasn't about to let her mate go. She grabbed his hips and hilted him fully as his seed splashed down her throat. Once his final spasm ceased, she let his mahood free of her mouth. She fell back an absolute mess. Her makeup ran down her face. She didn't even get a chance to say anything. He reached down, pulled her up, and laid her roughly on the bed. She could barely register what was happening. She felt her panties pushed to the side, and he buried his face in her. Himiko swore he was dying of thirst, and the only thing that could save him was her womanhood, the way he licked and ed, the passion and near desperation of which he tasted every part of her had her screaming for more. Her legs wrapped around his head as she tried to his face as he had done to her, then he slipped a finger inside of her. His rough, magical finger was inside of her, moving clumsily but so delightfully. She felt it turn the palm up and start to curl. She could only scream yes as the first brushed against the magical spot of her dreams, and then she screamed more when he noticed her response and located it again. Himiko was thankful that he knew how to listen to her body. It didn't take long till all her muscles tightened, her toes felt like they were going to break, and then she came again, and like her fantasy, he drank her release. She could fear him sobbing in delight as he trembled and he fell back as she rode the residual waves of pleasure. F me, she sobbed. We don't have protection, he said. Himiko saw him tuck his hard mahood back away. She let out a whine of sadness as she turned and crawled towards him and fell upon his chest. But she protested. You can't fight by side if you are pregnant, he said. Spice leaves. Himiko sighed and laid against his chest. I love you, she purred as they spent the remaining time cuddling before they did their best to clean up. It took Himiko about half an hour to make herself look somewhat presentable so they could leave. She bandaged his neck with some gauze she kept in her purse as they quickly left the room and a massive tip for the cleaning fee. He walked her home, and they stood in front of the door and kissed. Izuku was left speechless when she stepped back and pulled her thong down, stepping out of it and stuffing it into his hand. Anything and everything you want is yours, she whispered. Anywhere, anytime, she kissed him teasingly, opened the door, and stepped inside. I love you, Izuku, she said as the door closed. Himiko, wait, he called out. She opened the door, and he held a small box for her. I was planning on giving you these at karaoke, but he blushed. Himiko took the box, opening it to reveal the blood drop earrings. Oh, Izuku, they are beautiful. I love them. She pulled him by his shirt into a deep kiss that wobbled his knees before she stepped back and closed the door. In a daze, Izuku made his way home, floating along, the stars shining so much brighter, the air was crisper than he remembered them ever being. Everything held just a bit more magic than it did before. Reiko stood in line at the concession stand, buying her souvenir popcorn bucket and drink for Eternal. She smiled, and as she sat, she let out a small sigh, wishing she wasn't alone. She blushed as she thought about who she wanted to be sitting next to her, maybe holding her hand. It wasn't an unusual thought for Reiko. It had started that day in the library. They were reaching for the same book, their hands brushed, and she felt this electricity. They both insisted that the other take the book, but they needed it for a report, so they shared it. She shuddered at how rough his hands were. The scars were badges of his dedication. She watched him at the sports festival and sacrificed his opportunity to save his classmate. He pushed himself to save someone else and pushed himself into the forest for the practical exam against the teachers. Despite being paired with that bag, he still managed to defeat All Might. He smelled of cinnamon, and he was so quiet, so peaceful. A strong presence wafted off him, filling her nose and inflaming her senses. Then she saw the dog-eared copy of Beloved in his bag. She casually used her quirk to spill her bag, revealing her copy of the novel. It worked like a charm, and they started to talk about the book. She tucked her hair behind her ears. She saw him glance at her neck. He even got them some tea. She offered to share her cake. He hesitantly shared an indirect kiss with her when she passed him the fork. His sputter, his blush, he played it perfectly. The way he would look at her and then look away was a perfect tease. The patter of the rain played an ideal beat for their meet cute. It would be a perfect story to tell their children. How they met one rainy day in the library, and how their father d her in one night. She may have kept his eraser and teacup, and a few more souvenirs may have come into her possession later. She had the extra income, and the grape was willing to provide what she requested. She pulled out her phone, went to his folder, and sighed wistfully at the candid shot of him lying on the grass, his eyes closed, looking so peaceful. They talked about Beloved, the first movie, and how they looked forward to Eternal. He even mentioned seeing it together. Reiko would invite him. They could take a moonlight stroll afterward. Her parents sometimes worked overnight. Perhaps he would walk her home if she planned it right. He is a gentleman. But then the forest happened, and he was severely injured. Rumors were circulating that he had battled Muscular on the mountain and that Muscular would never draw breath again. After Bakugo had been taken, there was talk in the group trap of going after him, maybe even teaming up with 1A. Their class president and vice were about to approach them when they were informed that Bakugo had recovered and the league had been dealt a devastating blow. She made her way to her assigned seat. She wouldn't mind seeing the movie again, even if it were horrible, as long as it was with him. Reiko was settled in her seat, waiting peacefully, texting a few of her friends as the theater began to fill up. I am so excited to see this movie, she heard a girl say. I loved the first one and the book was so good. Did you read the sequel? I did, a familiar voice said, calling her attention. I have a friend who also likes them. We had talked about coming to see this together then. You know. Who was this friend? Izu, the girl purred. Reiko's eyes nearly bulged out of her head. She sat higher a bit in her seat, and there, 2 rows down and 3 across was Izuku. Next to him was a girl with ash blonde hair who seemed familiar somehow, but Reiko couldn't place her. Her mind was screaming that she should know her. Reiko, she is a girl in 1B, Izuku said. We got to know each other when we both had to share a book we needed for a report. She was nice. Is she pretty? The girl teased. Reiko was very interested now. She saw Izuku start to look nervous. Yes, but not as pretty as you, he said. Reiko's heart jumped and dipped. Good answer, Izu, the girl teased. But if she is nice and pretty. The lights dimmed, and Reiko was cut off from the conversation. She tried to watch the movie but was distracted. Izuku and the mysterious girl he was with seemed to enjoy the film. Reiko frowned when she saw them cuddle some during the film, especially during the scene. They were on a date, and it was going quite well. She lost them in the crowd when the film ended. She looked around for a bit before considering it a lost cause. Who was that girl? She thought. Did some unknown hussy come in and swoop Izuku out from under her? Well, she wasn't about to let him go without a fight. She went into the bathroom, looked over her outfit, undid one of the buttons on her shirt, then one more, and snapped a high-angle selfie. Reiko, I just saw Eternal, but it wasn't the same without you. I would love to see it again together. She needed to find out if Izuku had a girlfriend and who she was. Reiko needed to know her competition. The first was easy, the second was a bit risky, but she needed information and needed it fast. She opened up a secondary messaging app. I need information. Depending on the info you need, it will cost you. I need to know ASAP if Green has a girlfriend. Well, since you are a repeat customer, and I can answer that one pretty quickly, no. But for 5,000, I heard something interesting you may want to know. Our payment has been sent. Okay. The rumor is that Green was super sweet on Space Girl and planned to confess during camp. But the attack. Nope. Everyone thought she was super sweet about him, too. There is a rumor that 2 others were interested but backed off from Space Girl because he was interested in her. Well, what happened? The rumor is she turned him down flat and shut him down. How reliable is this info? It was overheard by an associate of the friend of an interested party. I hope that helps. Good enough. Are you interested in some hospital pictures? Send them. It's a regular price, though. For you, of course. Or if you can find out the identity of this mystery girl, I may know someone who would be interested in playing some games with you. Are you fing serious? Alright, I am on it. Reiko was confused. If he was sweet on Uraraka, who was this girl he was with? Was Izuku in the habit of naughty ing girls, collecting them like trophies? She imagined Izuku sitting upon a chair. She was dressed in a thin, see-through black fabric that did nothing to hide her ness from anyone. The thin strap of cloth across her chest was soft. It stimulated her boba points, so they were constantly standing tea for her lord. She sat on the floor at his feet, a silver and black collar with a silver chain running to his hand, wrapped around his scared, beautiful hands. The candles flicked from the storm outside as she felt a tug upon the chain and heard the whispered command, "Pleasure me." Reiko turned to her master, the flickering lights playing off his cold demeanor, but this was his public face. He would show her a different one in the royal bed. One was just for her, one that they shared only. The sound of the group of girls entering the bathroom broke her from her fantasy. She quickly adjusted her panties before exiting the stall. Girls 1B group. Ghosty, hey, does anyone know if Midoriya has a girlfriend? Big sister Midoriya, not that I know of. Why? Queen Rex, why are you interested? Yui. Wild Mare, I would like to know the reason as well. He is charming. Queen Rex, Pony, you are not playing around, are you? Wild Mare, how is this a surprise? I told everyone I thought so, but he is not the one I wish to run with. But why do you ask, Ghosty? Lady Madonna, I am also curious but more interested in knowing if anyone has talked to him since the incident. Ghosty, I think he is doing fine. I just saw him at the movies with a girl. Yui, Queen Rex, Wild Mare, what? Lady Madonna, oh, then that is nice. Excuse me, but I must be going. My parents need some assistance. Ghosty, I went to see Eternal and saw him with some girl with ash blonde hair. I didn't get a great look at her, so I was curious, that is all. Reiko answered some more questions, but it is evident from their reactions that none of them had any answers to the mystery of who this girl was. Izuku. He was getting ready for bed after his date when he noticed Reiko's missed message. He opened it, and the phone tumbled from his hand and bonked him on the forehead. He scrambled and opened his midnight flirting app. He quickly went to the direct messaging function. What does it mean when a girl sends you a photo from a high angle with parts of her shirt unbuttoned? Midnight looked at the alert on her phone. Nice premium customer. She opened the message, and a small laugh escaped her lips. How can someone be this dense? Answer: if a girl sent this photo to only you and it is accompanied by what can be interpreted as an invitation to go somewhere or do something, then she is expressing her interest in being more than friends. She has romantic, if not amorous, intentions towards you. Izuku started to mumble. Reiko wants, oh Lord, help me. Ibara. She was pacing the floor of her room. She quickly went and locked the door. No, how could this have happened? She lamented. Has some harlot tempted him? Is she soiling him as we speak? She went to her bedside drawer and pulled out a picture of Izuku smiling with frosting on the tip of his nose. Oh my darling, ever since that day you took my hand, you must have known that we were meant to be together. The way you cradled me to your side, lifting me and free from the danger that had befallen me. You cradled my head tenderly and lifted the water to my lips. She swooned and fell back onto the bed. Your righteous anger at the faults of that devil. One arm came to rest across her forehead, her other hand over her pounding heart. How you stood with me till medical attention came, walked along the gurney, told me that I would recover, that you would come to check on me. Oh, the fire you lit, the unspoken desires that passed between our eyes. Then you fulfilled your promise. You returned, fed, and sat with me. We talked of trivial matters of class, but I knew the true meaning of your words and how you spoke to my heart. Her hand was no longer resting over her heart. It was grabbing at her chest. I was filled with, tormented by desires. I could feel you peeling the cloth from my body. I knew that the only thing stopping you was that we may be discovered, and your love for me was so intense that you did not wish to shame me. The arm across his head began to trail down her body. Then you massaged the treatment into my vines, deftly maneuvering past the thorns despite my immoral sobs. You were ever the gentleman. Her hand reached the fire between her thighs. Oh my darling, my love, my husband, I will cleanse you should another dirty you. I will worship you like the man that you are. I will lay myself bare, tie me to the bed, and ravish me with your sinful desires. Yes, oh my Izuku, I will be your plaything, I will be your receptacle, all as a good wife should. Ibara was lost in her sinful delight. Yes, Izuku, lay your sin upon me, and I will lift them. Cover me in your... Oh Izuku. The Watchers. Ragdoll, aka Tomoko Shiritoko, was still young, at heart at least she was 31, with long emerald green hair, large round yellow eyes, and 3 tiny eyelashes at the top of each one. At the minimum, she was hyper, playful, and considered cute by all who met her. She had volunteered to follow her and her teammates' personal hero, Izuku Midoriya. This boy, no, this young man, had sacrificed nearly everything to save Kota. He had taken upon himself the burden of knowing what it was like to take another's life to save someone. Then he didn't stop, he kept fighting and fighting, even saving her from a horror that would haunt her dreams. Given her a new lease on life, he engineered his classmates' safety return, the defection of a girl and her comrades that were a game changer. He had inspired so many in such a short time, so she had volunteered to be the observer for the date. She would stay back at range while a third year would be the one following the couple, a perky girl with periwinkle hair named Nijire Hato. The girl was known to the womanhood cats as they met her while interning for Ryoko, and the entire team loved her. She had this positive energy and was just a bundle of fun. It gave Ragdoll time to review the file Nizu had sent her detailing his need for her assistance treating Twice. It would all hinge on one thing: when he cloned, would her quirk track the clone instantly, or would it still tell her who the real one was? Nijire did her best not to sing her personal undercover song, though she was very curious about why they needed to follow a first year on a date. When she was informed of the girl's unique certainties, she felt herself swooned. The willingness to sacrifice everything for love and risk it all for love made her heart flutter. What kind of first year could inspire such a thing? She remembered him from the sports festival, but he didn't win, that Dino Nuggies guy had. Oh well, she thought. She followed them to the aquarium, giggling that it was such a cliché idea but so perfect for how they held hands. Watching them wander hand in hand through the exhibits, the girl Himiko was so clearly into him, and he was so nervous. It was almost too adorable. Despite her loud and energetic nature, to the surprise of everyone in her year, she had excelled in stealth tactics, even managing to catch Professor Aizawa off guard. No one could explain it. She felt her cheeks flush watching the display of passion, the way they kissed, how he grabbed onto Himiko, the intimacy of the position. She reached back and caught her, but with both hands. She liked it. She pulled out her phone and messaged Ragdoll, asking Mandalay to send her all the information on this first year. She needed to know everything about her targets. The first rule of infiltration: the more knowledge you have beforehand, the better. It was impressive for a first year. He and Dino Nuggies had beat All Might for their midterm practical, which was terrific. Then Mandalay let slip that he was critical to the womanhood cats, and of course, being Nijire, I have to know, Hato fired off 22 questions in under a minute. It was heartbreaking and heroic to hear how hard Izuku fought up on that mountain, having to make the ultimate decision, fighting to save his classmates, and saving Ragdoll from being in the clutches of that guy at Kamino. Nijire was on standby, marveling at seeing mentor Ryuko taking to the sky, 5 of them at once. She wanted to burst from the cover, hug him so tight, and tell him it would be okay, but she contained herself. Instead, she waited until Himiko went to the bathroom after the make-out session to plant her camera and microphone. Nijire felt terrible, but the girl was a villain. Just a few days ago Nijire was also supremely confident that love would win over anything else. She admired the picnic lunch by the lake and deterred some would-be thugs from messing it up. Again, she wanted to run out and hug them, well, Himiko this time, and tell her it would be alright. She kept her squeal quiet at the declaration of love. A wistful sigh escaped her lips, though she was wondering what it would be like to love and be loved like that. Their fierce delegations, the frenzy of their passion, her surrender to him. Nijire wished she could surrender to someone. She was so happy at how smart Izuku was, guessing correctly that his love was vampire movies. She also liked the way he had something that he would like or wanted to do and the willingness to put himself outside his comfort zone with the karaoke. Nijire could feel the desire as the couple watched the movie, the laughter and joy in her bones as they raced around the track, and the thrill of victory as she won on the final putt. How she clung to the teddy bear made Nijire want one, but she wanted someone to win one. She longed for the perfect date, strolling hand in hand, in love, at peace. Dinner was just the right amount of perfect for them. Nijire felt part of their little world as she listened to them talk and saw all the unsaid things that passed between them. In her blurry little daydream of being part of their world, she asked her questions and gave her answers. She took the booth down the hall, sang her songs, and longed to share in those kisses. To be locked away from everything else and sink into the bliss of being wrapped in the arms of a loved one. She could feel the tension, the longing, the desire soon. All Nijire could do was watch. Then she watched Himiko get up to sing that song. Nijire didn't realize that she was on her feet watching the feed slowly. She began to move about the room, wondering what it would be like to have their eyes on her. She peeled off her clothes, grabbed at her bobas, and straddled the couch just like Himiko. She saw Himiko free Izuku from his pants, and Nijire licked her lips. Hearing their cries of please and want filled her ears, she couldn't help but touch herself. Then Himiko slipped the floor and began to kiss it, running her tongue up and down that long, stiff shaft. Nedri wanted to be on the other side, sharing it with Himiko, their mouths wrapping around it as they tried to kiss around to get to each other. Himiko devoured Izuku's hard mahood, and Nijire slid to the floor so she could taste Himiko herself. Nijire was lost in the fantasy, lost in the undesire, her screams and sobs filling her little room as she desperately drove herself to intense pleasure. She watched as Himiko surrendered to his passion. The way he fed her face, Nijire wanted to trade places to know what it was like to be able to surrender like that. When she saw Izuku begin to devour Himiko's womanhood, a new fantasy sprung forth of Himiko eating her out while Izuku fed her face. She whined as she played with herself, begging for release, but it wasn't enough. She pulled at her boba points and ached to be pleasured when Himiko came. So did Nijire. She heard Himiko beg to be F. Nijire screamed at her, too. To F her as well. She watched as rational thought took over. Good, they could F her, she could be their surrogate, and she would get pregnant. She watched them cuddle on the couch. She laid herself like they were in her arms. Her body was exposed. She lay there and reached longingly at the image on the phone. I want to be loved, she declared. Would they love me like that? She whispered. Best date ever, she thought. Second date. Izuku intended to cuddle with Himiko, share a pizza, and watch the movie. Himiko had every intention of cuddling with Izuku and filling herself with his seed. Himiko won. Izuku was on his back, and Himiko was over him hungrily. They devoured each other, their mouths latched onto the other's. She had already consumed his load twice, and she was hungry for the third. He loved the way she would sometimes get so caught up in what he was doing she couldn't focus enough to keep pleasuring him, her squeals of pleasure, her prayers to the gods for more, his name on her lips. F my face, Himiko, he called out. He didn't know why, but he had dreamt about it after the night in the karaoke bar. Himiko straddled his face, grabbing his head as he plunged his tongue deep into her womanhood, trying to taste every bit of her he could. He felt something stir inside of him when she grabbed his hair harder, grinding for all she could. He could feel her tensing, feel the release about to bathe his face again. She couldn't move, her W-gap body was tense, she couldn't fall forward, she couldn't fall back. All she could do was wait for him to release her. Her body began to shiver. His hands grabbed at her bobas, squeezed her bum and danced across her forbidden spot. She was at his mercy, his plaything, and loved it. Then he hit the right combination, a hard pull of her boba point and a rugged grip on her bum, and finally, she was released. Every contracted muscle suddenly let go, sudden and complete release. She screamed his name as everything lost meaning. She didn't fall because he held her in place as she quaked and convulsed above him. She tried to fall again, but he would not let her. He would let her go. She drank and ate every drop and then made her magical imahood liquid again. It was too much. She started to beg him to stop, to let her breathe. Her eyes rolled back in her head, and consciousness began to dance away before she felt herself fall. His soft release let her fall back onto the bed. It was like drifting through the heavens. He shifted and brought her into his arms. She buried her face in his chest. I want you inside of me, she whispered. 2 weeks, the doctor said, he replied. Oh God, Izuku, I don't know if I can wait, she said. For the tomorrow we want, I can. He kissed her head, and she felt a purr escape her lips as she fell asleep. Third date. Himiko sat properly at the table as her meal was placed before her. I thank you, honored mother, for inviting me to share a meal with you. I felt it was wise that we dine together. If you are to marry my son, we should become comfortable with each other, Inko replied, her head slightly tilted and elevated. You are most wise, Himiko bowed. What the F is going on? Spinner whispered. I have no idea, and I am too afraid to ask, Magna said. The food is delicious. Can we make it spicy? Twice said. Yes, adding the sauce from the green container will quench your desire for fire, Inko answered. Jean quickly poured the sauce over his food. How is your relationship with my son? Inko inquired, taking some of her food. It goes quite well, honored mother. We have begun to explore each other's bodies. Izuku began to choke on his food. Magna slapped her forehead. Spinner blushed. Twice, he did his best not to laugh. Really now, Inko said, her gaze narrowing at Izuku and Himiko. It was at my instance, honored mother. Himiko bowed again. I must apologize, but your son is so masculine, so strong that my desires tend to run away with me. Though I beg for him to shower my womb, Izuku nearly fainted, Spinner did, Magna looked for the hidden camera, and Twice went outside to laugh. He has steadfastly denied me my wish so that our future will be secured. But the skill he possesses when performing has surpassed anything I could have imagined. Izuku saw the black abyss of unconsciousness, but hero mode kicked in. Now, Himiko, I don't think we should burden my mother with such things. But my love, it is true if I did not know any better, I would have to insist that you have had practice, Himiko said. Magna's world began to tilt and wobble some. I can only surmise that you must have studied, and I believe that you should share whatever way you prepared with the world, as I am sure women all over will praise your name. It is good to hear that my son is a capable and giving lover, Inko said, taking a dainty tea drink. I hope he is not the only one doing the work. You must keep him satisfied lest another challenge your position. That was it. Magni fainted, and Izuku began to swoon. I do the best I can, honored mother, but he is quite gifted and voracious, Himiko blushed. I can only wonder if his father was so gifted. His father was quite gifted. It made up for other shortcomings. Izuku fainted. Izuku began to struggle back to consciousness. Now, when it comes time for your union to be complete, I believe arranging a private getaway would be best. I would not want the two of you to be rushed. Allow yourselves to savor the moment and each other, he heard his mother say, and then he was out again. Himiko, Inko, and Twice enjoyed a lovely meal that night. Study date. When you said study date, Himiko said, her face planted in the book on the table. This isn't what I had in mind. I know Himi, she perked at hearing a nickname. But if you want to go to class with me, you must catch up, or you will be confused. And then you will have to take remedial classes after school, and we won't be able to be together as much. Is that what you want? No, Himiko pouted. Did you call me Himi? I did, he sounded slightly feared. Is that okay? Himiko nodded vigorously. I love it, she beamed. Okay, show me that problem again. If we get through everything we have on the list today, we can go to the room, and I will let you decide where I kiss you. Himiko lit up bright enough to power a city. With enthusiasm and determination, she was going to get her reward. Newsflash, she won. Aizawa. Do you understand that I should expel you on a matter of principle? Aizawa said as he stared at Izuku. That seems a little harsh, Izuku responded. Well then, problem child, I feel you should explain how this all came about. Aizawa leaned back, rubbing his eyes. I de-escalated the situation, just as I have been taught. I want to remind you that I received an A on that assignment, Izuku said. And you let Professor Midnight teach us about using whatever tools are available. I believe you received a D on that portion, and when your attempt to Mina ended with you fainting, Aizawa said as Izuku made a strangling noise. Your version of de-escalating the situation was to the villain that had just attacked us. It was unintentional, if that makes it any better, Izuku finally said. No problem, child. No, that makes it worse, Aizawa said. Why did you bite her? Because my arms weren't doing so well, and she had just stabbed me. It seemed like the best option at the time. He did his best to smile. So you bit her after she stabbed you, then you decided to kiss her in the middle of the forest? do I have that right? Aizawa leaned forward, and Izuku started to sweat. It kind of worked out in the end, Aizawa narrowed his gaze. We got Bakugo back without Twice coming to our side. Imagine what would have happened at Kamino. Aizawa glared at Izuku, not that I know what happened. Izuku began to look for an exit. You are fast, but not that fast, Aizawa said. Izuku took a deep breath. Well, Himiko cares about me. I managed to talk some people into going off on some harebrained scheme to rescue Bakugo even though the heroes were on the case. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, making Izuku stop talking. Names? Aizawa demanded. Izuku gulped, I don't remember. Names? Look, they didn't do it, Izuku said, his voice calm and steady. I was offered a chance to go with them, but I said no and got them to wait. But I also knew that Himiko would deliver Bakugo. I talked them down. Aizawa sighed to the heavens. Detention. What? Why? Izuku said, my perfect record. He thought. For being a hormonally driven problem child. But since you kept your associates from doing something stupid, you only have to serve 1 hour. Ed. With midnight, Aizawa said. He saw Izuku about to speak and then stopped. That probably would be a good idea. Can I bring Himiko with me? It. Aizawa yelled, and Izuku jolted in his seat. Now I have to sit in on this to ensure Midnight doesn't decide that guided lessons are the best course of action. Guided lesson. Izuku fainted. Remember. Chapter text. Detention. Izuku and Himiko walked through the empty halls of UA on their way to serve their detention. Himiko, of course, though initially puzzled about her being pulled into this punishment, quickly let that go as she realized that she would be with Izuku talking about. Her pulse quickened, thinking of him maybe taking her across a desk or perhaps him being a teacher, and she desperately needed to get her grade up. She pleads and begs. He tells her to stay after class with a full gaze. He reminds her of how badly she needs to raise her test score. Himiko was giggling and rubbing her thighs together as they walked the halls. She wore her best schoolgirl skirt, hiked to a slightly inappropriate level, a freshly laundered shirt, an undone tie, and a few buttons. The purred answer from their knock beckoning them sent shivers down her spine. They entered to see Midnight leaning back against her desk. Poured into a pair of black leather pants, black leather stiletto boots, and a tight white ruffled shirt that stretched ever so naughty-tively across her bobas. Her hair was pulled into a tight flawless bun, her trademark glasses that she adjusted ever so slightly as her tongue moistened her ruby-red lips. Izuku's hormones raged, not just because he was next to Himiko but because he remembered the close combat lessons he had received from Professor Midnight, which had sparked some primal urges in the young man. Then there was the sweet scent in the air and Thebed in the center of the room. Welcome, Midnight purred, to your dentation. Today we will discuss and some education. Izuku began to sweat, wondering where the writing crop had come from. There will be a test that must be passed before I sign off that you have. If not, you must take it repeatedly, she sobbed. Till I am satisfied, she whispered, gently closing Izuku's jaw with the writing crop. Himiko shuddered as the writing crop ran along the outside of her thigh. After all, isn't satisfaction so important, she whispered. Now I know you two know the difference between boys and girls, so let's get on the bed and begin some proper education. Midnight purred as she gently placed her hand on their chests and pushed them back till the legs hit the bed with a playful shove. Izuku sat back on the bed. Now, Himiko, there are many ways to approach your lover once they sit on the bed. A simple but properly performed striptease can not only delight and stimulate your partner by heightening the anticipation of the next reveal but can help to boost your confidence and all as you are their sole focus. Izuku was on the verge of fainting seeing Himiko standing there looking like his every schoolgirl fantasy that he lied about not having, and Midnight was there behind her, gently placing her hands on Himiko's hips as the music began to play softly, guiding them in a playful and ing swish. Midnight. A breathless voice from the doorway bellowed. Aizawa stood there, breathing hard. Detention wasn't supposed to start for another half hour. Why are they here already? Oh, something came up, and I asked them if they wouldn't mind coming in early. Midnight tapped the writing crop against her cheek. Didn't I send you a message? No, you did not. Aizawa replied, stepping in and closing the door. Midnight pulled a cell phone from between her bobas. Oh silly me, I forgot to hit send. Sure you did, Izawa said dubiously. What are you doing? About to lead them in a practical demonstration of UAL education, she said innocently. No, Izawa said. Oh, you're right. It would be better if we showed them, and they took notes. Midnight cooed at him, making Izawa freeze and Izuku swear and blush. You could always tie me to the bed again. I think Mike is free right now. The silence was immediate as Izuku began to process everything. During the 5-second silence, he felt like he was about to faint several times, but he did not. Izawa wanted to kill Namiri, tie her to bed, and disappear all at once. Somehow, this was all Izuku's fault. He knew it, he just had to figure it out later. After a very deep breath or two, he said, Midnight, how about we keep it theoretical for the sake of students? Midnight pouted before having Izuku stand. She pressed a button, and the bed returned to the floor, leaving desks in their place. Izuku was very confused, and Himiko was excited. Now, let's talk about there are many different types of intercourse. The common three are oral, womanhood, and we will cover all three of these and discuss how to prepare for all three. You have all had the regular stuff already: unwanted pregnancy, STD, and such. I trust that you both understand consent and how it is okay to change your mind no matter how far you are into an act. I remember this one time I thought I was ready for double womanhood penetration, and I was not, so I had to say, hey boys, slow down, why don't one of you take my bum and we can try again later. Izuku fainted, and Izawa slammed his head on a desk. When he regained consciousness, he wondered if he had imagined the W-gap thing. He looked over and was even more confused, seeing Himiko's hair was pulled into a single tight bun and wearing a pair of glasses she did not have to his knowledge, and taking notes feverishly. At what point am I allowed to ask him to breed me like? Himiko said. Bam, Izuku was out. Good job, Himiko, if you cup the balls like so. I have found that this stimulation will encourage an even larger load. Himiko was demonstrating her technique on a when Midnight took over and started giving pointers. Izuku world wobbled. He saw Izawa tied to a chair in the corner with his capture scarf and a gag. He fainted. So plenty of lubrication, and I should start with this and work my way up until I feel comfortable having him F me in my bum, Himiko asked, various toys before her. Oh yes, some find it quite enjoyable. The best way to start, in my opinion, is with an egg vibrator on a low setting while you go about your day, Midnight said. You may enjoy it for sharing that information with your partner and giving them the remote for the day. Or just a simple bum plug can be a naughty secret just for you. I find that I enjoy them and use them quite often. Izuku fainted. Okay, Izuku, Midnight said, snapping him back. Himiko has praised your abilities. Please demonstrate so I can offer some pointers. Izuku looked around the room, and Izawa was nowhere to be found. Come on, Chop, or do you wish to serve detention again? I would hate to think what that would do to your permanent record. 20 minutes later. Fine technique now. I like how you adjusted your technique based on your partner's sobs. Now pay attention as I show you some special techniques, as well as you, Himiko. 20 minutes after that. Now, when she is on top, she may want to hold your hands for balance, or you can place your hands on her hips. Don't simply trussed up like a wild monkey. Pace is important in this position. You let her set the pace. 10 minutes later. Now, when taking your lover from behind, you have more options than most would think, but remember to keep in mind what you and your partner have discussed before you place a finger up her bum. The classic is to grab her hips. Now grab onto her hips. Listen to your lover as you set the pace. She will tell you what she likes and how she wants it. Midnight turned her attention to Himiko. Now, this is the classic all four. There is the downward dog, but you can do things as well to heighten the pleasure and experience for you both. You can tweak your boba points and reach between your legs to stimulate your womanhood. But don't be afraid to communicate. You too, harder, faster, pull my hair, hit me. 25 minutes later. Missionary gets a bad rap from the inexperienced. This is a great way to make eye contact and allows so many variations that I can be tender, feverish, primal, loving, and incredible depending on the mood. Midnight told them as Himiko was lying on the bed with Izuku on top of her, still fully clothed. Himiko, place your hands above your head. Izuku uses one hand to hold her hands there. Himiko, wrap your legs around him. Izuku reached back with your free hand and grab her thigh or butt, and now both of you move your hips together, Midnight purred. Everything drifted away as they stared into each other's eyes. Like this, Himiko whispered. I want our first time like this. Me too, I want to look in your eyes, Izuku said. A cough from Midnight broke the spell. Now that we have covered all that, we are going to talk about the most important part, Midnight smiled. Kissing. For most, not all, everything begins and ends with a kiss. It can convey a million words or just one. Hello, I love you, and goodbye. A kiss for every goodbye, as someone once said. Mistletoe could be deadly if you eat it, but a kiss is deadlier if you mean it. For your homework, I want you two to practice kissing. Himiko and Izuku grinned like idiots. Not just any kissing, I want you to try different ways of kissing. Try to convey an emotion or a thought to the other, and they have to guess. Now go on and get out of here. Himiko and Izuku had both forgotten about Aizawa. Once they were gone, Midnight slowly stripped out of her clothes, revealing a leather corset, thong, and fishnet stockings. She pulled out a pair of matching thigh-high stiletto boots. After she laced them up, she retrieved her riding crop and walked to the back of the room. Typing a code, a panel slid away, revealing Aizawa still tied to a chair. You were a very naughty boy, Shota, she cooed. You didn't let me have nearly as much fun as I could had. Now, you need to be punished. A weekend to remember. I know that the anticipation of today is heavy on both of your minds, but this is not something to be rushed, Inko said, looking at the kneeling forms of Himiko and Izuku. I forbid you both from giving in to your desires till this evening after you have eaten dinner. Before heading to the beach, you must arrive at the hotel, check in, and change. The resort will provide all you need to frolic in the sun. You are to savor these moments as an appetizer to your evening delight. Yes, mother, Himiko said, her head bowed. Izuku wondered why he was kneeling but felt it was best not to question it. May we tease each other? Yes, I find that acceptable, but you shall deny each other full release until this evening. Think this a test, Inko said, head tilted up slightly. Should you fail, I will have you both return home, and I will be forced to reconsider this union. I will not fail you, mother, Himiko said, her fist over her heart. I will now speak to my son privately. Himiko slowly backed away before turning and leaving the room. Izuku rise. Izuku did as he was instructed. Tonight is a special night. Mother, please don't, he said. No, please do not stop on our account, Twice said. Magni grabbed a handful of popcorn while Spinner tried to look away, but a glare from Inko stopped that. Tonight, I know that you may wish to proceed hastily, but I would tell you to savor this moment, it will never come again. Inko placed her hand on his shoulder. Tonight, make Himiko feel like a goddess, she will forever allow you to worship in her temple. Now go, do not miss thy train. Leave but a boy and a girl, return man and woman. Izuku closed his eyes before he kissed his mother on the cheek. This is so weird, but thank you for everything, Mom. Inko turned to those watching. Now, thank you for agreeing to help renovate my new home. The dumpsters have arrived, and I believe we can accomplish much with your assistance. Let us depart once Midnight and Eraserhead arrive. No problem, it is our pleasure, Twice said with a crisp salute. It will be nice to get off campus for a bit, Magni said. And thank you, my lady, for trusting us. Spinner looked at her questioningly. Magni shrugged, seeming just as confused as him. My son has shared your stories, and since Himiko trusts in you, I will as well, Inko said. You are dear to her, she is dear to my son. I look forward to getting to know you more. I see our heroic escort approaching. Let us depart. Himiko and Izuku nervously entered their hotel room. They looked at the single bed, and both wanted to unleash all the pent-up frustration. They set their bags down. What do we do? Himiko said, Oh God, Izuku, I am so fing wet right now. We are supposed to wait for tonight, Izuku said. I bet they have someone watching. Izuku bit his lip. Himi, will you do something for me? Anything, Izuku, anything you want, she said, staring at him. Take off all your clothes, he said. Himi shuddered, and she went to take her shirt. Slowly, he whispered. Sweet God, Izuku, she sobbed, slowly stripping out of her clothes once her shirt was off. He removed as she took off her bra. The feeling of his eyes on her bobas made her breath quicken. Shoes, socks, he took off his pants and struggled to control himself, watching her slowly lower her pants past her hips. She was bent over, showing him her simple white panties. Himiko was rubbing her thighs when his underwear hit the floor, and she could see how hard his mahood was. She swore it was more significant than ever before. Tell me what your fantasy is, he said as he moved around the bed towards her. What is it that you have fantasized about? What did you want me to do the first time we met? I wanted you to push me to the ground, take these white panties of mine. She couldn't keep her eyes off him, staring at his mouth, his mahood, his abs. And F me so everyone would know that I was yours, every gap, as much as you wanted. Just claim me, mark me. Her breathing was getting heavier. Will you do that? I will be anything for you, Izuku. Her trembling hand lightly touched his chest. I will be your saint. When we get back to this room, Izuku's hand grazed her boba. Himiko nearly came right then and there. I am going to claim you, just like we wanted when we were in detention. His breathing was slightly ragged. Then we will take a bath. Please put those back on, and I will claim you as you want. I promise. Now what? She sobbed, their hands lightly dancing across each other's chest. I want to see you in the new swimsuit you bought, he whispered, their lips slightly out of contact. I want to go to the beach and rub oil on your skin while we ache for the night and our fantasy to be true. Only if you don't wear a shirt out there, Himiko said. Her hand traced his scars. I know you are self-conscious about them, but they are beautiful. They are your badges of courage. They are a part of you, and I want to see them today. Can you do that for me? Yes, their lips met tenderly, but they screamed everything to the other. Once they were dressed, he took a deep breath, feeling a slight anxiety about people seeing his scars, but it disappeared when she took his hand. Himiko wondered if they would notice how wet she was. God bless Midnight for suggesting the wrap. Himiko wore a daring white string bikini that showed off her curves. The wrap was a dark green that played off of Izuku's white trunks with a dark green stripe. She could feel eyes on her as they stepped out into the lobby, but she saw more eyes drifting to Izuku and to his scars. She could see them starting to whisper. She looked at Izuku and could see the brightness in his eyes dimming, as he looked down. His other arm fidgeting, trying to cover some of his scars. She wanted to turn and scream at those who were causing him distress, but she knew he was bearing this for her. Fulfilling her request, she pulled his arm, nestling it in between her bobas. The distraction worked. Ignore them, my Izuku, she whispered. If it weren't for our promises, I would have you take me right here so they know what a real man looks like. His blush was enough to make her smile. The sooner we are on the beach, the closer we are to tonight. Izuku's heart was pounding from the desire, from her words, but this warmth spread over his body. Himiko Toga was, without a doubt, unlike any girl he had ever met. Never in his dream would he have imagined being in this place with a girl like her. He had dreamed of being at the beach this summer, but it was with a different girl, a bubbly brunette. Never had he dreamed of how his life would have gone from 0 to 1 million, upside down, backward, maybe sideways, yet somehow forward. He watched Himiko at the desk, selecting their picnic lunch for their day at the beach. That day in the forest, everything changed. Had Ochaco said yes, what would have happened with Himiko? Would he have been able to say those same words? Would he have been able to save her? How would Bakugo's kidnapping be resolved otherwise? He paused. There was no hesitation when he thought about Bakugo's name, not Katsuki, or Kaken. Okako's words still hurt here. He was with a beautiful girl who wanted him for the most ridiculous reason in the world. But she wanted all of him, scars, fears and all. When she glanced over her shoulder at him and smiled, that warmth flooded him again. She didn't make him nervous. She made him comfortable, confident, wanted, desired, loved. He walked up and slipped his arm around her waist. She smiled as he pulled her close, feeling her snuggle and the contented sigh escape her. He placed a gentle kiss on her head. She turned and looked up at him, and that warmth spread, as did how she looked at him. She always would look him in the eyes, and she saw him. She would truly see him, the hero, the boy. The anger, rage, and passion that he held deep inside, the loneliness and fear that held him back, she saw it all didn't flinch. "What is it?" she whispered. "I love you," he said, her eyes going wide. "You see me and make me better. How can I not love someone like that?" "Not fair," she whispered, burying her head in his chest. "How can you say that and not expect me to make you take me back upstairs after that?" "Your order," the booth worker said as they pulled the ice cooler around the counter. There were towels, a blanket, and a collapsible umbrella. Izuku grabbed the handle with Himiko at his side, and they headed down to the beach. "Inko and the villains. We are going to pick up lunch. I trust you can stay out of trouble and listen to Ms. Midoriya," Aizawa said. The former villains all yelled some variation of yes with Twice, adding that to disobey the Empress would mean death. He would have to address that later as he and Midnight left. "You're nervous," she said once the door was closed. "They are villains," he said. "It has only been a few weeks, but Nizu said we must show them trust. They haven't done anything to make us believe. They want nothing more than change." "Are you getting soft on me, Shota?" Namiri purred. She reached over and rubbed his mahood. "Well, not soft for long. Of course, once the heroes were away, things had to get interesting. The army of Twice had made the demolition a breeze under Magna's direction. Things were moving smoothly. It seemed Spinner had an amazing knack for gardening and was in bliss in the wild jungle of the backyard, removing and trimming back the plants. Magna and Twice had just thrown the last walls in the dumpster when they heard Inko yelling at someone on the phone. "This is unacceptable," Inko said as they approached. "I paid in advance for the price that was agreed upon, and I will not pay another yen. I will come down there to settle this matter post-haste, so be expecting me." Inko terminated the call. "Everything all right? Do we get to F someone up?" Twice asked. "Inko, what happened?" Magna said, approaching the normally cool-headed woman. "I purchased the amount of lumber that you requested and the support beam for opening up the wall," Inko said, calming herself. "I found a wonderful deal after searching, and now these cretins are attempting to raise the price. Magna, would you and Twice accompany me? I will not be taken advantage of." "Of course," Magna said, not only because she liked Inko. The woman helped her remove unwanted facial hair via her quirk and, along with Midnight, helped Magna with makeup tips to soften her features. Along with some taking advantage of Inko because she was a woman, and the thought of what Himiko and Izuku might do not only if Inko was hurt or if their weekend was cut short before the intense pleasure. "Somebody gonna get their bum kicked, somebody goon gets their wig split," Twice started to sing as they walked over to the rental truck while Inko went to talk to Spinner about keeping an eye on things. "Beat him up, break his neck, beat him up, break his neck." They drove off, Twice in the back, continuing to sing to himself about how if these people didn't honor their agreement with Inko, they would get introduced to the Hall of Pain. Magna drove to the address with a feeling growing in the pit of her gut, especially as they crossed the tracks, so to speak. Inko sat in the passenger seat, her calm demeanor betrayed by this anger radiating from her. Magna muttered as they pulled up to a rather shady-looking supply store. Twice echoed her sentiment. "Isn't this Savage's place?" "I think so, sure is," Twice replied. "I wonder if he is still mad about Nagasaki. Surely he has forgotten about Nagasaki." "Highly unlikely," Magna muttered. "Inko, do you want us to talk to them?" "That is not necessary, Magna. I have my voice, and I will use it," she said as she opened the car door. "I will not be taken advantage of by this lot. Now follow me." Twice and Magna stepped out with Magna grabbing her magnet from the trunk before following Inko in. The double doors opened, and Inko swept inside, flanked by the two former villains. Inko didn't know that the operation was a front for a group of villains led by a man named Savage. Savage is a large man with green skin, a disproportionately large upper body and arms, fangs, 2 toes on each foot, and a fin on his head. He possesses immense strength and healing abilities. The League had had a minor run-in with him before the summer camp. Magni had worked with and against him as he was afing chauvinistic, and that was his more charming trait. He had tried to take advantage of a group of women while on a job, and Magna had taken exception to it. Twice had met him on a job in Nagasaki when they were both after the same object. Twice walked away with it, and Savage swore revenge. Now, they were walking into his place of business, and this would not end well. They could only hope that cooler heads would prevail and there would be no blowback for Inko. A man walked up to talk to them. Inko looked him over and waved her hand dismissively. "No, not you," she said. "Excuse me." He started to say. Inko paused and looked at him, one eyebrow slightly arched. "You are not in charge, so you are not worthy of my time. So unless you will hurry along and get your boss, your presence bothers me." She kept walking. Magna thought. Well, that isn't good. She is fing awesome. Twice said quietly. Inko walked up to the counter and stared down the clerk. "Now fetch your boss." "Ma'am," they started to protest. "That wasn't a request," Inko replied. "Now, are you deaf or?" Both," Inko said. "I will use smaller words. So listen closely." Her hand glowed, and the counter worker's chin lifted as his goatee glowed. "Get your boss." Magni and Twice saw people moving in the back, and when the counter worker ran off, the other store patrons quickly evacuated. The back door opened and out walked a short-looking man. His entire body was covered in purple and black feathers, with two large ones sticking out of his head like antennas. He recognized Magna and Twice immediately, and they recognized him. It was Finch, one of Savage's lieutenants. "How can I help you, ma'am?" "I have come to collect my order. Now be a good fellow and have it loaded into the truck out front," Inko said smoothly. "Have you brought your additional payment?" Finch replied mockingly. "There shall be additional payment, you vile little man," Inko said, placing her receipt on the counter. "You will honor our agreement, or there will be consequences." Magna went to whisper something to Inko, but Inko held up her hand to stop her. Inko looked Finch over, taking a measure of him. "Now run back and talk to the real person in charge." "I am," he started to say. Inko sighed. "No, you are not. Don't toy with me, little man. I better things to do today than deal with you." Twice stepped behind a tall display and duplicated as more of him spread out, doing the same. Massive talk from such a diminutive woman, a grave voice rang from the back. The doors opened, and out stepped Savage, a cheap cigar hanging from his mouth. "You must be in charge," Inko said, not flinching an inch. "Look here, we had an agreement. A purchase was made and paid in full. You will honor our agreement." "Who the hell are you, lady? And what are you doing on my turf?" Savage said. Only the counter separated them as he towered over Inko at 6 feet 5 inches. Turf. Inko nose wrinkled. "Now, I wonder why this place is in such a horrible state. Disgusting and filthy." Savage bristled. "And I am moving in. Like hell you are." Savage growled. He was about to continue when Inko's phone rang, and Inko used her quirk to shut his mouth. "Oh, it is my son," she said, smiling. "Please excuse me." Inko walked out onto the sidewalk. "My darling boy, is everything proceeding well?" The doors closed. Savage opened his mouth and glared at Magna and Twice. "You are serving that fat H now. Who do you freaks think you are trying to move in on my turf? Watch your mouth." "Say that again," Twice said. Magna's eye twitched. "Look, Savage. Just give us what we ordered, and we will be out of your fin." "F you both," Savage replied. "I owe you both, and after I collect, I am going to beat the out of your boss." Magna sighed and looked at Inko outside the dirty windows, laughing and talking on the phone. "Nah, I don't think so." Twice. "Boom, someone is going to get thei or bum kicked bum his going to get his wig split." 10 different Twice yelled. Savage left the counter only for a kick from a strong, beautiful rabbit heroine to send him flying back through the wall. Those measurements Twice could always remember. Outside, Inko was lost talking to Izuku. The boy had called for some advice about a purchase he was making as a surprise for Himiko at a seaside shop he saw when he went to buy them some ice cream. Inko was laughing and looking at the photos, completely ignorant of the chaos that was going on inside. Inside, Twice and Magni would have been in for a good fight if it was just them. Well, Twice would have ensured the win, but when 2 Mirkos came leaping into the battle, it was just cruel and unusual after that. "How are you going to explain 2 Mirkos?" Magni said. "Easy, no problem," Twice said. "I bet you are the stronger one." "Hell no, this one is," Twice said, pointing at both of them. There is no way a copy is better than the original. Both Himiko spun and kicked each other at the same time, and then they turned into a puddle of goo. That was FING brilliant. Magna said. There are all kinds of drugs and stuff in the safe. We hit the motherlode. A Twice yelled. No, we are better than this, Magna said. At least we are trying to be. Tie up the Savage, Finch, and any other bigwigs. Magni walked over to the one still conscious. Listen up, you sons of he's, Savage is done. You are going to load us up with what we came for and then get the F out of here before the cops show. If we see or hear any of you coming near the Empress, you will not like what happens to you. Are we FING clear? She heard enough answers of yes. Twice help Inko pull around, and don't let her come in. Empress? Empress? Twice said. Shut up, it was all I could think of, Magni said. Inko. See Twice, isn't it nice when people come to their senses? Inko said as they drove away. Word, not fists, words rule. Twice said. Magni sighed as they drove away, taking a different route as police and heroes entered the area. At last. The beach was fun. Rubbing lotion onto Himiko's bare back, her top undone, was nearly the undoing of him. She had to ask him to stop when he was rubbing her legs near her mahood as she almost intense pleasure edition. But it was everything else they could want. Little dreams and fantasies played out, thankfully without any bump to ruin the mood. When they returned to the hotel, they showered and dressed separately, as the temptation to be there together was too much. They walked hand in hand down the boardwalk towards the restaurant that Inko had arranged, holding hands in the setting sun's light. Nijire is watching from a discreet distance, their room already bugged. Izuku and Himiko strolled past the train station, Himiko admiring the little necklace dangling from her neck, commenting on the beauty of the seashell, and giggling at how Izuku had been nervous about presenting to her before they left the room. Yo, isn't that Midoriya? Kaminari said as the train pulled away. Shiro lifted his head. Where? Over there. He paused. He was pointing towards the disappearing train station. You missed him. I swear I saw him. But it couldn't be him. He was with some girl. Midoriya, yeah, right, Shiro said. So Yuga, did you hear the rumor? I did, sir, Yuga smiled. Monsieur Mineta was kind enough to tell me my lady was uninterested in him. Though I feel sorry for Midoriya, the door is now open as she does not seem to like him that way. So you gonna shoot your shot? Shiro teased. I believe it is now or never as they say, the Frenchman said. I am composing my proposition and plan and slipping it into her locker on the first day back. Hell yeah, Denki said. You go for it. Don't wait too long. I hear you aren't the only one with a thing for her. I will not hesitate then, Yuga said. I thank thee for inviting me to the beach. Don't worry about it, Shiro said. Thanks for buying lunch. Yuga stared out the windows as they moved back toward the main station. He had not heard from his handlers since the forest incident. Maybe they had determined he had paid his debt. Just maybe he would be free. They sat outside on the patio as they ate. The food was good, but with every bite, their pulse seemed to quicken till the end when they passed on dessert, paid, and left. They didn't run back to the hotel but walked quickly. The lobby, the elevator, their hands touching, she pressed against the wall as his kiss told her he was seconds away from claiming her. Her hands dancing around his zipper, nearly freeing him to do so, told him the same. They got the door and stumbled inside. The lights were off, and the window to the balcony was open, allowing light to cascade in. She stood silhouetted against the window. She reached up and pulled the thin, slender strap of her sundress off her shoulder, then the other, looking at him through a full haze. He stood on the other side of the bed, memorizing when she stopped. He pulled off his shirt, her dress fell to the floor, and sandals were kicked off, his and hers. Shorts fell. She stepped to the foot of the bed as he did. Would you like to unwrap the last of your gift? Izuku reached up and undid the clasp at the front of her bra as her bobas bounced just so slightly as they were freed. His hand glided over hard boba points, making her shudder. His breath caught as she ran her hands down his sides, slipping her fingers into the waistband of his underwear and pulling them down his hard mahood by her face. She lightly kissed the tip and blew across the shaft. He nearly unloaded. All day, the teasing and the build-up had left him on edge. He was suddenly nervous. As excited as he was, he wouldn't last a second inside of her if he even made it that far. Then he felt her tongue dart out and run along the shaft. He tried to protest, but Himiko silenced him by taking him in her mouth. She deep-throated him fully, and her tongue came out to lick his balls a few pumps, and he was mahud liquid down her throat. He stumbled back as she looked at him and wiped the edges of her mouth. She slowly stood up. He came back to her, grabbed the strings on her hip, and pulled her panties, falling away. She fell back on the bed. He could see how wet she was. Even her inner thigh was wet. She moved up to the pillows, and he followed after her. Himiko pulled him up so he was over her slowly. She put her hands above her head, and he positioned himself against her dripping womanhood. He grabbed her hands, her legs wrapped around his waist, and with a gentle pull, he ever so slowly pushed past the opening. Their eyes were locked as he entered her. She fought the urge to close them when he whispered, "I love you," and pushed his way into her. Eyes closed as she cried out in intense pleasure, "I see pleasure." Himiko's body was shaking and quivering under him in a way he never saw or felt. Feeling her womanhood contract around his mahud stirred something in him. Her eyes shot open when he pulled back some, as she was still in the throes of pleasure. When he pushed back, her legs locked around him, and she could only call his name. He started to move. She opened her eyes, his name no longer echoing, but instead her declarations of love. All she could say was, "I love you," repeatedly. His return call mixed in with the sound of hers. The sound of their lovemaking filled the room. Then it happened. She could feel his mahud twitch as it molded her womanhood to his shape, feel him begin to pulse inside of her, the look in his eyes, the sobs that replaced the declarations of love. Himiko's body hit another level of pleasure, even higher than the first intense pleasure that had rocked her. He was about mahud liquid. He was about mahud liquid inside her. His seed was going to be hers. Marking her, claiming her, she pulled his head to her shoulder. "Mark me," she sobbed. "Mahud liquid deep inside, and mark me, my love." She felt his teeth on her flesh as the first spurt of his mahud liquid splashed inside of her, and everything went silent for Himiko. She felt him release her hands as he lost control. All she could feel was the pleasure, as the intense pleasure to end all intense pleasure took over. She could feel him still pumping inside her womanhood, his hot seed flooding her. She felt the sudden rush as she ate around his mahud. She tried to ride the convulsion of pleasure that ran through her. She held to him in a near-desperate manner as she finally found a bit of her voice to call out. She begged him for more, pleaded with him not to stop, as another intense pleasure claimed her. F, he called out as Izuku nearly passed out. The feeling of being inside her, the way she convulsed and held him, had brought him to intense pleasure again just as the first one had finished. He was not prepared. As their senses returned, she released her arms to look into his eyes. He was worried for a second, seeing tears in her eyes, but she rolled her hips against him. "Happy tears," she whispered. "Don't stop," Himiko whispered. "I know you want more, me, give me all I can handle and more, don't stop." Her voice got louder as he began to move. "Harder," she growled, calling his name in pleasure as he increased the pace and force. "Don't stop, don't you dare fing stop," Himiko sobbed out. "Break me, Izuku, break me. No other mahud will ever compare to yours. Engrave it in me, and engrave it in my fing soul." Her eyes rolled back as she came again. "More," she called. Let go for me. "It's okay, I want it," she begged. "I need it," she sobbed. "I won't run away, I won't leave. Let it go, give to me my Izuku." Her eyes focused as a green light surrounded them. She saw the lightning begin to dance the way his eyes glowed, the fire and passion, all the pent-up emotions began to pour out as he relentlessly fed her into intense pleasure after intense pleasure, all the while she screamed his name, begged him for more. She could feel him mahud liquid, and he kept fing her. The sounds of the wet mess between her legs, their bodies crashing into each other, the bed squeaking, the headboard pounding as he drove himself into her. Himiko was at his mercy. She couldn't speak. Her eyes would roll back as he relentlessly unleashed himself on her. Then she felt it. Her eyes focused as she heard him calling her, desperately calling her. He nearly sounded lost. She pulled him close as the pace softened, whispering his name, her love in his ear. One more time, she felt him mahud liquid, and one more time, she felt herself come, but this was different. It spread through her body, and the only way she could describe it was joy. It just washed over her, permeating every part of her. It was this heat, this feeling of belonging, that she was his and he was hers. He would never let her go, and he would protect her, hold on to her, and cherish her. A feeling that Himiko only had in dreams she had only had ever so briefly before her quirk manifested. It was there she could feel it, the way he held on to her, the way she held on to him. When he finally pulled out of her and slid next to her, their bodies covered in sweat, their juices mixed, escaping her, she could feel the soreness creeping in from how he had fed her, and she was happy. At that moment, he had surrendered to her and laid himself bare. He pulled her into his arms, the cool night air dancing in, caressing their bodies. Perfect, she whispered as they fell asleep, exhausted and satisfied. A sentiment expressed a few rooms over as Nijire pulled the vibrator free, repositioned herself on the bed, and fell asleep. Nijire slowly woke up in a tangle of sheets. She untangled herself, checking her surveillance. She saw Himiko asleep in the bed alone. She heard the shower running, assuming that Izuku had woken up already. Like a cat unfurling, she stretched, whispered her good morning to Himiko, and kissed the screen before showering. She slowly washed herself, her mind drifting as she imagined Izuku with her, stealing peeks at her over his shoulder until his firm, scarred hand slipped around her, trailing up her stomach. They find her standing T-boba points as his mouth finds her neck, his teeth grazing over the skin, the light pinch and tug. One hand drifts down, finding her womanhood wet and not just from the water. She whispers his name, but he doesn't say anything back. He just slowly bends her over, his hard mahood slipping deep inside her. She sobs, his pace slowly increasing with each hit. Her knees are trembling. He grabs one arm, then the other, he won't let her fall, and she is at his mercy as he f's her into submission. He pulls her back and pushes her against the wall as his mahood explodes, flooding her with his hot mahood liquid, bringing her to her second intense pleasure. She whimpers as she feels it exit her. He is still so hard, then she feels it, his mahood slick and wet with both of their fluids moving up and aligning with her. She whimpers as he pushes in, past her whimper of pleasure, and relentlessly pounds her bum. She tries to ignore the feeling of the build of pleasure. She tries to lie, saying this is just for him, and she tells him that she isn't this type of girl. She isn't a naughty girl. Then why are you the one moving? He says. She is the one moving. She is the one impaling her buman, his mahood. You are this type of girl, he says, pinning her against the wall, his mahood deep in her bum. My girl, my dirty little, he growls, moving again inside her. The pleasure is too much, maybe even better than when he is in her womanhood. She screams how he is right. She is his dirty little who loves to be fed in the bum. She is he does, leaving her a mess. Nijire Hato sinks to the floor of the shower. He favored sliding from her bum alone. She lay there trembling from the powerful intense pleasure she had just given herself, a blissful smile on her face. Meanwhile, are you ready to go, Izuku? I have our tickets for the boat tour, Himiko giggled when his arms slipped around her waist. He tilted her head to the side, kissing her neck and nibbling. Her hand cradled his head, holding it in place. Izuku, she whispered. She shuddered as his hand ran up the back of her thigh. Under her skirt he ran his around the front, touching her womanhood through her panties, her white cotton panties. You're already wet, he whispered. Again, she sobbed his name. I made a promise, he whispered. You can say no. If you don't, I am going to push you down on this bed, and I am going to do what you asked. He nipped her neck, and she almost fell forward onto the bed. His arms held her in place. Well, please? She whispered. Please, yes. She heard his shorts hit the floor. He pushed her down. She felt her panties pushed aside as he buried himself deep inside. She lost her voice as she intense pleasure ed immediately, clawing at the bed as his body held her. I want to hear you. I want those outside to hear you, Izuku whispered. Who do you belong to? You, she gasped. He started to move again. The pleasure was intense as he was making her fantasy come true. They can't hear you, my Himiko, he said. Let them know. His pace quickened. Yours Izuku, I am yours. Oh, Dracula, please don't stop. Don't stop fing me, she screamed. He started to go harder. The sounds of their bodies crashing together drove her insane. Intense pleasure after intense pleasure pushed her over the edge. All she could make was sounds. Words and reason failed her. She lost track of how many times she came. She knew he came twice before he rolled her over and fed her mouth. He had her hands pinned while he buried his mahout in her mouth, making her makeup run all over the place. She felt herself mahout liquid from him using her like this when he intense pleasure ed. She heard him tell her to drink every drop, not to let a single drop spill. Like a good girl, Himiko did exactly as he asked. He pulled his still hard mahout from her mouth, and she whimpered. Then he turned her onto her stomach. She heard him pull something from the bedside table. She saw a bottle of lubrication. She massaged some onto her and his mahout. As they leaned in detention, he worked and played with her while she sobbed and writhed against the bed. He lifted her hips. Her chest was on the bed. He positioned himself. She could feel him hesitate as he began to enter her, and she sobbed. But this wasn't her fantasy. She bit her lip and pushed her hips back quickly, shoving him in, and pain flashed through her. "Himi," he said. His voice was so tender, so caring, so loving. "I am okay, just a moment." She felt she started moving independently. She admired that he didn't move. A sob escaped her lips as she moved quicker, harder. "There it is, F me Izu, F my bum." When he grabbed her hips, she maneuvered one hand between her legs. She started playing with herself till the pleasure took over. "Do it harder, oh F like that, you like FING my bum don't you? You are so big it feels like you will tear me in two. I love it." His pace quickened. "Yes Izuku, yes, 2 times you came in my womanhood, 2 times I want to in my bum like that hard, oh yes Izuku. Yes." She called out, her voice deepening as the pleasure took over. Her mind wandered to another Izuku being in the room and FING her mouth and a third underneath FING her womanhood, filling all her gaps at the same time. Or another of the maids lying spread eagle while Himiko plunged into the depths of the girl's womanhood. The pleasure was too much. She screamed at how he was making her mahout liquid and her hand fell away from her womanhood as she collapsed to the bed. His mahout still pumping in and out of her bum. She clawed at the bed. He leaned down and marked her other shoulder with his bite, again sending her into bliss. Himiko was his slave. He was doing all she fantasized about, just claiming and marking her. She begged for his mahout liquid, her makeup a mess, her clothes drenched in sweat, her white panties stained with her mahout liquid and his. She was in heaven when he came again, and she felt his limp mahout slide from her bum. Feeling his seed leak out made her feel like such a dirty naughty girl, his dirty naughty girl, and she loved it. When they were finished, he lovingly stripped her clothes and carried her into the bathroom. He washed and cuddled her to him before he took them to a large tub, where they sank into it together and snuggled to his chest. "That was perfect," she whispered. "How did you know what to do?" When he didn't answer, she lifted her head and saw him blushing. "Izuku?" she said. "An app," he muttered. He saw her raised eyebrow. "An app? I have a premium membership, so I asked what to do and how to fulfill the fantasy. It said that we should bathe together after to deepen our love." "You are such a dork," she said, kissing his cheek. She noticed him looking at her bobas and felt his standing tie-in. "I have another fantasy," she whispered. He straddled him, sliding him once more into her womanhood. "Don't move, let me make love to you." He just nodded, lost in the bliss as she slowly began to F him. "Izu, can I have some blood?" she said. Her voice betrayed how nervous she was, how her heart clenched, and everything was so perfect that she was scared that she was pushing too far. He had given his blood before, but she was afraid he would say no. "Of course," he said, turning his neck to side. "I like it. Why do you drink from me?" She bit tenderly, his sweet blood coming into her mouth. She felt his mahout get bigger, and she started moving again. She made sure not to take too much. She made love to him. When she felt him about to explode, she begged him to hold on for just a moment longer. She saw him doing his best. When her body tensed, she told him Toma had liquid. His intense pleasure and seed released inside of her was just what she needed to push her over the edge. His mahout slipped out of her as she fell against his chest. "I love you," he whispered. A contented purr escaped her lips, and she lay on his chest in pure bliss. "Nijire. Where the heck are they?" she said as the boat pulled away from the harbor. "I can't believe they didn't make it to the glass-bottom tour," she thought, putting in an earpiece. The sound of Himiko and Izuku's lovemaking filled her ears. What about me? She whined internally. She pouted for the rest of the ride, especially when she got out of range of the listening device. She was a bit sullen when she returned to her room to check on them. They were cuddling before she saw them get changed to go to dinner. Nijire did the same, making sure they left the room this time. Nijire slipped after she adjusted her blue-black tropical print sleeveless dress. She had opted for the ankle-length dress, her sizable chest on display. She smiled, seeing them just ahead of her. Himiko wore a similar dress, but hers was white with black palm trees and red flowers. She noticed the red blood drop earrings and pouted as if she didn't have a gift like that from him. Hold the elevator, she said, stepping into the car. Beach dinner? Yes, Himiko said, smiling at Nijire. Are you meeting someone? Nijire nodded. First date, she said nervously. I hope he is nice. I sure he will be, Izuku said, smiling. When they reached the lobby, Nijire excused herself to wait for her date as Himi and Izuku walked towards the beach. She was gorgeous, Himiko said. Not nearly as gorgeous as you, Izuku said, slipping his arm around her waist and kissing her head. You keep that up, Mr. Himiko said, snuggling in. We won't make it to dinner. We already missed lunch, Izuku said. We will need some energy for tonight, won't we? Good point, Himi laughed. Nijire made her way to her table alone. She did her best to look around and seemed sad. She saw them notice her, and she gave a small smile. She got stood up, Himiko said to Izuku. Who in their right mind would stand her up? Izuku said quickly before clamping his hands over his mouth. Himiko grinned at him devilishly. She put her finger to his lips to stop his apology. She is beautiful, Izuku, Himiko smiled. I don't mind you noticing. I will invite her to sit with us, but I feel bad for her. Himiko walked over. Did your date not show up? No, Nijire sighed. Not even a text. I tried calling. I know we don't know each other, but would you like to sit with us? Himiko said, smiling. I don't want to intrude on your date. Nijire said. It is fine, Himiko said. Besides, won't it be easier to keep an eye on us if you sit with us? Nijire froze. You're good, darn good, but I saw you at the aquarium, the park, and the restaurant. It isn't a coincidence that you happened to be where we were every time Izuku and I left the school. I knew the school would have us followed. You didn't interfere with our dates, so I didn't mind. So come sit with us. Does he know? Nijire whispered. Nope, I won't tell him if you come sit with us, Himiko smiled. It made Nijire feel like she was a mouse that a cat had caught. I would love to, Nijire smiled and motioned to a waiter who came and took her chair over to their table. Thank you for allowing me to join you. It is very kind. It is our pleasure, Izuku said, smiling. I am sorry your date didn't show up, but let's make the best of this. Nijire smiled and sat down. Her cheeks blushed some as her mind ran away a bit with her. The night was pleasant, dinner was exquisite, and there was a live band and dancing. Izuku was a blushing mess when she insisted that he dance with Nijire after dancing with Himiko. Izuku, she wants to dance, and her date stood her up, Himiko pouted. Now be her hero and dance with her. He noticed Nijire looking at the dance floor with a certain longing. Nijire, would you like to dance? He said, extending his hand. Nijire tried to protest, but a look from Himiko ended that. She blushed, taking his hand as he led her to the dance floor. The feeling of his rough, scarred hands sent shivers through her body as her fantasies began to flood her mind. The song shifted from the catchier tune to a nice slow number, and feeling him so close, she felt herself melting into him. He wasn't the most talented dancer, but how he made her feel safe and protected did wonders for her nether region. She was on the verge of being a pro hero. It was her job to make people think this way, but he just had this aura. She swooned as they twirled around the dance floor. Izuku blushed, feeling her chest against his as they danced. He looked to Himiko, who just smiled. While they had sat and eaten dinner, Nijire had this energy about her that he could tell she was holding in. The way her eyes would light up when certain subjects came up, he could see her restraining herself. But it was different now that they were dancing. She felt tender and soft in his arms, almost like a different girl. Once the dance ended, he walked her back to the table before he excused himself. Have you seen us have? Himiko said. Nijire started to deny it. Yes. Did you record it? Himiko said, a hint of steel in her voice. No, just observed, Nijire said, calm, trained. Was that part of the orders? No, I was just to observe when you went into the karaoke bar. I couldn't be in the room, so I took steps to ensure that you didn't hurt him or vice versa, Nijire said. She could see the flicker of annoyance at the thought that she would hurt her Izuku, but it was understandable this could have been some elaborate trap. Did you play with yourself watching us? Himiko said naughty-tively. Did Yumahood liquid watching how he fed me and made me his? Nijire felt herself getting wetter under the girl's questions, like she wanted to be punished to forced to sit in the room and watch as they fed, Himiko coming to her and letting lick her womanhood clean after Izuku had loosed a seat inside of her. Yes, Nijire said, her thighs rubbing together. You want to taste it, don't you? Himiko leaned in and whispered. You want to watch us, and maybe if I let you, he can F you, make you his just like he did me. Nijire couldn't talk. She was stunned that this blonde girl had read her like a book, and she could only nod. I might let you, Himiko continued. If you are worthy of him, I might let him F you. Himiko saw him walking back. But not yet. Watch how he makes love to me tonight, watch and record yourself, and send it to me. I want to see Yumahood liquid imagining you were the one being F edition. If I had some of your blood, I could let you see what he would do to you. Nijire's eyes went wide. Everything all right? Izuku said, walking back to the table, seeing Himiko smile and Nijire blushing. Everything is just perfect, Himiko said. Yes, very nice, Nijire said, composing herself. Thank you both for making tonight so lovely, but I will go to my room. I want to let you two enjoy the rest of your night. Nijire rose and bowed before she left. She is very nice, Izuku said smiling. She is beautiful. I wish I had some of her blood. Himiko smirked at Izuku, watching his mind process and blush. That Himi, he said, not being able to think. Just teasing my love. Himiko took his hand. Dance with me some more. They danced and had a lovely night before returning to their room. Izuku was left drained as Himiko was even more insatiable than the night before. She rode him for most of the night. He was lost when she mounted him reverse cowgirl and took him in her bum. She leaned back and rode him so slow and deep as she played with herself, putting on a show for him in the mirror. She seemed extra naughty that night. He must remember to retake her dancing. End of the weekend. The morning came too soon. They woke and ate breakfast in the cafe before returning to the room to pack their bags for their trip home. He was a bit sad to be leaving the room, wondering when he would get to be with her again. The entire weekend had been like a little fantasy world where they were just together, and real life was somewhere far away. Their bags were over their shoulders, and they checked out and left, walking towards the train station. Izuku, Himi said once they sat down. Why haven't you gone anywhere with your friends? I don't have many, he responded. I have a few, but things got messy, and I am not ready to talk to them right now. I have you. I have one friend who wants to see Eternal with me, but I don't know if I should. Why is that? Himiko said, raising an eyebrow. It is a girl, Izuku said. She sent me a photo to invite me, but I think she may be interested in more than just being a friend and… Can I see the photo? Himiko said. She smiled as he opened his phone and handed it to her. He opened the message, and Himiko saw the photo Reiko had sent. Tell me about her. Her name is Reiko, Izuku said. She is nice. She is from our sister class 1B, the girl I told you about in the movie. We had talked about seeing the movie together, but then you and me. He blushed. But she sent the photo, and I think she may be interested in more and… She is pretty, Himiko said, smirking. Tell me more. Izuku told her about how Reiko liked vampires and spooky things, the girl's quirk, and how her favorite soda was grape. The more he talked, the more it became apparent that Reiko liked him. She looked through the texts, and the girl had been dropping some hints, but Izuku had missed them. I think you should go to the movies with her, Himiko said. But Himiko, he protested. Wouldn't that be cheating? Not at all, Himiko said. She is your friend, so you shouldn't ignore her. That doesn't make a girl feel good. Unless you plan on naughty ing her? Her eyebrows arched. She laughed as he blushed. I trust you, Izuku. If she makes a move, just let her know that you have a girlfriend and that all you can do is kiss her. I wasn't joking about you having more lovers. Izuku stopped. He stopped. Himiko, I love you. I want that clear. I don't know if I could handle more or need more. She kissed him softly. The more girls that love, the more they will be there to protect you, and the harder you will fight to come home. Just be open to their feelings, acknowledge them, and do what feels comfortable. I am not worried about you leaving me. I know how big your heart is and that I have my special place. Himiko snuggled in. Was there someone you had a crush on before me? She felt him stiffen, and Izuku took a deep breath. Yes, he said. She could hear his heart pounding. I had planned to confess to her during summer camp. She shot me down when I did and said she wanted to be friends before I got it out. What did you like about her? Himiko pressed. It sounds stupid, but for most of my life, I was quirkless, Izuku said. I met her at the entrance exam, and she was the first person to be nice to me, the first girl I talked to, and my first friend. So, a first love? Himiko said. It is okay, Izuku. I have had my share of crushes. Yes, Izuku said. When she rejected me, it hurt. I knew it was a possibility, but I hoped. She didn't owe me anything, but the rejection was painful. Himiko put her arm around him. Then the camp was attacked, and we met, and then the chaos of everything. Then why do you love me? Himiko said quietly. You want me, he said, his arm around her shoulders. You want all of me. I can show you everything, and you won't judge me. You don't judge me. Then you risked everything just for a chance of us being together. I felt so unworthy of your sacrifice but grateful. To know that someone would risk everything for love to love me of all people. When you kissed me, this fire ignited. I didn't understand it. You coming to our side, opening up, baring yourself to me, it is so beautiful. I couldn't help falling in love with you. That is why I love you, Himiko said. Izuku, I love you. I know this is crazy, but it is everything I have ever dreamed of. In that dream, you are surrounded by those that love you. You have trusted me so far. Keep trusting in me. A lot can be learned in a kiss, so if you feel like kissing her. I trust you, Himiko, he whispered. I will think about it. How to build an empire. Inko, with Spinner by her side, strode back into the moonshine nursery. Spinner was on edge. This place was not a place for Inko. It wasn't a place for him. Inko spied a familiar short-looking man. His entire body was covered in purple and black feathers, with two large ones sticking out of his head like antennas. It was Finch, one of Savage's lieutenants. I know him, Inko said, marching over. Finch saw her approach. He had barely escaped the fight at the supply store. Savage was in custody and not about to go anywhere if the operation was in shambles since the Empress had made her play. He gulped. This woman was relentless. Had she come to claim her cut, Twice and Magni were waiting outside. This woman had heroes at her beck and call. Mariko had appeared out of nowhere. She moved so fast it was almost like there were two of them. This woman was not to be trifled with. If the fierce rabbit hero was under her sway, he needed to play it calm. Maybe she would need him in her organization. You again, Inko said calmly, looking down her nose at Finch, who trembled under her gaze. Are we going to have an issue today, or do I have to deal with your boss? Finch shook. Savage was on his way to Tartarus. Did her reach extend so far that she could have him killed while in that prison? He thought. No, madam, I am at your complete disposal. Whatever you wish? Good, my landscaper and I are here to pick up some product, Inko said. Spinner saw other thugs looking their way. He glared at them, his hand on a blade at his back. They looked terrified. No, madam, Finch said. Whatever you command. Good, Inko looked around the dirty store. This place should be clean, or I shall take my business elsewhere. Finch trembled. When someone pays for a product, they should get what they paid for. Yes, madam, Finch said. A clean, well-run business attracts more customers, don't you think? Inko's voice was cold. If you want to stay in business, you would do well to keep that in mind. Finch was nearly in tears as he understood his precarious position. And the supply store? He whimpered. What of it? She responded he could feel his head about being removed from his body. It is closed at the moment, he said, his eyes begging for his life. A closed store generates no money, Inko sighed. Now, have someone escort me to the nursery, Spinner. Inko turned, walking away. Spinner followed her, glaring at Finch as if daring him to try something. Spinner, look at the flowers. Are they not lovely? This price is a steal. Inko gushed. Inko was happy when Izuku and Himiko walked up. Himiko immediately kneeled before Inko. Honored mother, we have returned, and as you commanded, I have been made a woman. Are you a man, my son? Inko said coolly. Izuku nearly fainted. Yes, Mom, we spent our first night together, hero mode had activated. Thank you for setting up such a lovely weekend. It was my pleasure, Inko said. Have others emerged? I believe there is a possibility, honored mother, Himiko said. I have not met her. That is not why I have not brought her before you. I have encouraged my mate to take her to the movies and pursue a kiss if the lady is inclined. Should there be a spark, I will meet her and decide if she should be brought before you. Perfect first daughter, I am pleased that you are not just talk but a woman of action, Inko said. Now, Izuku, close your mouth before you catch a fly. See how the home has progressed in just a weekend. Izuku stumbled after in a daze. I believe if we work hard over the next 3 weeks, we may be able to move in just before the new school year. Movie date. Reiko froze, staring at her phone. Izuku, hello, Reiko. I am sorry I haven't responded. A lot has happened. Do you want to see Eternal still? I was hoping we could see it before school begins next week. Reiko, I would love to. Are you interested in going on Wednesday? Izuku, yes, that sounds nice. Please pick the time and allow me to purchase the tickets. Reiko came walking up the theater, dressed in a black spaghetti strap dress that came down to about mid-thigh, black fishnet stockings. She wore silver earrings, bracelets, and rings matching her hair. The blue gemstones matched her eyes. The necklace hung just low enough to draw his eye line to her bobas, which were sitting nicely with the new undergarments she had bought. She noticed his black button-down short-sleeved shirt, the new hairdo, the flawless black pants. She felt her heart beat faster at the tightness of his shirt and the way that his scars peeked out. He looked so handsome and strong, and there was this hint of danger. He saw her before she said anything. His eyes danced over her body, and the hint of the black garter belt was a hungry look. Images of the throne danced on her head, the silver chain in his hand. Reiko, you look very pretty, Izuku said after he caught his breath. Thank you, Izuku, she said, looking down and blushing slightly. You look handsome. I like seeing your arms. The scars don't bother you? He said quietly. No, I find them very appealing, Reiko said. They are a testament to your commitment. But let me ask, are you all right? I see you here before me, but after camp. I am doing better, he said. Camp was something I would rather forget, but I am glad you are uninjured. Thank you, Reiko paused. Before we continue, I must say that I saw you with a girl with ash blonde hair, and you appeared to be on a date. Is this girl your girlfriend? Yes, Izuku said. Her name is Himiko. This is perplexing, Reiko looked at him. I must admit that I find you attractive and felt a connection between us. I had hoped to explore that connection with you today. I kind of guessed as much, Izuku blushed. Especially from the photo you sent, I didn't reply immediately. But after discussing it with my girlfriend, she encouraged me to reach out. I enjoyed our time in the library. I wanted to get to know you better. He paused and stammered. I would like to see if we have a connection. If not romantic, I would very much like to be your friend. And if I want a romantic connection? Reiko pressed, stepping forward so he could get a close-up look. Oh boy, Izuku said. You meet my girlfriend, and if that works out, you become my girlfriend. I am not sure. Reiko, let me be honest. Reiko nodded. I don't know what I am doing or how anything works. Himiko said you are interested in me, and I should be open to your feelings. I need you to know I have no idea what I am doing. Everything has been going 100 miles per hour since camp. When I become one of your girlfriends, Reiko stepped closer. Will you lavish affection and attention upon me? Izuku gulped, and a look in her eyes seemed very familiar to him. I would be happy to serve you and your girlfriend. I will sit at your side and wage into any battle with thee. I will be plain, I want a romantic connection. How do we find if one exists? Can I take thee home and let you plunder my body as you see fit, or will you pull me into the alley and ravish me against the wall? Reiko's breathing was quickening. I am willing to allow you to do both or all. Wow, Izuku said, his other appendage was screaming yes. Reiko, you are very pretty, but that is a lot to start with. How about a kiss? I can start with a kiss, but I have a condition, Reiko said. We kiss right now, and if there is a connection, I will keep kissing you on our date. Then I want to meet this Himiko to see if I can service you, master. She whispered that last part so naughty-tively that Izuku nearly fainted. I know nothing about women, he thought. I can agree to that. Reiko shuddered when his hand cupped her cheek, her eyes closed, lips ready. He gently kissed her. This electric spark ran through them. Reiko pushed him back, opened her mouth, and was pleased when his arm went around her waist as her tongue began to explore his mouth. When he returned, Reiko knew she had to have him. She needed him. He was conveying so many things with his kiss: affection, excitement, and nervousness. She stumbled back out of view. Her leg was over his hip. She took his hand and placed it on her thigh, letting it trace up to her bum, her thong doing nothing to keep it from him. They pulled back. I believe that counts as a spark, Reiko said, her breath tickling his lips. Ayumiya, he whispered. Then I get to kiss you for the duration of our date, Reiko whispered. If you change your mind, we can go anywhere you want if you wish to use my body. That is a tempting offer, but a little fast for me, Reiko, he blushed. Like I said, I am not sure what all this is. I understand, she took his hand. Let us enjoy the movie. Izuku was thankful for the empty movie theater. They kissed a lot, and when the scene came up, hearing her whisper master just did something to him. He got a bite to eat before he walked her to the train station. She took his hand and placed it on the inside of her thigh so he could feel how wet she was. I look forward to being able to service you one day, she purred before catching the train. Izuku was at a loss when she sent him a photo of her undergarments after she got home. Women are complicated and a bit scary, he thought. Yue. Izuku stood at the gates. Reiko was supposed to meet with Himiko after school that day. Himiko and Spinner were going to join him in class. He was about to see Ochaco and everyone since that day in the hospital. He was walking towards the building. He did not expect to see Yuga and Ochaco walking around to the back. He knew he shouldn't, but he followed after. Ochaco had arrived at school early. She was hoping to catch Deku. She didn't know what she was going to do. They hadn't talked since the hospital. She spoke a bit with Tsu, but Tsu told her to figure things out with Izuku first. She didn't expect to come across Yuga putting a letter in her locker. She froze, and he froze. A tumbleweed may have blown past them. Hey Yuga, she said slowly. Mon cher, he said, blushing. I was hoping we could talk after school, but seeing as you have caught me red-handed. He held up the letter. Perhaps we can talk now. Ochaco took the letter and followed him out and around the corner. Izuku was around the corner. He knew he shouldn't be here, but his heart and mind conflicted. He had Hime, and Reiko was coming on strong. There was a definite attraction there, but he was so confused. Yuga, Ochaco said, her heart pounding. She knew this was a love confession but was unprepared to deal with it. There was also the thought of what was going on. First there was Izuku, who she was in love with. Now Yuga, what next? But that thought made her want to vomit. Please, Mon Chéri, let me do this first, Yuga said. Ochaco Uraraka, I was taken with you since the battle trials. The fierceness and determination you showed, your caring for your teammate, spoke to my soul. I wished to approach you sooner, but it seemed like another was taken with you and that your affection may have lied with him. That is 1000% correct, but like an idiot, I may have f'd that up. Then Tsu said she likes me, but I need to fix things with Izuku first, she thought. Your personality shined so brightly that the stars may have begun to envy how bright you shone. I did a gentleman should and stood back, though my heart would pound. That time we spent working on that project was the happiest of my time here. Yuga continued. When I heard that you were not romantically interested in Midoriya, I must say that I felt bad, as it was apparent how he felt for thee, and out of friendship, I was ready to swallow my desires. But I have decided that since you do not wish a romantic relationship with him, I cannot let my heart be caged any longer. Please don't do this, Yuga Ochaco screamed in her head. I am flattered, but I am in love with someone else. Someone who inspires me, someone who drives me to be better. Someone who I royally messed up with. Ochaco Uraraka, my star, my guiding light, I love thee. Will you please allow this poor fool to be your boyfriend? Yuga was down on one knee, his hand extended. Izuku held his breath. I am sorry, Yuga, but I am in love with someone, a dear friend. I appreciate you being so brave as to confess this, Ochaco said. But I cannot accept it. I am sorry. Yuga's face fell as her words hit him. Izuku slumped against the wall. It wasn't that she wanted to concentrate on becoming a pro or that she didn't want to date me. Izuku pushed away from the wall. It hurt learning the truth. It was like getting her punched. I wish she had just told me the truth, he thought. Hime wants me, and Reiko wants me. I don't want to be with someone who doesn't. I deserve better. Izuku walked into the building, heading to his locker. Can this get any worse? He wondered. Izuku, I am pleased to see you. Izuku turned and saw Tenya. How are you feeling? Good, he said with a smile. I hate to ask this of you, my friend, but can I talk with you? Tenya adjusted his glasses. In private. Izuku nodded and followed Tenya to an empty room. First, my friend, have you recovered? Yes, Izuku said. Physically, there are some things that keep creeping back in. Could I have done it differently? Is there something I can do differently? I understand. Tenya took a deep breath. Izuku, I would like your blessing to pursue a romantic relationship with Ochaco. Izuku sat back, stunned. I know you had feelings for her, and I honestly believed she shared those feelings. I was happy to support you in your pursuit, as I care very much for both of you. But with the confession, to care for her. I am in love with someone, a dear friend, Ochaco's words echoed in his mind. She was in love with Tenya, and Tenya was in love with her. He was messing things up for his friends, being selfish when he was just in the way. Tenya, it would be my honor to support you, Izuku said, placing his hand on his shoulder. I just want you both to be happy. Izuku, thank you. Tenya took a deep breath. I didn't want to jeopardize our friendship. After everything we have been through, your friendship means so much. I would not be here if it weren't for you. Tenya, we are friends, which is important. The fact that you had these feelings and supported me completely tells me all I need, Izuku said. When they stepped out, he made an excuse and stepped away. Everything had clicked. Ochaco was his first friend in those years of being alone. He had read more into relationships than was there. Tenya and Ochaco were in love. He had Himiko. Whatever was happening with Reiko, he needed to be the man Himiko believed in, his mother, his mentor, and most importantly, the man he wanted to become. He pulled out his phone. Izuku, I need you. Himiko, are you okay? Izuku, yes, but I want to see you. Himiko, good. I want to see you too, but I am nervous. What if everyone hates me? Izuku, then it will be you and me against the world. On his way to the teacher's lounge, Izuku went through the school to see Himiko, the weight of the morning pressing down on his shoulders. He regretted eavesdropping on Ochaco and Yuga. It wasn't the right thing to do. Overhearing the confession would have been difficult at most times, but after what had passed between him and Ochaco, it was even more challenging. The pain of her rejection had been tempered by him telling himself she didn't want to date anyone, that it wasn't personal. Then there was the whirlwind Himiko, its pure insanity, the near-natural disaster force of what had happened between them following that rejection, which had been simply insane. Izuku had suffered from being rejected and shunned for most of his life. It wasn't until he came to the UA that he first experienced what it was like to be accepted, and it all started with Ochaco and Tenya. It was a rough start, but a start. Except for Bakugo, it had been this steady gain with the rest of his class to where he didn't feel as much like an outsider. Though he did feel like he was an imposter, those feelings were slowly fading away, and that was due to everything that had happened that night in the forest and on the mountain. The catalyst at the center had been Himiko Toga. It was her blind acceptance of him, of all him, even the parts he refused to see himself, that had just overwhelmed his heart. There was not a single part of him that she would not accept or love. from his good parts to the anger and frustration bubbling under the surface that kept threatening to erupt. The way it manifested in bed, the way she let him just cut loose and unleash everything upon her, and she would hold him, whispering her love, telling him how beautiful it was. That complete and instant acceptance of him made him fall for her. He didn't have to hold anything back with her. He could be free with Himiko. But then he made the fatal mistake of following them and overhearing everything. It wasn't that she didn't want to date, she didn't want to date him, she was in love with someone else, a best friend. Then Tenya talked to him, and it all clicked into place. Ochaco loved Tenya. Tenya, being his friend, had pushed his feelings aside and supported Izuku in his pursuit of Ochaco. Now it was Izuku's turn to be a friend, except that Ochaco didn't want to date him, and to spare his feelings, she said that she wanted to concentrate on her career. It made sense. Not that he had the W-gap picture. Sorry Deku, but I love Tenya would have been hard to say. Ochaco and Tenya would be good together. He had Himiko, whatever was going on with Reiko. 2 girls had feelings for him and wanted to be with him, so why focus on the pain of the one that didn't? He should consider himself blessed. 2 was far more than the 0 he believed to be his future. It wasn't like a bunch of girls would beat down his door, rip off their clothes, and say, "Take me, I am yours." He just shook his head when he saw the girl from the beach standing in the middle of the hall. It had never crossed his mind that Nijire was a student at UA. Then he heard a boy call her name, "Nijire, wait up." Nijire Hato. Nijire did not expect to run into him on the first day back, but he was looking towards her in the hall. She had a moment of panic. What if he mentioned her being stood up, or worse? She could use this to her advantage. She had just stepped into view as a plan snapped into place. Nijire whirled on her heel at the voice calling for her to wait up. She ensured she was back enough so Izuku could see her dear friend Mirio enter the hallway. Mirio is a tall young man with a very muscular build and several noticeable scars around his lower arms. He has unique beady blue eyes, with no visible sclera, and a nose that is rounder than most. He has blonde hair, with the top part arranged in a cowlick, while the bottom section is worn swept backward. Mirio was her best friend, one of the other being Mirio's boyfriend Tamaki. They were beautiful and would let Nijire sometimes watch when they were feeling naughty. There was also last New Year's Eve when they all had too much to drink, but that was a one-off. "How dare you talk to me like nothing happened?" Nijire said as she whirled around, hands on her hips. Mirio froze in his tracks, confused. She gave him the hand sign for when someone was undercover and needed them to play along. "You think you can just stand me up like that?" Mirio's eyes widened. "Look, I didn't mean to. Something just came up," he said defensively, putting his hands up. "Something just came up. I know what came up." "Her name was Bibamai," Nijire said, wiping away a tear. "She sent me the video of you, the 2 of you together." Mirio sputtered, "That wasn't me." "You said it was over," Nijire wiped tears from her eyes. "I thought you changed after we spent that night together. You said it was only me you loved. But you just used me." "Look, Nijire," Mirio said, his mind racing. "You were good but not good enough. Why would I want the runner-up beauty queen when I can have the 2-time champ?" Nijire slapped him across the face. "You're terrible." She turned and fled, tears in her eyes. Mirio rubbed his cheek before walking away. "What an..." Izuku thought. Nijire was running towards him. He called her name, and she stopped, her crocodile tears running down her face. "Oh, Izuku. She tried desperately to compose herself. "Nijire, are you all right?" "I am sorry, but I heard everything. That guy did was horrible," Izuku said, taking her hand. Nijire looked at his hand, her lip quivering. He pulled her into a hug while she cried on his shoulder. "I guess I am just some ugly, stupid girl," Nijire sobbed. "No, you are not," he said fiercely, catching her attention. "You are a beautiful, kind, caring, and intelligent woman. That guy is just a blind who couldn't realize what he had before him. Any guy would be lucky to have you." Nijire melted inside. "Really?" she said, her eyes large, and 2 tears fell. "Yes," Izuku declared. "The luckiest guy in the world." "Oh, Izuku," Nijire said as she threw her arms around his neck and kissed him. He was stunned, but he started to kiss her back. Nijire broke the kiss suddenly. "Oh Izuku, I am so sorry. You have a girlfriend, so please don't think less of me." "Just thank you so much." She kissed his cheek, smiled at him, and fled the hallway. Those who dare to challenge the Empress. Look, we have a location on her. Let's just take her out according to the intel. She is alone, Thug 1 said. Twice and Magni are at a different location, and she is vulnerable. How reliable is this information? Thug 2 asked warily. Solid, Thug 1 said. She put down some addresses in town, some old rundown houses recently purchased. This Empress is renovating it, making it her base. All her muscles are nowhere to be seen, so we roll over there and take her out, and then we can take over. We should make her beg for mercy, Thug 3 sneered. I bet she will cry all over the place. I heard she has a plump bum. That girl is thicker than a Snickers, Thug 4 said. I bet we could have some fun before anyone finds out. They all gave a sadistic laugh. So, are you mooks in or what? Thug 1 said. We do this, and then we can split the territory between us, and no one will dare look down on us again. Thug 4 said. I can't wait to see this Empress on her knees, Thug 2 said, laughing as they grabbed their guns, knives, and stick of dynamite before they all piled into 2 vehicles and headed out. It took them a few minutes to find the place as the driveway was hidden, with the house in the back. Once they saw it, they parked around the corner and went over to teach the Empress a lesson. No, not there. I told you to put it over one side. It will be easier to pull into the second floor that way, the Empress called out. Who is she talking to? Thug 3 whispered. Probably some low-level thug, Thug 1 responded. Who's the pickup truck? Thug 2 wondered aloud. Yes, right away, they heard a deep voice respond. Good. Now get the last pieces of lumber off the truck, stack them up, and we can have breakfast, Inko said. And be careful with those windows. If you break them, I will make you beg for mercy. Of course, I will be gentle with them, the man responded. The thugs crept closer. They saw 2 huge pieces of lumber disappearing around the corner of the house, and they took a deep breath. This thug was a strong one. I say we wait for him to come get the windows, then we take him out, Thug 1 said. After that, the Empress is all ours. They let out an evil laugh. They couldn't see the man. They just saw his arms reach out and grab the box with windows. Now. Thug 1 whispered. They broke from the driveway, came around the corner, and froze. This was no ordinary man. He wasn't in costume, but there was no way they didn't recognize him. That blonde hair with the 2 tufts sticking up the piercing blue eyes was All Might. Whoa now, gentlemen, All Might said, setting the windows down. Have you come to disturb the lady of the house? All Might cracked his knuckles. That is something I cannot allow. The lady is essential to me, and any attack on her is an assault upon me. The thugs began to shake. Thug 4 was on the verge of a breakdown when his finger twitched, and the gun went off. Inko was in the kitchen making breakfast for her and All Might when she went to grab a pan, and it fell from her hand with a loud bang on the kitchen floor. All Might slipped to the side. The bullet passed harmlessly past him, then he heard the sound of glass breaking. He turned, and the bullet had struck the custom-stained glass window that Inko had ordered. She had been so excited about the piece that she was gushing and fawning over it. Her enthusiasm was nearly overwhelming for All Might. How she smiled and danced around when she looked at it was the cutest thing he had ever seen. The love and passion that Inko had put on display since the day they had gone to dinner to talk about Izuku. When he could be honest with her and tell her the truth of his quirk, he answered all her questions and watched the worry and fear wash over her. Then he was her shove it all away. Her focus was on Izuku. She wanted him to give her updates and for them to get to know each other better. He enjoyed the nights they had dinner together but couldn't eat much. Her presence and warmth were more than enough. The smiling hero turned to the thugs, and his smile faded. Do you realize how upset she is going to be? And she is going to take it out on me. All Might said. If I am going to suffer, then you will suffer first. Oh, I love this song, Inko gushed, turning up the radio. I got this feeling inside my bones. It goes electric and wavy when I turn it on. All through my city, all through my home. We're flying up, no ceiling when we are in our zone, she sang. All Might was a blur. His fist crashed into Thug 4's stomach, driving all air in the thug's body out. He ripped the gun away, spun, and used him like a bat to crash into Thugs 1 and 2, sending them crashing into the fence. Thug 3 leaped at All Might with a knife. All Might rolled his eyes, caught him by the wrist, and turned his lights out with a sharp jab. 1 and 2 were getting to their feet. All Might came in and slid in with an elbow to the gut. His arm shot up 90 carat, and his fist collided with number 2's face, breaking his nose and turning his lights out. Thug 1 tried to bring his handgun into play. All Might grabbed it from his hand and crumpled it into a ball with one hand. A quick punch and the villain was out. All Might sighed, made a call to the police to come pick up the thugs, and made his way to the house. He walked in and saw Inko dancing around the kitchen, a massive smile on her face, her apron flaring out. She reached out her hand to All Might, and he felt her use her quirk to grab his hand as she pulled him into her little dance. Inko grabbed his hands, and under the lights when everything goes. Nowhere to hide when I'm getting you close. When we move, you already know. So just imagine, imagine, imagine. She sang to him. All Might couldn't stop his smile as she pulled him into her dance. The word just soaked into his soul. He did imagine coming home to this every night. Inko is waiting for him, dancing with her in the kitchen, snuggling her on the couch. His heart began to thump very loudly against his chest. This moment was so incredible that it made the later yelling endurable. He didn't tell her about the thugs, which would scare her, and she was so happy about her new home. He ensured she was distracted when the police came and took them away. He made a call to increase the number of parts in the area. Once he was done being in trouble, and All Might had ordered a new window. Inko, I was wondering if you would like to go to dinner this Friday? He said nervously. I know this great place. I want to show you. That sounds lovely, Toshi. Inko's eyes sparkled. Now, come eat your breakfast, you must get to work. Inko kissed his cheek. Thank you for your help today, and I apologize for yelling at you about the glass. No, it is all right, Inko, Toshi said as he sat. This smells wonderful. Good, it is a new recipe, easy to digest, and chock full of vitamins and minerals for you, Inko said, sitting across from him at the little breakfast nook. It's nice to have someone to cook for. It is nice to have someone to cook for me, Toshi said with a smile. Especially someone as talented as you. Oh Toshi, you charmer you. Inko waved her hand at him and blushed as she took her first bite. Toshi's heart nearly burst out of his chest. If you keep complimenting me, I will just have to cook breakfast for you daily. I could only dream, Toshi whispered. Girl meets boy. Magni and Twice followed Midnight as they reached some testing ground. Twice was bouncing along with a spring in his step while Magni trailed behind. They walked through the door and Twice froze. Oh, come get some. Twice blurted out. Magni nearly bumped into him from his sudden stop. She glanced past him and saw the wild womanhood cats. Both of them tensed. We are not here to fight, Mandalay said, stepping forward and holding her hands up. Tiger was pacing back and forth behind the group. Well, not all of us. Magni eyed Midnight suspiciously. Then what are you here for? We are here to help with Twice therapy, Ragdoll said. The woman with long green hair and large yellow eyes stepped forward. We think with my quirk that I can help him tell himself apart from the clone. And I will be able to talk into his head to help keep him calm, said Mandalay as she ran her hand through her burgundy red hair, her brown eyes shining. Why, who wants your help? Twice said. Because you may have attacked our camp, but we heard you switched sides, Ragdoll said. And that because of you, we could take down the League and keep everyone safe. Don't get me wrong, we are still at you. Then why are you helping? Magni said, eyeing Tiger and Pixie Bob. Izuku Midoriya, Pixie Bob said, pulling her blonde hair back into a ponytail. He saved Ragdoll, saved Kota, took out Muscular, and he believes in you. Because we owe him more than we could ever repay him, we decided to help you out. What about the caged animal back there? Magna said, eyeing Tiger. I say we fight, then after that is over, how about we talk, Tiger said. I was born a female before I transitioned. I understand what you are going through. But we need to fight first before we can talk. Magna raised an eyebrow. Sounds good to me. They moved away from the group. Let me tell you that I don't know if this will work, Ragdoll said. So why don't you create a clone? We will see if my tracking switches to the clone, or I can keep a lock on you. I will talk to you while you are creating the clone and see if my voice stays with you, Mandalay said. Well, I hope this works. This is never going to FING work. Twice responded. What about her? Yeah, what about Blondie? I am going to punch the one they say is the clone to work off my anger at us attacking our camp, Pixie Bob said as a pile of dirt poured into the room. If you're wrong, you just want to fight. Twice retorted. Then I get to punch the real you, and I feel much better about myself, Pixie said, smirking. That makes sense. Twice said. At least we get the hot ones all the while ladies want us. The girls laughed. Right, Mandalay said, rolling her eyes. Let's get started. You are all pretty, I am crazy, not blind, I am one man. Twice said. The girls all blushed and stuttered while Midnight laughed. You should hear what Himiko wants, there is no water hot enough. Twice, he waited till Ragdoll said she was ready, and he heard Mandalay's voice in his head. Lying, thinking. Last night. How to find my soul a home. Where water is not thirsty. And bread loaf is not alone. I came up with one thing. And I don't believe I'm wrong. That nobody. But nobody. Can make it out here alone. Twice, he tilted his head and looked at Mandalay as the poem echoed in his head. His body split and the second clone looked at her. That one, Ragdoll said to Pixie Bob, as an earth golem sprang forward and punched it twice, and it turned to goo. Alone, all alone. Nobody, but nobody. Can make it out here alone. Again, Twice split, and again, the clones were destroyed. He was staring at Mandalay. There are some millionaires with money they can't use. Their wives run round like banshees. Their children sing the blues. They got expensive doctors to cure their hearts of stone. But nobody, no, nobody, can make it out here alone. Twice was mesmerized, staring at the leader of the womanhood cats. He split again, then again quickly. Wait, I can't hear what she is saying. The others said. Alone, all alone. Nobody, but nobody, can make it out here alone. The earth golems lashed out, but this time, the clones dodged and tried to rush Pixie Bob. We can't hear it. They yelled. Mandalay didn't flinch. She was staring straight at the original. She took a step closer, but the original hadn't moved. Ragdoll landed a leaping spin kick that sent a clone down as a golem collapsed, turning it to goo. The other dived only to be snagged out of the air and thrown into the wall. Now if you listen closely, I'll tell you what I know. Storm clouds are gathering. The wind is gonna blow. The race of man is suffering. And I can hear the sob. 'Cause nobody, but nobody, can make it out here alone. Again, more Twice clones burst out, making more and more clones, but this time, they froze, and all turned to look at the original, with Mandalay standing right before Twice. She reached out for his mask, and he flinched. She paused, but then he lowered his head. Alone, all alone. Nobody, but nobody, can make it out here alone. Suddenly, the clones turned to Pixie Bob and stood there while the golems took them out. Mandalay pulled the mask off. Hello, Jean, Mandalay whispered. Keep talking to me, he whispered. Teacher lounge. Izuku opened the door and walked in a bit of a daze. Himiko walked over to him and she paused. Why do you have lipstick on? Himiko said, her eyebrow arched. Izuku flushed. Nijire, she was crying. I asked if she was okay, and I complimented her, and she kissed me. Then she apologized and ran away. Himiko smiled. How about you tell me everything? She and Izuku took a seat as he told her about what happened from the time he stepped onto campus with Ochaco, Yuga, and Tenya, then coming here, and the argument he saw Nijire get into with some blonde guy and the horrible things he said to Nijire. Clever girl, Himiko thought. Then Izuku told Himiko about Nijire crying and Izuku just trying to comfort her, then the kiss, Nijire's apology, and then she fled. It all happened so fast, Himi, I swear I wasn't trying. I know you weren't, baby, Himiko said as she wiped his lips before she kissed him. They're much better. But are you all right about the other thing? I get it. I think it doesn't feel good, but I understand what is happening, Izuku said. After it happened, I just wanted to be with you. I know I can tell you the truth, and I can be free with you. I want them to be happy, and Tenya likes her, she likes Tenya. I have you, so that is all that matters. He took her hand. You make me stronger, Himiko, your love makes me stronger. Izuku, she whispered. How can you tell me that and not make love to me? I would walk into class with you dripping out of me if you asked me to. Izuku blushed. I wish we could just go to your room, but this is important. Today is the day you join the hero course, and we move forward to improve things for everyone. Well, you owe me, Himiko pouted, especially for kissing another girl without permission. She kissed me, he countered. Semantics, Himiko said. Besides, you will enjoy paying me back. She licked her lips and looked at his mahood. I guarantee it, she purred in his ear. She took his hand and led him back behind a partition. She pulled him into a deep kiss that left them both wanting more. She stepped back, lifted her skirt to show him her black lace underwear, and gave him a wink. Promise me that one time you will bend me over a desk in a deserted classroom and F me senseless. Izuku gulped as the image and thrill filled his mind. I promise, he whispered. I will see you in class. She kissed him lightly, sending him on his way. Class 1A. Izuku came walking into class, and the room was packed. He was the only one missing, and everyone was staring at the extra desk in the back. He noticed that Bakugo was no longer in the back but in the front of the class, and other people had been moved around. The last row now had 5 desks. Momo was in the middle. He looked at the chart and saw that he was sitting next to Momo, with Kyoka in front of him. He briefly locked eyes with Ochaco before he looked away. Bakugo glared at him as he entered while Izuku was looking over the seating chart. He left his desk and walked over. I don't know that story with the FING psychotic blonde H, but I didn't need anyone's help to get out of there, Bakugo whispered harshly. First off, she isn't psychotic, and of course, you didn't need any help, Izuku said back. Why would the great Katsuki Bakugo need any help? You didn't need any help during the final, right? I distinctly remember you being unconscious when I carried you through the gate. That is because you are a coward and were too scared to fight, Bakugo's voice suddenly raised. And you were too stupid to even listen to anything else other than blow some up, Izuku's voice increased, matching Bakugo's that stunned the class. I tried to talk to you, and you swung at me because you couldn't stand that I was improving. You are nothing but a FING waste of space, Katsuki roared. You would have rather failed the final than worked together, Izuku retorted. No one can work with you. You are an ill-tempered. How anyone tolerates your constant bull is beyond me. Hey, calm down, Midoriya. Ijiro said as he and Mizo, Sato, and Tenya came up to separate them. Bakugo isn't that bad. Ijiro, tell me how many times he has said any part of your name, Izuku said. How many times has he said any of our names? Not once. No one can tell him because he always FING knows better than anyone else. He can work with anyone because he is so much better. In his story, he can't say our names because we are nothing but extras. He doesn't need help. There is no other way than to blow it the hell up. How about I blow you up? Katsuki said as he lunged towards Midoriya, only for Mizo to grab and pull him back. Let go of me, stupid octopus arms. I am tired of this Deku taking up space. Oh yeah, Izuku said as Sato and Tenya grabbed him. Tell them what you FING said that day in Eldora, tell them what you told me to do. Katsuki scowled, you were hiding your weird quirk that entire time, some bull about it not being your power. You were FING useless then, and you are FING useless now. All you do is FING break yourself and fail. You failed at the USJ, you failed at camp, you such a FING loser that even round cheeks can see it. That is why she turned your bum down flat. The class erupted at that point. Ochaco bolted out of her seat. That isn't what happened. You man, F you, we didn't get captured, Denki yelled. Say that again, Katsuki roared. F all of you. You are nothing but a bunch of FING extras that are only good at getting in my way. You are the worst of all. Deku, you should have done what I told you and jumped off the FING roof and killed yourself. The entire class went silent, and Izuku stopped struggling. You see, Ijiro, that is your Bakugo. He doesn't care about you or anyone else. If he came to rescue you, it wasn't to rescue you. It was to fight some villain and try to prove his strength because that is all he cares about. For years and years, I had to put up with this bull because, for some reason, I thought this walking piece of filth washel, I don't know what. He glared at Bakugo as he shrugged off Sato's and Tenya's hold. You ever come at me again? I will show you how far I have come, Izuku said, staring at Bakugo. I am tired of making excuses for you. of trying to shove my head up my bum to see you as anything other than a good bully and borderline psychopath that only cares about beating down a villain than saving someone. We don't have to wait, Bakugo growled. We can do this right FING here, right FING now. No, we can't, Bakugo. Class is about to start, and you aren't worth my time, Izuku said, grabbing his bag and walking to his seat. I seriously wonder why I broke my body trying to get you to acknowledge me. It was a giant waste of time. Katsuki was about to go after him, but he noticed the entire class staring at him. What the hell are you staring at? Did you tell him to kill himself? Ijiro said quietly. He is a FING useless Deku, who was hiding his good quirk from me, and what the hell do you care, shiny hair? Katsuki bit back. I honestly don't know, Ijiro said as he walked to his seat. The class started at Bakugo in disgust as he flopped into his chair and clicked his tongue in annoyance. Ochaco, who was still standing, just watched Izuku take his seat. Are you okay, Izuku? Momo whispered. I will be all right, Momo, thank you for asking, he replied, smiling at her. She could see the hurt and anger in his eyes. He sat down as the bell rang and the door opened. Mr. Aizawa came walking in, looking at the class, which had uncomfortable looks on their faces. He raised an eyebrow and said he would have to pull the footage later. All right, class, we can address whatever happened here later, but first, we have something to go over, Aizawa said as the class refocused on him. Sometimes things change in the blink of an eye. Yesterday's enemy has the potential to be today's friend. As you know, the League attacked our summer camp, and Mr. Bakugo was taken. You know that he was rescued, and League was brought down and arrested. Aizawa leaned on the podium. What you don't know is that not only was the League taken down for good, but the people behind the League were taken down as well, the man behind the Nomus and the true power behind the League itself. A Nomu factory was destroyed, and all this was facilitated by some of the very people who attacked the camp. The class gasped. Bakugo growled. They realized that they had been leading astray and wanted a chance at a new life on the right side of the law. Not only did they provide us with invaluable intel, but they were also the ones that returned Mr. Bakugo to us unharmed. A team member was a game changer in regards to us being able to destroy the League once and for all. Aizawa looked over the class and paused. One of them, as part of their deal, has asked to join us in the heroics class. I know that some of you will have strong feelings about having a former villain in the same class as us, that there will be hard feelings from the battle you fought with them. I will not tolerate retaliatory behavior, and I want you all to take this opportunity to ask them and yourself why they made the decisions they made. I think the answers will surprise you. First, I will introduce you to my new teacher's assistant. This is Shurichi Iguchi, he called out as Spinner walked into the class to an audible gasp. And joining us in class, this is Himiko Toga, Aizawa said, steadying himself as the Himiko walked into the room. What the hell is she doing here? Katsuki roared. Mr. Aizawa. Ochaco yelled as she jumped out of her seat. She tried to kill me and Sushi stabbed Izuku in the gut. This is interesting, Su said. All that is correct. She is also the one that brokered the return to Mr. Bakugo completely unharmed, gave us the location of the League and all the members, and helped us to locate the Nomu factory and the others, Aizawa said. Without her bringing her companions, yes, we would have located Mr. Bakugo, and we would have walked into a trap, where many heroes and civilians would have more than likely died or been seriously injured. In the resulting conflict, Ochaco just sat down, and Bakugo glared at Himiko. Introduce yourself and take the empty seat. Hello, all, Himiko said with a wave. My name is Himiko Toga. The class was stunned into silence once again. I know some of us got off on a pointy start, but I am looking forward to starting this new chapter in my life and learning to become heroes. I hope we all can get along somehow. Himiko bowed as she skipped past the front of the class down the aisle and took the empty seat next to Izuku. How did I do, darling? She said, smiling at him. You did very well, Himi, he said, smiling back. The FING class exploded. Thanks for listening to my video. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe and comment below your favorite part. Sayonara, see you in the next video.